screen should be the men's. Will go through to repechage. So all scullers now lengthening out onto their work. And it's still Ben Oliviers. And then down to Ashburton in lane 7. Maybe Scott struggling a little bit in the red boat from Avon. He's in lane number 4. He's dropped back just a little bit there as they come down to the 500. Still going to be Ben Oliviers, but just pulling them in now is Jack Pearson. And lane number 5 is Evan Williams, also tracking well. And Angus Kenny just getting onto his work now. Was a little bit sedate out of the blocks, but he's climbing into it now. So we're just starting to see a big push from Angus Kenny, pulling himself up in lane number 8, right beside Gerard Wall. Evan Williams in the black boat there. He's already gone through Ben Oliviers, as has Jack Pearson in lane number 1. So at the moment, we've got Evan Williams, Jack Pearson, Angus Kenny and Gerard Wall. Those are the 4 sitting there in contention at the moment for that top 2 spot into the A final of the men's under 22 single. This is heat number 1. So Evan doing a big push there in that second 500. He's keeping an eye on Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny in lanes 1 and 8. It did have Angus Kenny in lane 9, but with Cure scratching out of 8, we've moved Angus into lane 8. So if anyone watching live stream, there is only 8 scullers in this, not 9, because Cure has scratched out. Right, so it's still Evan Williams trying to hold off the 2 Dunstan scullers as we come down through that second 500, approaching the 1K. This is the men's under 22 single, sponsored by Jaron Sports Limited, and it's still Evan Williams, coached by Richard Tonks in lane number 5. He's just got a very slight margin over Angus Kenny and Jack Pearson. So at the moment, unless one of those 2 pulls clear, it could be a Waikato and Dunstan going into that A final as we come to the 1K. So it's Angus, beg your pardon, it's Evan. Evan just goes through first, only by about half a canvas ahead of Jack and Angus, who went through together in second. So these two trained together in down south at Dunstan, on Lake Dunstan, with Simon Smith and his team. And so these two are used to pushing each other super hard out in training, and they'll know each other pretty well as opposed to who's going to move when. Looks like Jack Pearson's the first to go. Angus Kenny a little bit more comfortable, probably waiting a little bit longer before he goes, but I don't know if he wants to leave it too long because Evan's still holding on there and Jack Pearson's trying to push himself out in front of Evan Williams. A bit shorter on the stroke, Evan rowing a little bit. Oh, Evan's just gone up now. I was going to say Jack Pearson had a higher strike rate there. But Evan's just gone up now, so it's Angus Kenny left with the work to do unless I've got that angle wrong. And we'll just have to keep an eye on how this plays out as we get a little bit closer down towards this 500. So you've got Flynn Cove over in the background where Waikato Rowing Club train. Very shortly you'll see the Rowing New Zealand building, and then we know that we're pretty close to the tents and the bank as we come down towards the 250. This is heat number 1, event 1, the men's under 22 single scull, and it might just be Jack Pearson putting Evan Williams under a wee bit of pressure as we come to the 250. There's the 250 boy up in the background there, so let's watch them as they come through. And it is Dunstan, Waikato and Dunstan. That's how they're going to come through, watching that line. Here we come, coming up now, so it's Jack Pearson, then it's Waikato, Evan Williams, and then it's Angus Kenny from Dunstan down there in lane number 8. So it's Jack Pearson holding on. Let's see if there's a sprint as they come for home. So it is lane number 1, Jack Pearson, coached by Simon Smith. Then we go out to Evan Williams from Waikato, coached by Richard Tonks. And then over on the outside, just right in the front there of the screen, the TV screen with the yellow bucket hat, that's Angus Kenny from Dunstan, also coached by Simon Smith. So down we come out inside of us, out in front of us now is the closing stages of this single. A lot of these men have put their names forward for representative teams, either the New Zealand under-21s or the New Zealand under-23 trials, and they'll be hoping to be named in a trial. Some probably already have been, and those trials will take place here next week at Lake Harapero. So down we come towards the finish. Big sprint coming from Angus Kenny now. He's waited and waited and waited. Is it going to be enough? He's got a bit of work to do to pull in Evan Williams. Evan through now, Angus now. Oh, it's only about half a length. He can do this. So Evan under threat now from the 2 Dunstan scullers. We've still got Jack Pearson in the lead. On the inside there, Jack is leading them home. Jack looking pretty comfortable. Here comes Angus Kenny. Is he going to go through Evan Williams? Evan under pressure now as we come down towards the line. And it is still Jack Pearson holding on. Evan Williams still sitting in second. Angus Kenny half a canvas behind him as we come to the line. Only 2 of these scullers are going to go through the A final. Let's keep an eye on it. It's coming right down to the line. It's going to be Jack Pearson just on the line. Oh, I think Angus might have done it. Oh, just in the last 50 metres, he might have pulled himself through. Far out. Talk about leave it to the last 50 metres, but he might have done it there. Let's have a look. We'll have to wait for that result as we go back out to heat number 2, because these men are already inside that third 500. Whoa, that was a great finish there from Angus on the outside. Anyway, heat number 2 of the men's under-22 singles. Lane 1 is Petoni's Hunter Sowerby. Lane 2, Wairau number 2, Finn Ellison. He's going well. Lane 3, Stars Ari Magasiva. Lane 4, Wellington 1, Josh Clark. Lane 5, Auckland 1, Ryan Gass. Lane 6, Waikato 1 is Oscar Ruston. Lane 7 is Taupo's Harry Febery, and lane 8 is Waikato 6, Finn Hamill. Okay, let's go out and see what this finish is going to be like here. I'd say probably Oscar's going to be looking pretty good. Yep, that's Oscar Ruston out there. So he is in charge of heat number 2 of the men's under-22 single. That's Oscar, and then it looks like we go out to Finn Hamill. He'd be sitting in second. I'm just waiting for an official result of that heat number 1. But that is Oscar well and truly in command as he comes through the 500. So Oscar Ruston, also coached by Richard Tonks. And then about almost a couple of lengths back now would be Finn Hamill in the yellow boat just in the foreground there. That's in lane number 8. Finn Hamill in lane number 8. He will also go through to the A final of the under-22 single. The rest of the scullers in this race will progress through to the repechage. Looks like it might be Ryan Gass sitting there in third place. Ryan Gass out of Auckland, coached by Peter Mills. That's him on the left of the TV screen, just in the middle there. Just in the foreground here is Finn Hamill sitting in second as he goes through the Roan, past the Roan New Zealand building. Inside the 250 comes Oscar Ruston, comfortably in control there. He's just keeping that beat up, just pumping it along there, but I wouldn't say he's at full stretch at the moment. He'll save that for some later races and for the final. So Oscar looking really good here as he comes down towards the finish in heat number 2 of the men's under-22 single. Then we go back to Finn Hamill sitting in second. He will also go through to the A final of the men's under-22 single. And then Ryan, Harry, Josh, Ari, Finn and Hunter will go through to the repechage stage. Still waiting for an official result on heat number 1. I'll bring that to you shortly. But down we come towards the finish. Last few stages there for Oscar, looking super smooth on that reach into the catch. Nice and relaxed around the turn at the finish. And he is a comfortable winner here in the men's 22 single. So well done to Oscar, well done to Finn. Finn also looking comfortable. Ryan also rowing it through. He knows he's not gone straight through. He's going to have to go through to repechage. So good support for these scullers here as they come through to the line. Close there as they cross over. And we've got one more sculler to come down just in lane number 1, and that will wrap up the heats of the men's under-22 single. And then we will move out to the women's under-22 single, which is on the course now. And we are looking for heat number 1 of the under-22 single. This event is sponsored also by Jaron Sports. And we should have Holly Chaff from West End in lane 2, Emma Averill from Waikato number 2 in lane 3, Olivia Tattersfield from West End 31 in lane 4, Madison Neal from Clifton number 1 in lane 5, and Emma Spittle from Oamaru number 1 in lane 6. This is heat number 1 of the women's under-22 single scull. Great support here, well done. Right, let's see how these women are going in heat number 1. Looks like it's Holly leading them home from West End, coached by Nick Dorr and George Lawn. So women's under-22 single, and it is a comfortable lead here to lane number 2's West End, Holly Chaff. Then we go over to Madison Neal, back into Emma Averill, Olivia Tattersfield, and then Emma Spittle. Great conditions here on the lake, nice and early for this racing. So down past Flynn Cove in the background there is the first 4 scullers. We have West End, Holly Chaff, Madison Neal from Clifton sitting in second, although putting her under pressure is Emma Averill from Waikato. And then back to Olivia Tattersfield, the schoolgirl out of West End there. Down to the 500 we come. Top 2 will go through to directly through the A final. 3, 4, 5 and 6 will go through to repechage. So good work from Holly here. She's just holding on comfortably down there in lane number 2, closest to the bank. Just have a wee look at her rating. I think she's doing a wee bit of a move there because she's gone up to 33, but she was a little bit lower than that before she came through the 500, so just probably putting a bit of distance between her and Emma Averill from Waikato. That's what she's trying to do, Holly. And that's the Rowing New Zealand building and New Zealand Canoeing in the background there to the left up on the hill. In the foreground there with the shed doors open, that's the Rowing New Zealand Elite Centre. And down we come towards the last 250, and it is Holly out of West End, coached by Nick and George. She's now gone to about a length and 3/4 here over this move from Emma Averill, who's put her in second over Madison Neal from Clifton. So down we come. This could be an important move here for Emma Averill because only 2 will go directly into the A final. Looks like Holly's locked up that first position as she comes inside the 250. Then we're going to look for either Madison Neal from Clifton or Emma Averill to take that second spot into the A final. And it's pretty close. It's only about half a length, but it looks like Emma Averill might have pushed herself up here. So the Waikato colours trying to hold on to that second spot. Madison Neal trying to push up here in lane 5. But Emma's made a good move there to secure that second spot. Down we come towards the finish. Holly will go through to the singles final, women's under 22 single. She's probably only got about 10 strokes left to go. And then we've got Madison trying to close that gap on Emma Averill. But Emma looking good in that second position for Waikato. Great finish in the men's under 22 single. We had 7:07 was the time for Jack Pearson and 7:06 was the time for Oscar Ruston. So great racing there from the men in the under 22 single. Right, let's go to heat number 2 of the women's under 22 single now. These ladies are through the 1K. And I'll just make sure that we don't have any scratchings there. We should have Waikato number 3 in lane 2. That's Emily Gordon. Lane 3 is star number 1, Mackenzie Tuffin. Lane 4 is Freddie Todhunter from Dunstan Arm. Lane 5 is Alexandra Bidwell from Cure. And lane 6 is Stevie Maybe from Auckland. So it looks like Mackenzie Tuffin and Emily Gordon would be the ones here, and then back to Freddie Todhunter. Beautiful view there of the course as the camera looks down on the second heat of the women's under 22 single. So only 2 of these ladies out of the 5 will go directly into the A final, and currently it will be Mackenzie Tuffin from Star over Emily Gordon from Waikato. Then we would go to Freddie Todhunter from Dunstan Arm, then over to Stevie Maybe from Auckland and back to Alexandra Bidwell from Cure. That would be the 5 ladies coming down through the 500 to go, and heat 2 of the women's under 22 single scull. Behind them is heat number 1 of the women's intermediate Cox 4. So that's an aerial view there of the Rowing New Zealand building. But out in front of us, inside the last 500, is the women's under 22 single scull heat 2. And it is still first and second to Star and Waikato. We do have an official time for Holly out of West End. 8:06 was her time. So we'll see how that compares. Obviously, we can't read too much into that. These ladies and the men from the 22 single get comfortable in their position. They've probably got more races today, and they will be saving their legs for some more racing later on. Oh, good race here. Freddie Todhunter's pushing up now. She wants to get herself into this A final directly, and she's putting all sorts of pressure on Emily Gordon. So I had Freddie back in third place a little while ago, but she looks like she's done a lot of work in that last 200. So Freddie Todd-Hunter out of Dunstan is pushing herself right up onto Mackenzie Tuffin from Star, and she's gone through Emily Gordon from Waikato. So goes to show you can't determine the result until they get down towards the finish, because Freddie's taken the rating up and she's having a go now at Mackenzie Tuffin out of Star, who's in lane 3. She's led from start to finish. She knows that she's going through to the A final. Mackenzie's coached by Ella and Brooke, and Freddie Todd-Hunter coached by Simon Smith. And it looks like Freddie might have just worked her way through to the front of the field there. The sun is right in the wrong place to be able to see the actual ranking here, but it might be Freddie out of Dunstan with the yellow bucket hat as they come down towards the line. It's pretty close. So it was Mackenzie. Mackenzie hasn't really responded to Freddie's challenge, but both of them going to the line together. Star's going to hold on. She'll take the win, but a great finish from Dunstan to get through to that A final directly. Okay, heat 1 of the women's intermediate 4 is well and truly into that third 500 now. They're past the 1,000 metre mark. This event is sponsored by Croker Oars New Zealand Limited. Thank you for your sponsorship of the women's intermediate 4. We have North Shore Rowing Club in lane 2, Waikato in 3, Petone in 4, Hamilton 21 in 5, and Star number 1 in 6. Having said that, I'll just make sure none of them have pulled out. We're looking for first 2 to go through to the A final. Waikato looking very strong indeed. Ellie Dean, Pippa Dixon, Frances Casey, Caitlin Berquist, Ella Hansen is the coxswain, coached by Anna and Meg, Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. So it is Waikato sitting out in the lead here in heat 1 of the women's intermediate 4. From there we go over to, would that be the Wellington ladies? 2 across, yeah, Hamilton, I beg your pardon. So Nadia Lilly, Eva Thea and Isla Tony is the coxswain, coached by Tony Burns and Rachel Brown. So they've probably got just on a length back from Waikato. Waikato looking pretty comfortable here as they come past Flynn Cove. And just a standard rigging on both boats there. Down to the 500 comes Waikato through now, and Hamilton now. So that's about a length back. Waikato not looking like they're at full stretch there. They're just doing enough to hold off Hamilton down through the last 500. Probably sitting on around 32. Hamilton have got about 3-4 boat lengths now over anybody else. So those two looking really good for the A final here in the women's intermediate Cox 4. Can tell you in the women's under 22 single scull, Holly came through in a time of 8:06 in heat 1, and Mackenzie Tuffin won heat number 2 for Star in a time of 8:06. Both on 8:06. Right, down we come, past Rowing New Zealand, up to the last 250, and it is still Waikato. Waikato leading home Hamilton. That's your 1-2. And it looks like Hamilton done a bit of work to cause some overlap here, but they're going to have to do a bit more work to pull in this Waikato crew. So good work from Hamilton, from Nadia, Lily, Eva, Thea and Isla. And Waikato leading them home. From there we would go back to Petone in 3rd. Then you've got Star and North Shore. Great rowing from Hamilton to try and finish us off, but Waikato will take the win. Down we come towards the line, probably about 5 strokes to go. And it will be Waikato that take out heat 1 of the women's intermediate 4. About half a length back to the Hamilton girls over in lane number 5. Great racing there, ladies. Well done. Quite a margin back to 3rd, 4th and 5th. And Petone will come through in third, Star in fourth, and down on the inside, North Shore in fifth. Heat number 2, the women's intermediate cox 4 through the 1K. We have Hamilton in lane number 2, Avon number 1 in lane 3, Hamilton 22 in lane 4, Petone 2 in lane 5, and Hawke's Bay number 1 in lane 6. It's down on the inside 2 lanes. It's Avon leading Hamilton at the moment. 2 to go directly into the A final, and the rest are through to repechage. So great racing here between these two crews. Avon looking really comfortable, and then we go out to the crew on the inside is Hamilton. So still no change here as Waikato have a Clearwater lead as we come to the 250 and the women's intermediate coxed 4. Alexandra, Courtney, Francesca, Jessica and Annabelle Wynne Williams is the coxswain, coached by Jake and Michaela. So it's Avon leading the crew inside of them, which is Hamilton in lane number 2. Anaya Morgan, Ella Corbin and Bria Duncan is the coxswain, coached by Georgia Allen. That's your 1-2 going into the A final of the women's intermediate cox 4. They are going to join at this stage Waikato and Hamilton 21 from heat number 1. Waikato came through in a time of 7:44 in heat number 1. We can feel that sun picking up. So sitting in third, just coming down to the line now is lane number 4, and that is Hamilton 22. Then we go out to lane number 6, Hawke's Bay. And then we have Petone number 2 heading down towards the line. So that's heat number 2 of the women's intermediate coxed 4. And then we move into probably what I assume is going to be a whole lot of novice doubles. Right, we move to the women's novice double sculls now. We have, this is well represented, 6 heats of the women's novice double sculls. We are supported and sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images. Thank you, Rob, for supporting the women's novice double. And Rob is a long-time supporter of KRI. He's very pleased to continue for another season as an event sponsor. He's been photographing New Zealand rowing for over 25 years. And the images of New Zealand and overseas regattas can be found on his website, www.rowingphotos.nz. Okay, let's go out onto the course for heat number 1. And we have Cambridge 22, Meg Cannon and Maggie Denise. Lane 3, Porirua number 3, Chloe Trist, Pippa Percy. Lane 4, Twizel number 1, Taylor Marsh and Hazel Mason. Lane 5, Whangarei number 5, Indy Henry and Arabella Monteith. Lane 6, Waikato 3, Maya Lindop and Shian Lyford. And lane 7, Clifton 3, Kate Pease and Hannah Honeyfield. Right, what are we looking for? 1 into the semi-final. Ouch. Okay. Could be Twizel, struggling to see the colours there with that sun. But I would say that's out in the middle. And well done, Twizel, Taylor and Hazel, coached by Kelvin Maker and Sarah Henderson. What a great job they're doing with these ladies. And then we go over on the outside, and that might be Clifton, Kate and Hannah, coached by Gus and Jody. So that's your 1-2. Only 1 into the semi-final, and it's actually closer than it looks on the course there. Twizel would have overlap at the moment with Clifton, but Twizel are in the lead. So Taylor and Hazel, this must feel like a heat wave up here as they come to the 250. But, oh, yep, Twizel just gone to clear water now. Well done, girls. Great effort there from Twizel. These ladies here as they come through the 250, and Twizel have gone to clear water over Clifton. And this Clifton crew was pretty fast at the last regatta I saw. So that is saying something about Twizel. So down we come. 32 on the rating, 1 into the semi-final. 2nd through 8 will go to repechage. So then we go back to Clifton. And then Porirua. And then Cambridge. And then over to Whangarei and Waikato number 3. Down we come now inside the 100. And it's still Twizel over Clifton. That's your 1-2 as we come down towards the finish. So well done to Taylor and Hazel. Great effort there for the campaign out of Twizel as they come down towards the finish. They will go into the semi-final of the women's novice double sculls. Well done to the Twizel girls, and also well done to Clifton. They've pushed themselves well clear of anyone else, probably 5-6 boat lengths clear of Porirua, who are sitting in that 3rd place. Okay, heat number 2, the women's novice double sculls. Through the 1K they come. We have Cameron Collinson from Whangarei number 6 in lane 2. Agatha Doggett from Aramaho Wanganui in lane 3, Bella Neal from Clifton in lane 4, Summer McDowell from Hawke's Bay number 2 in lane 5, Leah Stowe from Whangarei number 7 in lane 6, and Chloe Parker from Waikato 2 in lane 7. And of course, being a novice double, we have a partner from them, so we'll call that out in a moment, just as I go. Goodness me, someone's on the fly there. Who is that? That is Clifton's Bella Neal and Isla Robinson. They are flying out there in lane number 4. Inside of them, but probably at least 3 lengths back, is Agatha Doggett and Ruby Hoekstra. Down inside of them in the background in the blue boat, that's Whangarei number 6, Cameron Collinson and Layla Ware. And then just over the left there, you can see Summer McDowell and Hazel Salter from Hawke's Bay, Layla Stowe and Imogen Parker from Whangarei in lane 6, and Chloe Parker and Georgia Swain from Waikato in lane 7. But this is a great result here from Clifton. This is the Clifton number 1 crew, and they have split this field apart. The only crew closest to them is Aramaho Wanganui in lane 3, Agatha and Ruby, but they'll have to go through to the repechage because it's only 1 into the semi. So it's Clifton, Aramaho Wanganui, Whangarei number 6, then over to Waikato number 2, Whangarei number 7, and Hawke's Bay. So that's a close-up view of the leaders here in the women's novice double. These girls doing a great job there out of Clifton as they come down towards the Rowing New Zealand building in the background. That's the canoe and kayak centre in the background right behind them. And just off their bow on the other side is the Rowing New Zealand building. Down we come towards the 250. There's no one else, only just coming onto the screen now is Aramaho Wanganui. So that is a massive margin here for Clifton. And in novice doubles, that is very, very tidy indeed. So well done, Clifton. Great racing from you two as they come through the 250. They'd have 5-6 boat lengths now over Aramaho Wanganui. And then from there we go back inside to Whangarei number 6. Let's have a look at heat number 1. The winner there was Twizel on 8:11. Let's see what this Clifton crew comes through in, because it'll probably be pretty quick. God, I can barely see with that sun out there. I'm just going to assume that they're out there somewhere. I think Bella and Isla will be coming down towards the line, but I'll go blind if I look onto that course at the moment. Now they start to come through. They'll be inside that 100. Great attitude in the boat there from these two Clifton girls. They are racing super well, as are Aramaho Wanganui. They are clearly in that second place. They've rode their own race there with separation from both Clifton and Whangarei number 6. So well done, ladies. Great effort there from Clifton. So down we come towards the finish. Second place will still be with Agatha and Ruby from Aramaho Wanganui. Then back inside to Cameron and Layla from Whangarei. They'll be in third place. Then we go over to Waikato number 2, Chloe and Georgia. Back into Leah and Imogen from Whangarei number 7, and then back to Summer and Hazel from Hawke's Bay. So just on your screen there, that is the Waikato crew crossing the line. And then just inside of them is Whangarei number 7 in the blue boat. And then back on the left-hand side of the screen by the umpire boat, that is Hawke's Bay number 2. All right, heat number 3 of the women's novice double sculls are through the 1K. We have Georgia Field and Emily Davey from Hamilton 21 in lane number 2. Tessa Chappell and Maira Moimoi from Te Awamutu number 1 in lane 3. Tana Godfrey and Anna Baradell from Whangarei number 1 in lane 4. Lily Dwyer and Izzy Karam from North Shore in lane 5. Mila Keller and Sarah Duncan from Clifton number 5 in lane 6. And Lily Gunderson and Abby Wilson from Cambridge 21 in lane 7. So it could be the North Shore ladies out there. I'll just double check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lily Dwyer and Izzy Curran, coached by Chris Brake. They will be sitting in first place. Then we go over to the Cambridge girls who train on this water, Lily and Abby, coached by Norm and Kaylin. But they are under pressure. They are under pressure now from the crew inside of them. And that might be Whangarei's number 1 crew of Tana and Anna. They may have just pushed into that second place, but it's pretty level between Whangarei and Cambridge, with Clearwater nearly a length and 3/4, nearly 2 lengths lead there as they come to the 500 for North Shore Rowing Club. North Shore through now. Stroke just looks over. She realises that she's inside the 500 now. Nice and smooth as she comes through and heads towards the 250. So down we come towards the finish here. Great racing here. North Shore still holding on. Then we go over to the outside. We've got Cambridge now have pushed through Whangarei. So it is going to be North Shore that will take this out, Lily and Izzy. Second is going to be lane number 7. That is the girls from St. Peter's, Lily and Abby. And then third will be this Whangarei crew, Tana and Anna, in lane 4. So Clearwater lead, pushing out to nearly 2 lengths is the North Shore crew of Lily Dwyer and Izzy Curran, coached by Chris Brake. We can tell you that heat number 1 was home in a time of 8:11 from Twizel. Heat number 2, 8:02 from Clifton. So that is pretty quick from the Clifton ladies. Two more crews to come through. Te Awamutu. Hamilton. Hamilton have to come through there, sorry. Right. So that's heat number 3. Charging through these novice doubles. Let's go back out and see what we've got here. Right. Avon Rowing Club in lane number 2. That's the number 1 sculler, Bridget Petrie, coached by Bridget Petrie and Madison Broughton Savage, coached by Sophie Jackson. Lane 3, Whangarei number 3, Imogen Williams and Sina Cook. coached by Chris Williams and Isabella Hunter-Willits. Lane 4, Star Boating Club number 1, Alisana Boyle Tiatia and Ruhi Paldrell, coached by Bernie Fisher. Lane 5, Clifton number 6, Charlotte Winsett and Juliet Hitchcock, coached by Gus Bergen and Jodie Haskell. And lane 6, Porirua number 2, Jessica Kay and Zoe Collins, coached by Nick Tiari and Jonathan Debbage. Women's novice double sculls, out racing now. Right down on the inside, that should be Avon number 1, Bridget and Madison. Then we go 2 over from them to Star, Alisana and Ruhi. And then back inside to Whangarei number 3, Imogen and Sina. So pretty well split here in the 1, 2, 3. No doubt about Avon. I don't think they're going to get caught from here if they keep sculling and keeping it nice and clean. Second is going to be the ladies from Star. Third will be Whangarei. And then from there we go down to Porirua in lane 6. And back to Clifton in lane number 5, their number 6 crew. Great effort from Clifton to have all these doubles in the women's novice doubles. Got 2 more heats of the women's novice double, and then we move into the men's club double, and then we'll have a change of commentator. And Maxine should be coming up. So good work here from the Avon ladies. They look pretty composed, very comfortable inside the last 500. Through comes Star now, and then in third place is going to be Whangarei, about a length and 3/4 back on them. They go through as well. So the top 3 crews are inside the last 500 now, and it is Avon in lane number 2. Right in the centre of the TV screen is the second place crew, that's Star, Ruhi and Alisana. And then on the left in the blue boat is Whangarei number 3, they're sitting in third. That's Imogen and Sina. So that's your top 3 crews. Great picture there of heat number 4 in the women's novice double sculls. 2 more heats to go, then we move into the men's club double. So good work from Avon. Perfect water here for these novices. Nice and calm here on Lake Karapiro. Day 1 of the New Zealand Rowing Championships. And we are already into event number 4, the women's novice double sculls, to be followed by the men's club double. So we have 2 more heats of the women's novice double. Heat 5 is on the track. Heat 6 going into the blocks. So down we come towards the finish. That's Avon on the right-hand side of the screen, just coming in front of the grandstand now. They'll take a comfortable win here in heat number 4, to be followed by Star in lane 4, and then in third place is Whangarei number 3. Heat number 4 coming to a close, and the third 500 is heat number 5 of the women's novice doubles. Again, first only will go directly into the semi-final, the rest through to repechage. On your screen there in lane 2 is Clifton Rowing Club number 4, Tabitha George and Orla Honeyfield. Lane 3 is Waikato number 1, Helena White and Savannah Burke. Lane 4, Porirua number 4, Jade Mackay and Lucy Campbell. Lane 5, Avon number 2, Izzy Brooks and Rachel Budgett. And lane 6 is Whangarei number 2, Pippa Ryder and Sienna Southall. So heat number 5 of the women's novice double. Jeepers, who is that? Waikato number 1, Helena Wyatt and Savannah Bork, coached by Angela Bork. And it is Waikato, miles out in front. This might be the biggest win of the day at the moment. This is one heck of a lead here from Waikato. Fantastic effort from these ladies. And then from there, you would struggle to have anyone else on the screen with them, possibly over to Whangarei number 2, Pippa and Sienna. But that's a close-up look at this crew leading them home. It should be the Waikato ladies. So impressive here. That has really, really split the field apart in heat number 5 of the women's novice double. This would be the biggest one at the moment, and these ladies are cruising as they come down towards Rowing New Zealand and the 500 to go. Through they come now. So, no, not yet. Now, through they go into the 500, and they are on their way home with about an 8-length lead here. And it's not overly going to matter because everyone else goes to repecharge. So you've got that Whangarei crew down there in the blue. That's Pippa and Sienna, Whangarei number 2. Right down on the inside is Tabitha and Orla from Clifton number 4. And then just on the left, you can't quite see their bell ball now, is Poredo's Jade and Lucy, and Avon's Izzy and Rachel. So on the right, they're going past Rowing New Zealand, extending their lead even further by a massive margin, is the Waikato crew of Helena and Savannah, coached by Angela. And what a good crew this is for novice women's sculling. So having a look on our screen, we can say that the fastest time so far in the heats has come from Clifton on 8:02. So 8:02 from Clifton, number 1, I think it was, Neil and Robinson. 8:02 is by far the fastest time posted in the heats. And then we are just having a look at this Waikato crew through the 250 they come. A heck of a margin here on the rest of the field. The rest of the field would be Whangarei number 2 and Clifton number 4. Women's novice double sculls, 6th and final heat is heat 5 comes to its conclusion. You can just see Whangarei crossing the line there. And there's the Avon boat in the red, Avon number 2 in lane 5. Going back up the course, we'll just double check there's no scratchings. And we've got lane number 2 is Porirua number 1, Mia Bevan and Amelie Flowers. Lane 3 is Clifton number 2, Olivia Perry and Anna Francis. Lane 4 is Aramaho Wanganui number 2, Ruby Bullock and Edith Franks. Lane 5 is Whangarei number 4, Chloe Palmer and Ruby Stonex. And lane 6 is Petone Rowing Club number 1, Sophie Herbert and Georgia Beeling. Right, last heat of the women's novice double sculls. Then we move into the men's club double. And there's 6 heats of that. And Maxine will be up to call those for you shortly. So it looks like in heat 6 is Aramaho Wanganui number 2, Ruby and Edith. They are holding on to a lead here over Clifton, number 2's Olivia and Anna. That's your 1-2 as they are heading down through the third 500. So it's Aramaho Wanganui sculling well there in the orange and yellow. And congratulations to their head coach Axel for becoming a father in the past week to little baby Ted. And wonderful news for him and his wife and family as they celebrate the arrival of their beautiful baby boy. So let's hope the girls can give you a win here, Axel. They're going really well in the closing heat of the women's novice double sculls, heat number 6. So they just haven't quite broken through to clear water, but it is still the Aramaho Wanganui number 2 crew of Ruby and Edith. And then just over their right-hand shoulder, chasing hard, is Olivia and Anna from Clifton. That's your 1-2 in heat 6 of the women's novice double sculls. Heat 1 of the men's club double is on the course, and we will go to them shortly. But we're just watching Aramaho Wanganui trying to get that clear water break now over Clifton. So last heat here of the women's novice double sculls, heat number 6 is coming down towards the 250. Then I'll hand over to Maxine, who will bring you the next hour of commentating, and then it looks like I'll be back at 9:50. So good work here from Aramaho Wanganui. This will be great for Axel to celebrate his little baby's arrival with a win here in the women's novice double. They've just gone to clear water here over the crew from Clifton. And this has been tight racing from these ladies. They've done really well, kept their composure for novice as they come down towards the last 250. So it'll be Aramaho Wanganui that will take it out. The fastest time so far over the 5 heats that have raced is Clifton on 8:02. We've watched them most of this season. Very tidy combination with lots of novice doubles that have attended the regattas here in the north. And we welcome all our South Island visitors to the New Zealand Rowing Championships. Beautiful sunny day here. Nice and flat is more important. Very slight shift of wind there, but nothing that will concern them too much as Aramaho Wanganui now go to clear water as we come down to the 100 in the last heat of the women's novice double sculls. So good work from Ruby and Edith, and also from Olivia and Anna in the Clifton boat for chasing so hard and keeping them honest. And these two crews have put about 3 to 4 boat lengths now over Whangarei number 4's Chloe and Ruby, over to Petone, Sophie and Georgia, and down on the inside, Porirua number 1, Amelie and Mia. So down to the finish they come. Aramaho Wanganui will take the win in the last heat of the novice double sculls, and just in behind them, well chased, is the Clifton number 2 crew, and then we go back quite some margin to someone that's sitting in the sun. That will be Whangarei number 4. Right, I'll hand over to Maxine, and I'll see you all at, well, I won't see you, but you'll hear from me at 9:50.
Thanks, Kirsty. As you can see here, about 300 metres to go. We have heat 1 of 6 of the men's club double sculls. Lane 2 is Avon Rowing Club. Lane 3, Cure Boating Club. Lane 4, Mercer number 2. Lane 5, Wellington number 1, Lane 6, Owamaru number 2, and in Lane 7, Waikato 11. But it is the crew in the middle there in Lane 4 from Mercer, Cameron and Jack, that are currently in the lead. They've got some competition from their inside Cure Boating Club, Theodore and Jacob, but they come into the last 250, and it is Mercer with just a boat length of lead. Cure just looking to bring up their rating and chase them down in the last 250. But it is the Mercer crew, Cameron Preston and Jack Seamerlink, coached by Brett Henry and Leanne Henry, looking to hold off the challenge from Cure Boating Club. So it is only the first through to the semi-final. The rest of the placings go straight through to the repechage, so they want to be first through. Cure just making half a boat length there with about 100 metres to go. And it is between Mercer and Cure. Mercer just managing to hold them off. And there's about a canvas in it now. Cure coming back, trying to get that first place and get that automatic qualification into the semi-final. It is Mercer versus Cure. I think Mercer just got there over Cure, but we'll wait for the final times to come through. Some great racing in the last 250 there from Cure Boating Club. I think Mercer may just have snuck in, though, into that semi-final position. Following on behind them, we have the crew from Avon in lane 2. And the crew out in lane 6, that is Owamaru number 2. Owamaru will finish over Avon, and just behind Avon will be Waikato 11 on the outside. So we are straight into the second heat of the men's club double sculls. In lane 2 is Cambridge 21, lane 3 Aramaho Wanganui number 2, lane 4 Cure Boating Club number 2, lane 5 Avon number 2, lane 6 West End Rowing Club number 2, and in lane 7 Aramaho Wanganui number 1. But looking out there, it is the red and yellow stripes of Aramaho Wanganui very clearly out in front as they come into the last 500 metres of Heat 2. Aramaho looking for that automatic qualification spot into the semi-final in the men's club double sculls. It is then tight between second and third place out there in lane 3. Another Aramaho Wanganui crew, and lane 4 Cure Boating Club number 2. Currently battling it out for second place, but it is Aramaho Wanganui on the outside that look to have the edge, and they just start to lift their rating as they come into the last 500 metres. They've got about a boat length of clear water over their next closest competition there. So Aramaho Wanganui, that is Lawrence Harkin and Jake Newton out in lane 7. With a comfortable lead over the rest of the field. Cure Boating Club in lane 4, Ashton Corkery and Matthew Smith, currently sitting in second place over Aramaho Wanganui's number 2 crew in lane 3, that is Eli and Nikki. They come past Rowing New Zealand if you're watching the live stream, and they come into the last 250 metres. It is still Aramaho Wanganui's Lawrence and Jake in lane 7, currently looking to progress straight into that semi-final in the second heat of the men's club double sculls. The rest of the field will be going through to the repechage. And Aramaho Wanganui in lane 7 looking quite relaxed out there, with some long strokes as they come into the closing stages of Heat 2. They're through to the last 100 metres. Cure Boating Club crossover 2 now, and it will still be Aramaho Wanganui in front with a comfortable lead. Cure just bringing the rating up though, putting a challenge in the last 100 like they did in the previous heat. but they may have run out of water to do so. It will be Aramaho Wanganui in lane 7 to take out heat 2 of the men's club double sculls and progress automatically through to the semi-final. You'll see the rest of the boats here in the repechage later this week. So as we wait for heat 3 of the men's club double to come down, we'd like to thank Footloose Cambridge for their sponsorship of this event. Their summer collection is in store now and their retail store is on 46 Duke Street in Cambridge. For quality fashion footwear and accessories for women, come and see the team at Footloose Cambridge. So thank you very much for your sponsorship of the men's club double sculls. So we can see here a little bit of a spread out in the field in heat 3. In lane 2, we have Clifton number 1, lane 3, Kyoto Uni School of Medicine, in lane 4, Kyoto Uni, lane 5, Waikato number 2, lane 6, Tauranga Boys College, and in lane 7, Tauranga. So don't be mistaken, this crew in the red boat is not part of the race. We are looking back just further than the 500 metre mark. And it looks to be the crew from Clifton in lane 2. Clifton number 1, that is Luke Brock and Liam Cox, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. Currently in the lead here. They've got a couple of lengths of clear water over the Kyoto Uni crews, as well as Waikato number 2 and the crews from Tauranga. So once again, the progression for this race is the first crew through to the semi-final and the rest through to the repechage. All going well, it looks like Luke and Liam from Clifton will be making it through to that semi-final, as they have about 5 boat lengths of clear water over their next closest competition, which is Waikato number 2, out in lane 5 in the green boat there. So that is Joshua Wilson and Charlie Squire in lane 5. Just behind them in third place, it looks to be the crew from Tauranga number 1 in lane 7, Matthew Ryder and Pierre Sawney. Sorry if I've got that wrong. But it will be Clifton just cruising into the semi-final here in lane 2 in heat 3 of the men's club double sculls. So Clifton just coming through to the last 250 metres now. Luke Brock and Liam Cox still very comfortably in front of Waikato number 2, Joshua Wilson and Charlie Squire. So Luke and Liam will be joining Aramaho Wanganui from the second heat, as well as Mercer from the first heat in the semi-finals later this week. They're approaching the last 100 metres. They've got a couple of strokes to go before they hit that mark, and they will come across very comfortably. Waikato number 2, though, they're a couple of boat lengths back and they've got a lead on the rest of the field. They're ahead of Tauranga number 1 out in lane 7. Behind them, their closest competition comes from Tauranga Boys College in lane 6. And then the 2 Kyoto Uni crews in lane 3 and lane 4. But congratulations go to Luke Brock and Liam Cox from Clifton. They will take out heat 3 of the men's club double sculls. So we are halfway through our men's club double sculls heats. We now join heat 4, which has about 650 metres to go. In lane 2 we have Mercer number 1, lane 3 Canterbury number 2, lane 4 Clifton number 3, lane 5 Oamaru number 3, lane 6 St George's number 2, and in lane 7 Bay of Plenty Coast number 1. There's a bit of a opposite V formation, as we're used to seeing the crews in lane 4 and 5 in a final coming first. We've got a little bit of an inverted V here. Looks like the outside crews have a bit of a lead here, and the crew in lane 7 from Bay of Plenty Coast, that's Henry Gavin and Luca Remersid, coached by Ted Phelps, out in the lead as they come across the 500 metre mark, boys. They're currently in first place with about half a boat length of clear water over the St George's crew of Frank and Zane, coached by John Cook and Leo Strode-Penny. And there is some pressure coming down from Mercer in lane 2, that is Anton and Max, the crew from Mercer there. So it's currently lane 7, lane 6 and lane 2, but it is just the first crew through to the semi-final, with the rest going to the repechage. So the Bay of Plenty Coast crew of Henry and Luca, they'll be hoping to hold that lead and not have to go through an extra round of racing later in the week. So they've just started to bring their rating up as they come into the final 250 metres. That Bay of Plenty Coast crew sitting out there on the outside, and they cross into the last 250 metres now. They've managed to extend their lead just a little bit over St George's. And they'll be hoping to keep them there so that they don't need to go through the repechage round. So this is heat 4 of the men's club double sculls. Bay of Plenty Coast crew sitting out there rating about 34. St George's under some pressure from Mercer in lane 2 there in the final stages of this race. Mercer looking to push up on St George's. But it will be Bay of Plenty Coast, Henry Gavin and Luca Remersa through to the semi-final and take out the win of heat 4 of the men's club double sculls. Lane 2 though, they're just trying to catch St George's in lane 6. St George's just managing to hold them off though. Bay of Plenty Coast, they've finished now. St George's crossover in second and Mercer in third place. Following on behind them, the crew from Oamaru, Canterbury and Clifton. They will close out heat 4 of the men's club double sculls, and we see heat 5 just down at the 1,000 metre mark. So we now join heat 5 of the men's club double sculls. This is our penultimate heat of the men's club double sculls. Lane 2 we have Wido number 1, lane 3 Mercer number 3, lane 4 Hamilton number 1, lane 5 Auckland number 1, lane 6 Waikato number 1, and in lane 7 Clifton number 2. But Waikato out there in lane 6, they're in a green boat out there near the outside. They're currently in the lead, but they are under some pressure from Oamaru in lane 2. So, sorry, that is Wido in lane 2. So the Waikato crew of Jack Henry and Seamus Foley looking to hold off Wido and make their way straight through to the semi-final. They cross through the 500 metre mark, or 1500 metre mark now, and Wido just crossed through now. So it is, they're not quite in the clear yet, that Waikato crew on the outside. Crossing through in third currently is Clifton in lane 7, and the rest of the field just behind Clifton. But if you're watching the live stream, we can see the zoom out and the crew from Waikato still in the lead and still looking to hold off Liam Collins and Liam Kirkland from Waido in lane 2. Waido looking to bring their rating up and challenge for that first place position. No one wants to go through the extra round of racing later in this week in the repechage. And they close in on the 250 metre mark, and it is Waido trying to push up on Waikato. They've managed to close a little bit of the gap and they've got 250 metres to go. Can they catch them and make their way straight through to the semi-final? Waido lifting the rating. Waikato out there still sitting ahead, but only by about half a boat length. Both Liam and Liam from Waido looking to push up again. The bow of the Waido boat is on the bowman of Waikato, and they are slowly pushing up. There is about 150 metres to go, and the Waido rate is increasing. They're starting to catch Waikato. Waikato still managing to hold them off, though, with about a quarter of a boat length lead as they come into the closing stages. Waikato really lengthening out that stroke. Waido looking to catch. A quick look across from the crew, but it is Waikato still in front of Waido in Heat 5 of the Men's Club Double Sculls. Waikato have managed to hold off the challenge from Waido, and they will progress straight through to the semi-final with the rest of the race progressing through to the repechage. So a good challenge there from Waido Rowing Club in lane 2, but it will be Waikato to hold them off. Clifton cross the line now, and following on behind them, we have Mercer, followed by Hamilton, and then Auckland Rowing Club. So we have one more heat of the Men's Club Double Sculls. Once again, this event is sponsored by Footloose Cambridge. You can find them at 46 Duke Street, Cambridge. And we thank them for their support and sponsorship of the Men's Club Double Sculls. And we are on to our final heat of Men's Club Doubles. In lane 2 of Heat 6, we have Oamaru number 1, lane 3, Waido number 2, lane 4, Canterbury number 1, lane 5, St George's number 1, lane 6, Nelson number 1, and in lane 7, Ashburton number 1. But looking out to the middle there, in lane 5, St George's number 1, the crew of Logan Turrell and James Dimmock, coached by John Cook and Alan Vester. They're currently in the lead here. They've been performing well this season. These boys from Maclean's College in Auckland, I believe, and they're currently just ahead of second and third. They've just got clear water, but it's a battle between second and third place between Nelson in lane 6 and Ashburton in lane 7. Nelson currently holding off Ashburton by about half a canvas. That's Jackson Taylor and Sam Johnston from Nelson there. But the St George's crew are well and truly into their final 500 metres, with the other two crews in second and third just joining them now. Is currently sitting in fourth, the crew from Waido out in lane 3. Just behind them, the crew from Canterbury, and then behind them, the crew from Oamaru. But it is still between Ashburton and Nelson for second and third. St George's out in front and have just extended their lead a little bit. They've got a little bit more clear water here over second place. They want to make sure that they automatically get through to the semi-final and not have to progress through the repechage round. So that is Logan Turrell and James Dimmock from St George's. They've extended out and lengthened out their stroke as they come into the final 250 metres of the Men's Club Double Sculls. They're through that last 250 now, and they now have about a boat length of clear water, so a great little push there from the crew from St George's. It is still Nelson over Ashburton though, but Ashburton not letting them go too far away in second and third here. It is just the first crew through to the semi-final though, so the rest of the crews will need to go through the repechage to carry on in this event. But we see Logan and James here from St. George's. They just start a little bit more of a push as they come into the last 100 metres. They're trying to lengthen away from the rest of the crews. It is still Nelson over Ashburton. Nelson with about a canvas or half a boat length over Ashburton. But it will be the crew from St. George's, Logan Terrell and James Dimmock, who will take out the final heat of the men's club double sculls. And well done to St. George's there. Their coaches, John Cook and Alan Vester, will be very happy. Nelson crossed the line now, half a boat length in front of Ashburton, followed by Waido, Canterbury and Oamaru. So that was heat 6 of the men's club double sculls. Don't think we're out of the woods yet with the doubles though, because we now go straight into the women's club double sculls. You wouldn't believe it, but there are 4 heats of these doubles, so a lot more double sculling to come. So the first heat of women's club doubles just approaching the 1,000-metre mark. This event is still sponsored by Footloose Cambridge, so they've managed to sponsor all of the club doubles, both men's and women's, so thank you very much to Footloose Cambridge. Again, you can find them at 46 Duke Street, where their summer collection is now in store. So go and see the team at Footloose Cambridge for a bit of a wardrobe update. So we have the women's club double here, and it is quite tight racing here between the top 3 crews. In lane 1 we have Mercer number 1, lane 2 Rotorua number 1, lane 3 Tauranga number 1, lane 4 Canterbury number 1, lane 5 Nelson number 1, lane 6 Hamilton number 2, lane 7 Petone number 1, and in lane 8 Cambridge number 1. Now it is close again between these top 3 crews, but it is currently the crews in lane 8 with just a nose in front of the crew from Nelson in the middle, although I do think that Nelson may just have pushed up ahead of Cambridge in the time that I've been talking. So the crew out in the blue boat in lane 5, that is the crew of Naomi Robertson and Madeline Collist, coached by Tim Babbage and Phil Knight. They are currently pushing up into first place over Cambridge. So it is Nelson, followed by Cambridge in lane 8, and then looking back to Tauranga out in lane 3. Close competition though from Mercer in lane 1. So those top 4 boats are all within a touching distance of each other. It is the first 2 crews automatically through to the semi-final in this event. So it'll be the top 2 crews looking to go straight through and not have to go through an extra round of racing. So currently in the lead it is Nelson over Cambridge. So Nelson looking to push a little bit further ahead of Cambridge and push away from the Tauranga and Mercer crews to solidify their spot in the semi-final. They have managed to push away a little bit more from the Cambridge crew with about half a canvas of lead in front of them. But between Tauranga and Cambridge out in lane 8, it is quite close here. Tauranga look to have pushed ahead of Cambridge, and a big push coming from lane 1 from Mercer in the last 250 metres. So Nelson also under a little bit of pressure from the crews from their inside. Now Mercer and lane 1 have brought their rating up, and they're really trying to make the semi-final qualification not go through the extra round of racing with the repechage. Some great pushing here from Mercer's Megan and Sasha, coached by Brett and Leanne Henry. So don't take your eyes off lane 1. Mercer really trying to push up on Nelson. Mercer have taken second place. Cambridge have just dropped back a bit. It is still Nelson, but I think Mercer may have taken them in the last 150 metres. Mercer through to the last 100 now. Tauranga bringing up their rating now. It is between Tauranga, Mercer and Nelson in the first heat of the Women's Club Double Sculls. Mercer in the lead now, Tauranga in second, and Nelson have dropped just behind. So it is very close between these three crews. It does look to be like Mercer in lane 1 though. Mercer with an amazing push in the last 200. Mercer will cross the line first. Tauranga, I think, just in front of Nelson there to take that second spot in the semi-final. And the rest of the crews will need to go through the repechage later in the week to make it through to the semi-final. But some great racing there in the last 300 metres. Mercer just really ramping up the rating and giving it a big push and managing to come through in first place and get straight into that semi-final. So those of you watching on the live stream there see a little bit of a replay. Was the crew down in lane 1 from Mercer. So congratulations, some great racing there from Megan Van Leeuwen and Sasha Robinson from Mercer. They took out heat 1 of the Women's Club Double Sculls. Currently have heat 2 on the course as well. So 7 crews in this heat. In lane 1, Hamilton number 3. Lane 2, Nelson number 2. Lane 3, Mercer number 2. Lane 4, Hawke's Bay number 1. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm number 2. Lane 6, Ashburton number 1. And in lane 7, Auckland number 1. There's a crew from Auckland though in lane 7, Annie Williamson and Rebecca McLaren, coached by Pete Mills. The crew on the outside currently with about nearly clear water over their closest competition, which is just on their inside from Ashburton. That is Rosa Armstrong and Sophie Gibson. So these two boats with very much a clear lead over the rest of the field, but it is quite tight between first and second. Ashburton not taking the pressure off Auckland here, but Auckland still in the lead with about 700 metres to go. So the Auckland crew just looking across that 500 metre mark now, and Ashburton just follow them now. So there's not too much in it between these top 2 crews of the heat 2 of the Women's Club Double Sculls. Annie Williamson and Rebecca McLaren looking to just push away from Ashburton to give themselves a little bit of breathing room, but Rosa and Sophie from Ashburton not taking the pressure off. So there's still, their bow ball is on the stern of the Auckland double. The Auckland double look to just lift their rating now. They're just trying to push away a little bit, but Ashburton still sticking with them. Third place behind them is in lane 3, the crew from Mercer, number 2. But it is a clear water lead on this first and second crews in heat 2 of the Women's Club doubles. So the Auckland Rowing Club double rating 35 coming into the last 250 metres. They've managed to just get clear water over Ashburton here, and they'll be hoping to hold it or extend it to get themselves into that semi-final. But those 2 crews all going well are definitely through, as it is the first 2 crews that qualify for the semi-final, with the rest of the crews going through to the repechage. So some tight racing here from Auckland Rowing Club and Ashburton Rowing Club. But they will both progress through to the semi-finals later this week, with the rest of the crews needing to go through an extra round of racing. So Annie Williamson and Rebecca McLaren through to the last 100 metres now. They've managed to hold that lead over Ashburton and not let them creep up too much. And it will be Auckland Rowing Club with about 3 strokes to go in heat 2 of the Women's Club Double Sculls. They will take it out, make their way to the semi-final, And they will be joined by Rosa Armstrong and Sophie Gibson from Ashburton. Coming across in third place, Ashley Pryor and Caitlin Foote from Mercer Rowing Club, followed by Millie Treader and Holly John from Nelson, as well as Olivia Bissett and Olivia Piebenga from Dunstan Arm. Coming up very quickly behind them is Heat 3 of the Women's Club Double. In Lane 1 is Twizel, Lane 2 Whangarei, number 3 Dunstan Arm, Lane 4 Hamilton number 1, Lane 5 Wellington, Lane 6 Cambridge number 3, and in Lane 7 it is West End Rowing Club. But it is the crew in Lane 1 and Lane 3, that is Twizel and Dunstan Arm, that are currently sitting in that first and second position. Lane 3 from Dunstan Arm, though, that is Ruby Smith and Paige Furry, currently in the lead over their South Island counterparts from Twizel, Sadie Mason and Kiara Thine. So again, first two crews will make it to the semi-final, and these two crews are just entering the last 250 metres now. So we have the crew from Dunstan Arm, they've just gone through, they've got clear water over Twizel, who go through now into the last 250 metres. Following on just behind them, the crew in the middle from Hamilton, that is Aria Armstrong and Rowan Giles, coached by Georgia Allen. They're currently sitting in third place, and they've got some competition from Cambridge number 3 in Lane 6 on the outside. But those two crews look like they will have to go through the repechage, because it will be Dunstan Arm and Twizel straight through in Heat 3 of the Women's Club Double Sculls. So Dunstan through to the last 100 metres, Twizel through now as well. But these two crews with clear water over the rest of the field. Dunstan Arm just pushing out and extending their lead a little bit more over Twizel, solidifying their place in the semi-final later this week. So well done to Ruby Smith and Paige Furry. They will take out Heat 3 of the Women's Club Double, followed on by Sadie Mason and Kiara Thine from Twizel. Those two crews will join Auckland and Ashburton from the previous heat, as well as Mercer and Tauranga from Heat 1 to make up one of the semi-finals. Cambridge is crossing the line now, coached by Norm Charlton and Kaylin Wren. And Whangarei in Lane 2, they look to cross the line now. So we now have the fourth and final heat of the Women's Club Double Sculls. Lane 1, we have Waikato number 1. Lane 2, Ashburton number 2. Lane 3, Cambridge number 2. Lane 4, Waido number 1. Lane 5, Avon number 1. Lane 6, Hamilton 21. And in Lane 7, Whakatane number 1. Looking out there now, though, it looks to be the crew in Lane 2 from Ashburton currently in the lead. That is Isabel Wall and Sienna Skilling. They're under some pressure, though, from Lane 1. Waikato number 1's Lucy Eastwood and Isabel Murray, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. So Ashburton with about half a canvas of a lead, and both of these crews just with clear water over Lane 4 from Waido. That is Hazel Glover and Jessica Bennett. So once again, it is the top two crews through to the semi-final. Bit of a push, though, coming from Waikato, number 1 in lane 1, looking to take over the lead from Ashburton. And I think Waikato have just gotten there. They've just got their bow ball in front of the Ashburton crew with about 500 metres to go. So a good little push there to get Lucy and Isabel from Waikato up into first place. They've extended again, and they've got about a canvas of a lead over Ashburton. Ashburton, though, still sitting in second place and still qualifying for the semi-final at the moment. Waido in lane 4, though, currently sitting in third, being challenged by Whakatane on the outside. That is Poppy May Parks and Holly Hay, coached by Chick Hammond. But Waikato extending out again and have about 3/4 of a boat length on Ashburton. Some great racing in the final 500 metres here from this Waikato club crew. Ashburton's Isabel Wall and Sienna Skilling still holding on in second place, though, and still have clear water over the rest of the field as they approach the 1750 buoy. So Waikato are through now, through to the last 250. They've now got a boat length on Ashburton, so a great last 250, 300 metres from the Waikato crew. They look to push out again. Ashburton looking to still stay at that semi-final qualification spot. And they do look quite safe at the moment as they approach the last 100 metres. Their closest competition is about a boat length of clear water behind them. So it'll be the first two crews through in Heat 4 of the Women's Club Double Sculls. This is the last heat of Women's Club Doubles. Waikato crossing into the last 100 metres now. Ashburton crossing over now. And it'll be these two crews all going well in the last 100 metres that will be the straight into the semi-finals later on this week. So some great work there from Lucy Eastwood and Isabel Murray in lane 1 from Waikato. They will take out the final heat of the Women's Club Double Sculls. And Ashburton's Isabel Wall and Sienna Skilling will join them in that semi-final. We'll see the rest of these crews in the repechage later this week. So that was the last of the club double sculls for this morning, with 6 heats of men's club double sculls and 4 heats of women's club double sculls. We now move into the first heat of the men's senior coxless 4. This event is sponsored by the Aotearoa Boat Company. So they're New Zealand's distributor of Wintec and King Racing, bringing some of the world's top performing rowing products to the New Zealand market. And in heat 2, we have in lane 2, we have Avon number 3, lane 3, North Shore number 3, lane 4, the Waikato Composite number 2 crew, lane 5, Avon number 2, and in lane 6, North Shore number 1. Looking out there, though, it is the Avon crew in lane 5 in the lead, and they come into the last 500 metres. That is Sam Wilson, Cody Johnson, Henry Kirk, and Fred Vavasseur, coached by Dave Lindstrom and Sophie Strawn. So they are currently sitting in first place over their teammates in lane 2, the Avon number 3 crew of Luke Hickling, Ted Main, Charlie Poulter, and Oscar Clatworthy, also coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strawn. So it is the 2 Avon Rowing Club crews out there in the lead. There is some competition down here in the outside lane from North Shore. That is Samuel Shotter, Alex Logan, Callum Booth, and Tig Farrick, coached by Lewis Morrell. But it is Avon with clear water over the North Shore crew. So they're coming into the last 250 metres. This Avon number 2 crew, they're through now. That is Sam, Cody, Henry and Fred. Sam Wilson and Henry Kirk, part of the 2022 under-19 team that competed in Varese in Italy. And then if you look to the Avon number 3 crew in lane 2, that has Charlie Poulter and Oscar Clatworthy, both members of the 2023 under-19 team that raced in Paris last year. So some very experienced racing here, but it is the crew in lane 5 from Avon number 2. They cross over to the last 100 metres just ahead of their teammates in lane 2. These 2 Avon boats will be progressing to the final, as it is the first 2 to automatically qualify for the final here. So congratulations to Avon 2 and Avon number 3. They will take out the first heat of the men's senior coxless fours and automatically go through to the semi. North Shore to the final. North Shore just cross over. They will have to go through the repechage along with Waikato, who follow in behind them, the Waikato Composite, as well as the other North Shore crew in lane 3. So that was heat 1 of the men's senior coxless fours. There's one more heat to come. Again, it is the first 2 crews that go through to the final. The rest of the crews will have to go through the repechage. So those times just through now for heat 1 of the men's senior coxless fours. Avon number 2 crossing over in a time of 6:15.28, followed by the Avon number 3 crew in 6:18.52. So you can see heat 2 coming down the course now with about 700 metres to go. There are 4 crews in this race. Again, first 2 go through the final, 3rd and 4th will have to go through to the repechage. In lane 3, Avon number 1, lane 4, Cure Boating Club number 1, lane 5, North Shore number 2, and lane 6, Waikato number 1. Looking out there now, though, it does look to be the Avon number 1 crew in lane 3. That is Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Sam Woodgate, and Fergus Johnston. All 4 of this crew were part of the under-19 team last year that raced in Paris. All 4 of them were in the under-19 men's 8. So that is the Avon number 1 crew out there in lane 3. They've got clear water over Waikato and Cure Boating Club. Waikato and Cure battling it out for second place, but Waikato with a nose in front of Cure here. This Waikato crew of Dylan McConnell, Ethan Stain, William Milne and Zach Brownlee, coached by Caleb Shepherd. So one of the members of this crew as well, William Milne, he was also part of that under-19 men's 8 that raced in Paris last year. So he has raced with these Avon boys, but is now looking to try and qualify for the final with them. Just behind them is Cure Boating Club, Lewis Mates, George Johnson, Will Rattray and Will McIntosh, coached by Alex Kennedy. They're not out of it yet. They are only just behind Waikato and still have time to try and make the final without going through the repechage. But it is Avon Rowing Club in lane 3. Avon currently in the lead. A little bit of pressure coming from Waikato. Avon with about 3/4 of a boat length of a lead though. Waikato with half a boat length over Cure and trying to solidify their place straight into the final and not go through to the repechage. But it is Avon coming in to the last 100 metres looking quite relaxed here in the closing stages of the second heat of the men's senior coxless 4. And Waikato on the outside can't quite hold on. It will be Avon that will cross over in first place and they will be straight into the final for the men's senior 4s. Waikato Crossover in second place behind them, and Cure Boating Club just before the line. A couple of people stopped there, but they will have to go through the repechage round to try and make the final. So that was the last heat of the men's senior coxless 4, sponsored by Aotearoa Boat Company. We then move into the women's senior coxless 4, where it's just one prelim here. So they're just approaching the 1,000-metre mark. And this event is sponsored by Tensco. So Tensco are a massage gazebo where they specialise in therapy advising and catering for individual needs. So if you go and see them for a small fee, and you can feel for yourself the amazing Tens working for you. Before and after your competition, let the pulses relax your tight muscles, pushing out the lactic acid, leaving you relaxed, ready for your next race. Try it and feel the difference before and after the massage, and know that they care. That is from Wendy and Ken at the Tensco Massage Gazebo. So they are sponsoring the Women's Senior Coxless 4. So this is a preliminary race, but we have all 8 crews racing in here. In lane 1, Avon number 3, lane 2, North Shore number 1, lane 3, Waikato number 1, lane 4, Avon number 2, lane 5, Waikato number 3, lane 6, North Shore number 2, lane 7, Avon number 1, and in lane 8, Waikato number 2. But if you're watching the live stream here, you can see the Avon crew in lane 7. That's Avon number 1, Mania Butler, Hannah Matehaere, Phoebe Collier, and Gemma Burrows. They currently have a clear lead as they approach the 1,500-metre mark. All of these crews will be straight through to the final, but Avon still putting on a dominating performance here in the women's senior coxless 4s. Behind them is another Avon crew in second place, currently Avon number 2. The crew of Holly Lill, Claudia Kinder, Katie Bell, and Alia O'Sullivan. Both these crews coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliff. But the crew in lane 7 from Avon, that is Avon number 1 in the tandem rig, very comfortably in the lead as they approach the 1,500-metre mark. So Avon number 2 follow, as well as Waikato number 1 in lane 3, Waikato number 2 in lane 8, and Avon number 3 in lane 1. But it is Avon number 1 in lane 7, still with the clear lead, as we see Rowing New Zealand in the background of the live stream. That Avon number 1 crew has just extended their lead again, and they've got about a boat length of clear water over their teammates in lane 4. Gemma Burrows stroking there with Phoebe Collier just behind her. They are just pushing through to that last 250 metres now, still with about a boat length of clear water. And they look very comfortable here in the preliminary event of the women's senior coxless 4. So once again, all of these boats will be in the final later this week. Currently they are racing for lanes. So this Avon number 1 crew will look to be in a middle lane here, and they will be next to their teammates by the looks of it. Avon number 2 in lane 4. currently sitting in third place though, Waikato number 1, that is Jenna Lee Markgraf, Tessa White-Parsons, Erin Ticklepenny and Brooke Pitchford, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. They're currently sitting in third place and trying to hold off Avon number 3 in lane 1. So some strong rowing here from Avon Rowing Club, but it will be the Avon number 1 crew in lane 7 who to take out the prelim of the women's senior coxless fours. So well done Avon number 1, they just start to row away. Avon number 2 cross over the line now, and Waikato number 1, they cross over in third place ahead of Avon number 3 in lane 1, who have about half a boat length on Waikato number 2 out in lane 8. Following on behind them, we have the crew from North Shore in lane 2. They're about to finish. That's coached by Mary Kate Campbell and Marin Howarth. So we have another prelim race here, the men's novice coxed 8. So there are 4 crews entered, but only 3 racing. The Waikato crew have opted out of the prelim, but we will still see them in the final later this week. This event is sponsored by Milford. And Milford is an award-winning KiwiSaver provider and one of New Zealand's largest investment management companies, and it is now Rowing New Zealand's official live streaming partner. So thank you to Milford for their support. We've got some great live streaming facilities up here. We've got some great angles and some drones, a lot of cameras set up. It's a big job, so thank you to Milford for their support in making this happen. But going back to the race, the prelim of the men's novice coxed 8 in lane 3, the Oamaru composite of Oamaru and Petone. Lane 4 is Auckland Rowing Club, and in lane 5 is Hawke's Bay. Currently, though, lane 4, it is Auckland Rowing Club currently sitting in the lead. Looks to be a crew from Sacred Heart College in Auckland. This is coached by Mike O'Brien and Terry Dolan. So Auckland Rowing Club currently with clear water over the Oamaru composite in lane 3. All of these boats will be in the final though, as it is just a preliminary race, but Auckland Rowing Club looking to get that middle lane that they are currently in on the finals day as well. So this crew coxed by Ben Baker, they're coming through to the last 250 metres, and they have about a quarter of it, or half a boat length over the Oamaru composite in lane 3. So you can see some Sacred Heart supporters down on the boat ramp watching the crew come down. So it must be the crew from Sacred Heart rowing under the Auckland Rowing Club colours. And they just have about 100 metres to go in the men's novice coxed 8. Some really good rowing here considering it is all of their first year of rowing. So these boys from Sacred Heart College up in Auckland will look to take out the prelim and will race in the middle lane in the final later this week. So well done Auckland Rowing Club. They will cross over in first place. The Oamaru Petone composite in lane 3 will join them, and then the crew from Hawke's Bay not far behind either, coached by Ross Webb and Craig Ballantyne Woolley. They'll be joined by Waikato Rowing Club later in the week for the final, and those will be your 4 crews in the final. We then move to the men's intermediate coxed quadruple sculls. There are 2 heats of this, and this event is sponsored by Top Notch Calves. So heat 1 of the men's intermediate coxed quadruple sculls. In lane 1, the Union Composite. Lane 2, Hawke's Bay number 1. Lane 3, Waikato 11. Lane 4, Bay of Plenty Coast number 1. Lane 5, Avon number 1. Lane 6 is currently empty. It looks like the Canterbury Composite did not start. Lane 7, Waikato number 1. And in lane 8, Hamilton number 1. Looking to the middle though, we see the bright red boat of Avon Rowing Club. In lane 5, that is Jamie Soper, Sam McAfee, Harry Black and Will Colin, coxed by Isabella Hope Murray. They are currently in the lead with a little bit of pressure from Waikato out in lane 7, coached by Ben Tyson. It is the first 2 crews straight through to the A final, with the rest needing to go through the repechage round. So currently it is Avon and Waikato out there in those top 2 positions. Hamilton on the outside though, trying to get up into one of those positions and not have to go through the repechage round, as well as Waikato 11 in lane 3. But it is still Avon as they come through the 1500 metre mark, half a boat length ahead of Waikato. Hamilton crossover now, and Waikato 3 also cross through. Those are your top 4 at the moment. Waikato looking to move up on Hamilton, but the top 2 crews have clear water over both of these boats. Hamilton looking to push up on Waikato on their inside. Avon still with about half a boat length over Waikato. And the Waikato crew also in lane 3, they're looking to push up as well. They're trying to make contact with that boat in second place and push up on Hamilton. They're just catching Hamilton. Hamilton managing to hold them off for a little bit though. Waikato just pushing up a seat on the Avon boat. But it is currently Hamilton still trying to push up. Avon are through to the 1750 mark. Avon in lane 5, that is Isabella Hope Murray coxing that boat, trying to get a crew straight through to the A final. They're currently sitting comfortably in first place and will make their way through to that A final. Waikato on their outside hoping to join them. A little bit of pressure coming from the outside and inside lanes, but I don't know if they'll be caught with about 100 metres to go. So Avon through to the last 100 metres now. Waikato through now, the Waikato number 11 crew in lane 3 and Hamilton crew on the outside in lane 8. Waikato have managed to overtake Hamilton on the inside. They're looking to push up on their teammates, but it will be Avon just under a bit of a challenge there from Waikato. I think Avon did just get it at the end, and Waikato in lane 3 managing to finish just ahead of Hamilton. So good last 100 metres there from all 4 of those crews. Avon, I think, just managing to hold on to that lead. We'll confirm that with the times soon. Bay of Plenty Coast crossing over now, though, just in front of the Union Composite in lane 1. They are followed by Hawke's Bay. There's one more heat of the men's intermediate coxed quadruple sculls before we move into the single sculls. Lane 7, so very close at the end there. Big push from the crew in lane 7, coached by Ben Tyson. We look now to the second heat though. In lane 1, West End number 1, lane 2, Waikato 12, lane 3, Wellington number 1, lane 4, Twizel number 1, lane 5, Star Boating Club number 1, lane 6, Tauranga Boys College number 1, and in lane 7, the North Shore Composite of North Shore and West End. So once again, it is the top 2 crews progressing straight into the A final, with the rest needing to go to the repechage. And it is the crew in lane 6, it looks like. Sorry, lane 5, Star Boating Club number 1, coached by Brooke Walker and Ella Pudney. They're currently in the lead here. Oh no, my mistake, sorry, looking out to lane 7, it is the North Shore Composite. So they're through the 1500 metre mark now. That is the North Shore Composite crossover ahead of West End number 1 in lane 1. So the 2 crews from Auckland out here in the number 1 and 2 spots of heat 2 of the men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. Behind them, Star Boating Club, but they're under a challenge from Twizel on their inside in lane 4. But the North Shore Composite, that is a North Shore and West End composite there, coached by Liam Avery. They're currently sitting in first place with about 3/4 of a boat length over West End number 1 in lane 1. So Star Boating Club still managing to hold off Twizel Rowing Club, but it will just be the first 2 boats to cross the line that'll go straight into that A final. The rest will need to go through the repechage. North Shore Composite cross now. West End have crossed. Star and Twizel follow not too far behind. And then behind them, the crew from Wellington in lane 3. North Shore still going. West End in lane 1, bringing their rating up, giving it a final push. North Shore, though, here in lane 7, currently keeping them at bay. Some big cheers going up from the sideline, a lot of support. North Shore here rating 36. West End out there in lane 1, also rating 36, maybe 36 and a half. They're managing to push up. Will they catch them on the line? Either way, they will still be making the A final, but West End with a final push, trying to come over in first place and take it off North Shore, but North Shore will get there first. North Shore cross, West End cross, Star are over now, Twizel just finish, and Wellington will follow on behind them. So well done, the North Shore Composite crew and West End number 1, both of those crews will be in the A final, with the rest of the crews going through to the repechage. So very close on the line there for the men's intermediate quads. The North Shore West End Composite did cross over first, but only 0.77 of a second ahead of West End in lane 1. So a big push in the final 500 metres there from West End number 1 in lane 1. We now move on to the Women's Premier Singles Heat 1. This event is sponsored by Jones Family Charitable Trust. In lane 2, we have Ashburton number 1, lane 3, Avon number 3, lane 4, West End number 1, lane 5, Auckland number 1, lane 6, Avon number 1, and in lane 7, Hawke's Bay number 1. So for those of you watching the live stream, you'll see the drone is just there on lane 7. That is Emma Twigg out there racing in her Hawke's Bay colours. So Emma Twigg, Olympic rower, looking to make, I believe, is it her 4th or 5th Olympics this year? Coached by Mike Roger out of Rowing New Zealand. She crosses into the 1500 metre mark now. She's got a few boat lengths clear on lane 5. That is Charlotte Spence from Auckland Rowing Club. Charlotte Spence there, coached by Peter Mills. She's currently in 2nd place and has clear water over, it looks like, Ashburton's Veronica Wall in lane 2 and Laura Glenn from Avon in lane 3. So a lot of the New Zealand Summer Squad members in this race, but it is Emma Twigg out there in front, in the lead in the Heat 1 of the Women's Premier Single Sculls. She can see the rest of the field behind her. Currently rating about 32 as she comes into the final 250 metres. Charlotte Spence just bringing her rating up here, putting a bit of a challenge down to Emma Twigg. She's currently rating 34.5, 35 even. And Veronica Wall down here in lane 2, representing Ashburton, also has 2 siblings rowing at this regatta, Jed Wall and Isabel Wall, who have raced earlier this morning. So Veronica just in the lead over Laura Glenn in lane 3 on her outside. But it is Emma Twigg with a couple of boat lengths of clear water who will comfortably take out Heat 1 of the Women's Premier Single Sculls. It is the first 2 boats to the A final, so looking like it will be Charlotte Spence from Auckland Rowing Club that will join her. The rest of the crews will need to go through the repechage round to qualify for the A final. So great to see some international level sculling out here on Lake Karapiro. It will be Emma Twigg who will take out Heat 1 of the Women's Premier Single Sculls. Charlotte Spence, couple of boat lengths behind, but she has clear water over 3rd and 4th. She will join Emma in the A final. And it is Veronica Wall and Laura Glenn down here battling for 3rd place. There's a swan in the way, and it will be very close between the 2. The swan did not get decapitated, but it was very close. And I'm not sure who got it at the end there. It was right on the line, so we will wait for the judges to come through. But the swan is safe, so all is well. We do have Heat 2 of the Women's Premier Single Sculls. This is the final heat of the Women's Prem Singles. They're just approaching the 1500 metre mark now, and there's this event sponsored by the Jones Family Charitable Trust. In lane 1, we have Avon number 2, lane 2, Waikato number 2, lane 3, North Shore number 1, lane 4, Waikato number 1, lane 5, Starboating Club number 1, lane 6, Canterbury number 1, and in lane 7, Canterbury number 3. So watching that live stream now, it is Star Boating Club number 1. That is Jackie Kittle currently in the lead in lane 5. Jackie Kittle out of the women's lightweight double. She is currently about half a canvas ahead of Lucy Spores, Canterbury number 1 in lane 6. Lucy Spores, of course, out of the elite women's double. But Jackie Kittle has about half a boat length on her there in the red and white boat representing Star Boating Club. Lucy Spores looking to hold on there and hold on to that A final position. Going back to lane 1 though, Avon number 2, that is Catherine Glenn. Catherine's sister Laura racing in the heat before in a very tight 3rd or 4th spot. The times have just come through and she was 4th by 0.02 of a second. But it is Jackie Kittle in lane 5 in her Star Boating Club colours, currently winning Heat 2 of the Women's Premier Single Sculls. She's extended her lead there over Lucy Spores and she now just has clear water, but only by a little bit. Lucy just trying to hold up. And Catherine down there in lane 1 with about 3/4 of a boat length to make up to get into that A final qualifying position. The rest of the field after second place will need to go through the repechage round to make it through to the final. But Jackie Kittle very comfortable here with less than 100 metres to go. She's just lengthening out her stroke and she will look to join Emma Twigg in the final of the Women's Premier Single Sculls later this week. Catherine Glenn looking to push up on Lucy Spores, but Jackie Kittle, she crosses the line now. Lucy follows in second. Catherine will have to go through the repechage along with the rest of the field. So that was the 2 heats of the Women's Premier Single Sculls. We now have the Men's Premier Single Sculls. And again, there are 2 heats of this. And then you'll finally get to stop hearing my voice because Kirsty will be back to take over the next round of commentary. And we have Heat 1 of the Men's Premier Single Sculls approaching the 1500 metre mark in lane 2, Cambridge number 1, lane 3, Auckland Grammar number 1, lane 4, Nelson number 1, lane 5, Tauranga number 1, lane 6, Waikato number 1, and in lane 7, Tauranga number 2. Looking to lane 6 though, it is Waikato number 1, Robbie Manson currently in the lead. He's got clear water over his closest competition, which looks to come from Matthew Dunham in lane 2. Matthew Dunham out of the lightweight men's double. Robbie Manson racing the men's double this year as well. So Robbie Manson out in front ahead of Matthew Dunham in lane 2. Matthew just bringing his rating up there. You can see him rating quite high. We go back to the middle, lane 5. That is Jordan Parry from Tauranga. Jordan Parry, the doubles partner of Robbie Manson, named last week. But it will be Robbie Manson crossing over the 1750 mark now. He's got about a boat length of clear water. Matthew Dunham, though, he's not letting him get away with it. He is speeding up here in lane 2, looking to try and crack that number 1 position. Let's see if Robbie can hold him off. It will be the first 2 progressing to the A final, though. So these 2 crews will make it through, both Robbie and Matt. But it makes it for exciting racing all the same. Jordan Parry still currently sitting in 3rd place, ahead of Nelson's Ollie Stevens in lane 4 and James Scott from Tauranga out in lane 7. But last 100 metres to go. Robbie Manson has crossed through And he has brought his rating up and is lengthening out his stroke, trying to push away from Matt Dunham. Matt Dunham not able to catch him in the last 500 metres, but will still make that a final later this week. So Waikato's Robbie Manson crosses the line now. Matthew Dunham, he crosses over now, and Jordan Parry just behind him. So those are your top three. Nelson Rowing Club's Ollie Stevens in lane 4 will cross over ahead of Tauranga's James Scott in lane 7. And following on behind them, Jack Reedy. So both the women's and men's Prem Senior Sculls are sponsored by the Jones Family Charitable Trust. So the trustees, Derek and Judy Jones, have supported our sport for the past 17 years. The Jones' unwavering support for our AIDS program culminated in the magnificent successes in Tokyo. So thank you to the Jones Family Charitable Trust for sponsoring the men's and women's premier singles. So we have the second heat on the course now, about 750 metres out. And in lane 2, we have Waikato number 3, lane 3, Evergreen Boating Club number 1, lane 4, Hawke's Bay number 1, lane 5, Waido number 1, lane 6, Wellington number 1, and in lane 7, Avon number 1. But if you look to the middle there, the black boat, that is the Hawke's Bay rower Tom McIntosh, representing New Zealand in the single sculls later this year. Tom McIntosh currently in the lead over Ben Mason in lane 7 in the Avon Rowing Club colours. So just behind them is the Wellington single sculler Jamie Hindle-Daniels. But it is Tom McIntosh with a very commanding lead over the rest of this field as he crosses through. He has about 350 metres to go. He's got a few boat lengths of clear water over his next closest competition, which is Ben Mason from Avon Rowing Club in lane 7. Tom McIntosh, though, looking quite comfortable, currently rating 30 strokes per minute. You can see the rest of the field behind him, and he is quite comfortably through to the A final. Joining him, it looks like it'll be Ben Mason out in lane 7 if there are no challenges from Jamie Hindle-Daniels from his inside. Ben Mason currently sitting at 31 strokes per minute. But Tom McIntosh has had a very commanding lead this whole race, and he looks to finish strong as he has about 150 metres to go. You can see him just lengthen out there. Still just cruising over at 30 strokes per minute as he approaches the last 100 metres of the race. Ben Mason still comfortably sitting in second place behind him in the Avon Rowing Club colours. And Jamie Hindle-Daniels currently sitting in third and will need to go through the repechage to make the A final later this week, as well as the rest of the field. But it will be Tom McIntosh representing Hawke's Bay Rowing Club, who's really just slowed it down at the end here and cruising over the line in Heat 2 of the men's Premier Single Sculls. Well done to Tom McIntosh. He'll start rowing away, and it'll be Ben Mason in second place. Ben will join Tom, as well as Robbie Manson and Matthew Dunham in the A final later this week. Jamie Hindle-Daniels crosses over now. He will go through the repechage round along with the rest of the field. So heat 1 of the men's Premier Singles Sculls, that was the Waikato crew of Robbie Manson, crossed the line in a time of 6:59.81. And we'll just wait for those times from heat 2 to come through. So a little bit of a break now as we wait for the women's novice fours. They are due to start at 9:58, and looking down the track, they are not currently in the blocks. So there is a little bit of a break now before we get into the next block of racing, and it'll be the women's novice coxed 4. We'll also have a changeover of commentary, and Kirsty Dunhill will be joining you. Thank you very much, Kirsty.
So just a wee break now as we wait for the women's novice coxed 4s to get into the blocks. We've been asked to remind a car off the main spectator embankment to please move. License number is KPA 861, and it looks like a Nissan. So KPA 861, can you please remove your car from the main spectator embankment? Thank you. to go through to the semi-final, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th through to repechage, if there was 8 crews out there. Cambridge have started well, as have Nelson, either side of lane 1 and 6. In lane number 1 is Cambridge. This is a crew either out of Cambridge Rowing Club or Cambridge High School. Lane number 2, Porirua number 2. Lane 3, North Shore number 2. Lane 4, Adamoho Wanganui number 1. Lane 5, Star Boating Club number 1. And lane 6 is Nelson number 1. So 4 will go through to the semi-final, and it looks like it's going to be Cambridge, Nelson, Adamoho Wanganui and Star. Early days, I know, but that's how they are tracking at the moment down to the 500. Waikato number 2 have scratched out in lane 7, so they are not there. So we've got some good work going from Nelson down on the inside here, just down in the foreground in the blue boat with the blue and white oars. So that's Nelson number 1, Frida, Olive, Grace, Lauren and Maddie Taylor. And up going through that 500 there is Cambridge number 1, Sienna, Olive, Felicity, Stella and Jack Charlton is the coxswain, coached by Carl and Alyssa. So Cambridge just pushing out a little bit here on Nelson. Nelson sitting in that 2nd place. Then we go back to Adamoho Wanganui in 3rd. As they head down towards the 1,000 metre mark. Beautiful day here on the lake at the New Zealand Rowing Championships, day number 1. So good rowing here from Cambridge down on the inside in lane number 1. They've extended their lead over Nelson. Nelson have got a handy margin there over Adamoho Wanganui in lane 4. They're sitting in 3rd place. So that's your 1, 2, 3. Looking for one more crew to go through to that semi-final. 1, 2, 3. Good racing there from Porirua and Star, I would say. Trying to, or maybe inside of... Might be.
Battery level is low. Aircraft will return to the home point in 10
Porirua,
seconds.
who have just Porirua having trouble with their steering there. That was my hesitation, watching their steering down there in lane number 2. If they can get that sorted, they might be sitting in that 4th position for the semi-final in the women's novice cox 4. Women's Novice Cox 4 is sponsored by Kaz Design brand Web. So thank you for helping us out with the New Zealand Rowing Championships, and in particular the Women's Novice Cox 4. Kaz, the website branding and marketing agency with cutting-edge and innovative creatives working with businesses throughout the Waikato and beyond. If you'd like to catch up with the Kaz crew, visit www.kaz.co.nz. So it's still the Cambridge ladies down on the inside in lane number 1. They train on this patch of water, and this might be the Cambridge High School team. that you're getting a view of there as they come down towards the 500 metre mark. They are leading heat number 1 of the women's novice cox 4. Second place was Nelson over the far side, and then right in the middle of them in lane 4 is Aramahu Wanganui, who are sitting in third place. We need one more crew to join them into the semi-final spot. It could be Star, with a couple of issues early on from Porirua with their steering. So through the 500 come Cambridge. They'd have about 3 lengths now over Nelson. Nelson have got about 1.5 lengths over Aramahu Wanganui. And then from there we would go back to Star, who would be sitting in that 4th spot. Actually 1, 2, 3, 4. That's Nelson going through. Aramahu Wanganui coming up to the 500. And then we zoom back to, we go to the left there of the screen. And that, I assume, will be Star. Star sitting in that 4th spot, and then we have Porirua and North Shore. So down to the leaders now. That's Cambridge going past Rowing New Zealand, heading down towards the 250. They're not going to get caught, so Sienna, Olive, Felicity, Stella and Jack Charlton is the coxswain, coached by Carl Manson and Alyssa George. This is a great effort from the Cambridge girls and the young male coxing them home. Through the 250 they come, and they are looking very tidy for a women's novice 4. Very tidy indeed. Quite high on the rating there. These girls are pumping it down to the finish. They're not leaving anything to chance as they come down on 35. Second still sitting comfortably with Nelson. Nelson out there in lane number 6, but we're talking good 3 lengths back now as Cambridge come to the 100. They're going to go through the 100 now. Comfortable leaders here of heat number 1, women's novice cox 4. There are 3 heats of this before we move into the women's intermediate double sculls. So well done, Cambridge. An easy win to them here at the New Zealand Nationals heats day of the women's novice 4s. Second place is going to be Nelson out of the South Island, and then we go to Aramahu Wanganui from the north, and, well, North Island, I should say. And then we go back some margin now to Star, and then down on the inside to Porirua and North Shore. That is heat 1 of the women's novice cox 4. So second half of the field coming down towards the 100 of these novice racing. And that is Star that you can see going through the 100 now. Just closest to the camera there on the screen. That is Star Boating Club number 1. Then we have Porirua and North Shore. Those are the 3 crews yet to finish here in heat 1. Heat 2 is in the third 500 of the women's novice cox 4. It's Hamilton 21 in lane 1. They will be back a little bit. Racing well is Hawke's Bay number 1 in lane 2. Also racing well Cambridge 2 in lane 3. Whangarei number 1 and 4. North Shore 1 and 5. Waikato have scratched out of heats of lane 6. And Oamaru are in lane 7. So it looks like Cambridge and Oamaru going well in lane 3 and 7 respectively. Those are the 2 crews looking pretty good. And then we need another 2 to join them in the semis. And it would be Hawke's Bay and North Shore number 1. So that's the lineup for the women's novice 4 heat 2. And at the moment it is that crew in lane on the far side in lane 7. Oamaru from down Otago way. They are travelling well. That's Marae, Hannah, Bridget, Hannah and Henry Robinson, coached by Ivan Doherty. So Oamaru going well in lane 7. Then we come back to Cambridge in lane 3. They'd be sitting in second place, probably a length and a half, length and 3/4 behind Oamaru. So well done to the Oamaru girls. Then we go back to Cambridge, and then we go inside of Cambridge to Hawke's Bay. They'd be sitting in third. And then we go to, would that be North Shore? That would be North Shore sitting in fourth. So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4 as they come down to the 100. It's Oamaru in lane 7. They are leading heat number 2 of the women's novice cox 4. We have the official result of heat number 1. Cambridge came home in a time of 7:57. 7:57. So let's see what Oamaru come through in, because they'd have a good 2.5 lengths now clear of Cambridge. Cambridge would have a length and 3/4, nearly 2 lengths now over Hawke's Bay, and then Hawke's Bay a similar margin over North Shore in fourth, and then we would go back to Whangarei in lane 4 and down on the inside to Hamilton. Just waiting there for Hamilton to come down to the line, and that's the Whangarei crew crossing now. And then just behind them in lane number 1 is Hamilton 21. Heat number 3 of the women's novice cox 4 in the third 500. Just double check that no one has scratched out of that. We've got Hawke's Bay number 2 in lane 1. Oamaru number 2 in lane 2, Whangarei number 2 in lane 3, Petone number 1 in lane 4, Waikato number 1 in 5, Porirua number 1 in 6, and Avon 1 in 7. This is the women's novice cox 4, heat number 3. And once again, we're looking for the top 4 to go through the semi-final. We go straight over to the outside. That'd be Avon number 1, Rachel, Izzy, Madison, Bridget, and Annabelle Wynne Williams, the coxswain, coached by Sophie Jackson. So that would be Avon number 1 on the outside in lane 7. They are tracking well over lane number 4, Petone, I believe. I'll just double check that that is, yes it is, that's Petone there. And then just over Petone's left-hand shoulder is Waikato number 1. So that's the Avon number 1 crew coming down to the 500 now. About to go through now. So that's Avon in first place. That's their number 1 crew out in lane number 7. Then we come back into Petone, Ava, Lottie, Georgia, Annie, and George D. They're going to go through in second place. Just outside of them is Waikato number 1 in lane 5. Shian, Maya, Chloe, Georgia, and George McIntosh. They'd be sitting in third. And then on the inside, Oamaru number 2. And that is Indig, Kaylee, Emily, Tessa, and Peyton Dixon coxing them home in lane 2. So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4 in the women's novice cox 4. And this is heat number 3. So heat number 1, as mentioned earlier, first home was Cambridge in 7:57. Heat number 2, we're just waiting for the official result. And it is significantly slower than heat number 1, but we'll wait for that time to come up. So good work here from Avon as novices, swinging beautifully there as they come down inside the last 500, close to the 250 to go. And they've got a clear water advantage here over Petone, who are rattling home to try and hold off Waikato and Oamaru number 2. So it's Avon on the outside, their number 1 crew, swinging nicely for novices. Standard rigging there. So it's Avon in the lead in the red and white with the red boat. Second place still sitting with Petone. Third place, we've got Waikato, and battling it out with them is Oamaru number 2. So Avon number 1 inside the 100. Petone about to go through now. So that's a good almost 2 lengths there to Avon number 1. Petone will come through for second. And then we've got this race on our hands for third place between Oamaru number 2 and Waikato. So well done, Avon number 1. Tidy rowing there for novices. Congratulations. Through to that semi-final comfortably. Going with you will be Petone. And then it looks like Waikato might hold off Oamaru 2, but we're going to get to the line to check that. Oh, Oamaru fighting hard here. It's pretty close on the line. Whoa, but they're both going to go through. And then behind them comes Whangarei number 2, and then over to Porirua number 1. Right, that rounds out the women's novice cox 4, and we better fly down to the 500 because it's the women's intermediate double sculls heat 1, and they're all on their way into that last 500, so we better hurry up and get out onto the course for them. We've got Star in lane number 1, Canterbury in lane number 2, Avon 2 in lane 3, Tauranga number 1 and 4, Hamilton 21 and 5, Cambridge 1 and 6, Whakatane number 1 and 7, and Whangarei number 2 and 8. We're looking for 2 to go through the semi-final. This is heat number 1 of the women's intermediate double sculls, and it looks pretty close here. Looks like Cambridge is battling it out for the lead with Tauranga, I would say. So Tauranga number 1, Ruby Church and Sarah Laban Tendam, and the Cambridge crew of Bronnie Fraser and Ashley Quirk. Those are the 2 crews looking pretty good here. Oh, it looks like Tauranga might have just jumped into the lead there. So Cambridge have found themselves in second place. 2 to go through. So it's Tauranga with a bit more urgency as they come down towards the 100. They've pushed their nose out in front now of Cambridge. And Cambridge are sitting in second place, but they're going to have to watch the sprint on the inside from Avon down in lane number 3 are desperate to get themselves into that semi-final. All they might be doing, oh no, Cambridge are holding on. It's super close here. Cambridge holding on as they come to the line. And I think Cambridge might just do it, only by about half a canvas as they come down. It's still Tauranga. This is super close in the intermediate double. Who's going to get second? Just watching them on the line here as they come down. It's still Tauranga. They're going to take the win, and then second place into the semi. Oh, I think Avon might have done it. They might have just got Cambridge. Oh, Cambridge dying in that last 500 there, but I think Avon might have come through, and that would be Francesca and Courtney, the number 2 crew in lane 3. So heat number 2 of the women's intermediate double sculls is through the, they are into that third 500, and heat number 2 has got North Shore number 2 in lane 1, Rotorua number 1 in lane 2, Petone 3 in lane 3, Whangarei number 4 in lane 4, Waikato 1 and 5, Hawke's Bay 1 and 6, and Whangarei number 1 and 7. Heat 2 of the women's inter double sculls. And the sponsor of this event is Kaz Design, brand web. Thank you, Kaz Design. We appreciate your sponsorship of this event, the Women's Intermediate Double Sculls. We are looking for 2 to go through to the semi-final as per heat number 1. And Rotorua travelling well. Ella Mae McElroy and Grace Huck, they are travelling well down there in lane number 2. From there, we will go to the far side. That might be Georgia Candy and Grace Lazenby from Whangarei number 1 in lane 7. They are also going, actually, have they got them? Oh, that's a tricky line, isn't it? So Rotorua are actually in second place, would you believe? I thought they were leading this, but it is indeed Whangarei. Sorry, Chris and Stuart, Whangarei have got this. And then we come back to the yellow boat in the middle, and that would be Waikato's Edie and Martha. And then inside of them is Whangarei number 4, Tana and Anna. So good work here on the outside from Whangarei number 1, 2 to go through the semi-final. So in the Inti double heat number 1, we can confirm that Tauranga, Church, Laban, Tendam won it in 8 minutes 76, 8:00.76. And then second place confirmed was Avon number 2 by 0.51 of a second over Cambridge. So heat number 2 has Whangarei in lane number 7. They'd have just on a length clear as they come to the 250. So good work from Georgia Candy and Grace Lazenby from Whangarei. Then we come down inside to Rotorua number 1, Ella May McElroy and Grace Hark. They are in second place. Then third place is in the middle, and that would be the ladies from Waikato. So Waikato number 1, Edie Crouchley and Martha DeLong are in lane number 5. They're sitting in third place. So 2 to go through to the semi-final. So at the moment, Whangarei number 1 and Rotorua number 1 are very, very comfortable here as they head down towards a semi-final position. Down inside the 100 comes Whangarei. Coming up to the 100 now, Rotorua are also through. Now we've got Waikato through now and Whangarei through now. So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4. As they come to the line, well done Whangarei number 1, you will go through to the semi-final, as will Rotorua down in lane number 2. Great finish there from Waikato and Whangarei as they come to the line. From there, those two crews crossing over. Then we go out to lane number 6. And that would be Hawke's Bay. Then down on the inside we've got North Shore. And then out to Petone number 3. Out to heat number 3 of the women's intermediate double sculls. Through the 1,000 they've come, and we have Hamilton number 1 in lane 1. They're travelling well. Ella Cloak and Mahaidi Rademaker. North Shore number 1, Tamsin McCasey and Alicia Stratful. Lane 3 is Avon number 1, Katie Mitchell and Alexandra Hope Park. Lane 4, Tiawamutu number 1, Casey Lee Baker and Azarina Johnson. Lane 5, Petone number 2, Emma McRobbie and Sophie Martin. Lane 6, Wellington 1, Alice Irving and Kate Edwards. And lane 7, Dunstan Arm number 2, Poppy Tuffin and Phoebe Herricks. So great racing here in heat number 3 of the women's Inti double sculls, and you can see the crew out there from Tiawamutu, Casey Lee Baker and Azarina Johnson, coached by Ayla Mexted. They are going very well indeed. And then right down on the inside will be Hamilton's Ella Mahaidi, coached by Georgia Allen. So there's 4 heats of the women's intermediate double sculls before we move into the men's club coxless 4. And then behind that, the men's senior double. So well done, Tiawamutu. That's them in the yellow boat on the screen in front of you with the maroon and yellow colours as they come down towards Rome, New Zealand in the background. They've got a lane 4 on their bow, and that is Tiawamutu sculling well for intermediates. And they would have clear water, a length and a quarter now over the crew inside of them, which looks to be Hamilton. Hamilton number 1, Ella and Mahaidi. So good work here from Te Awamutu. Lovely to see them going through in first place at this stage to the semi-final of the women's intermediate double sculls. Then we go down to North Shore. North Shore would be sitting in that third position. And then right over on the outside would be Dunstan Arm number 2. They'd be sitting in fourth. So Te Awamutu with 130 metres left to travel here. And they've gone out to a length and a half now over Hamilton. Hamilton would have a similar margin over North Shore, and North Shore about 2 to 3 boat lengths over Dunstan number 2. Lovely length forward, Te Awamutu, really relaxed as they come up onto the feet. So great sculling here from these two young ladies. Well done, Casey and Azarina. And then back to Hamilton in second, Ella and Mahairi. And then into North Shore for third, Tamsin and Alicia. Just waiting for these last few crews to cross in heat 3 of the women's Inti double, and we have lane number 6 Wellington coming down, also Avon number 1, and then back to Petone number 2. Back up in the third 500 is heat 4, and the last heat of the women's intermediate double sculls. We have Whakatane number 2 in lane 1, Gillian Peterson and Debbie Rowe. Lane number 2 is Te Awamutu number 2, Ella de Malmanche and Isla Joyce. Lane 3, West End number 1, Isabel Lloyd and Milan Tainakori. Lane 4, Dunstan Arm number 1, Kate Spriggs and Bella Breen. Lane 5, Whangarei number 3, Lola Eilering and Alice Henderson Biss. Lane 6 is Petone number 1, Grace Broom and Josie Proctor. Lane 7, Rotorua number 2, Cara Moody and Frances Hazeldine. That is heat number 4 of the women's intermediate double sculls. Let's have a look. That's Dunstan on the far right of your picture, Kate and Bella, coached by Simon Smith. Just inside of them is Isabella Milan from West End Rowing Club. So that's your 1-2 through the 500. So it's Dunstan Arm number 1 over West End. And then over the far side, is Rotorua, Cara and Francis. That's Whangarei that you're seeing there. So it's Dunstan Arm, number 1, Kate Spriggs and Bella Breen, coached by Simon Smith. They have got just over a length now on West End's Isabel Lloyd and Milan Tainakori, coached by Nick Dorr and Tanya Doniani. There's a close-up look of the Dunstan crew with the yellow bucket hat, easy to spot for us commentators, which we enjoy. And Dunstan Arm number 1 have lane 4 on their bow as they come to the 250. There's the 250 buoy just up there. The big square up at the top of the screen. Through the 250 they go, and they've just got 3/4 of a length to a length on West End Rowing Club, who don't want to let them go. But Dunstan Arm looking really good here, as are West End, for a semi-final position in heat number 4 of the women's Inti double sculls. Then we go over the far side, Rotorua number 2, they will end up in third place. Then we come back down to Whangarei number 3, they will end up in fourth. And then down on the inside to Whakatane number 2 and Te Awamutu number 2. Dunstan now inside that 100, as are West End. Rotorua coming through the 100 now. So Dunstan have gone to clear water now. They've probably got about 4 more strokes to travel, and they will cross in first place. They'll go straight into that semi-final, and joining them will be the ladies from West End in lane 3. So we move to the men's club coxless 4 now. We have Tensco as our sponsor for this event. Try it and feel the difference before and after a massage. Know that we care. Greetings from Wendy and Ken at the Tensco Massage Gazebo. We specialise in TENS therapy, advising and catering for individual needs. Come and see us, and for a small fee, feel for yourself the amazing TENS working for you. Before and after your competition, let the pulses relax those tight muscles, pushing out the lactic acid, leaving you relaxed and ready for your next race. So go and visit them when you can. If you've got a break, I'm sure you will find it worthwhile. Men's Club Coxless 4, we're looking for top 2 into the A final. Lane number 1 is Auckland 1. Lane 2 is Cure Boating Club 1. I beg your pardon. Lane 2 is Auckland 1. Lane 3 is Cure. Lane 4 is Waikato 1. Lane 5, West End 1. Lane 6, Hamilton 1. And lane 7 is Wellington 1. Oh, geez, good race here. This is great. Coming down in the Men's Club 4. 2 to go directly into the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 through to repecharge. I'll be interested to see what the camera shows here because there's some tight racing. Probably only West End and Waikato might be out of it. But the 2 on the outside, Hamilton, Wellington, and down on the inside, Auckland, travelling well. This is heat number 1 of the Men's Club Coxless 4. And then from there we go into the men's senior doubles. So 2 to go into the A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 to repecharge. Let's see how this pans out. Who's that on the far side? That's Wellington's Tom, Lachlan, Max and Finn, coached by Matthew Hall. Down on the inside, Auckland, Freddie, Nathan, Thaddeus, Callan, coached by Peter Mills. This is the Men's Club Coxless 4, Heat 1, progression, top 2 to A final, 3, 4, 5 and 6 through to repecharge. Jeepers, it's close. It's Wellington and Auckland. They are super tight together, these two crews. Basically bell ball and bell ball going through. Maybe Wellington just starting to push through now as they come to the 250. It's a tandem rig boat on the stroke side for the Wellington crew, bow side stroked. As they come down, Tom Bone, Lachlan Rose, Max Newton and Finn Pether's boat. They have gone out to a quarter of a length over Auckland. Auckland look like they're tandem rigged as well on the bow side this time, not the stroke side. And Auckland trying to push up, but the length just quite strong there in that Wellington boat. Auckland have taken their rating up and trying to go with them as Cure in the purple boat. Down we come towards the finish, and it's Wellington. Wellington out there in lane number 7. They're holding on, but Auckland are desperate to try and overtake them. Watching them as they come to the line, it's Auckland and Wellington. 2 will go through to the A final. They'll both go through, but it's super tight on the line. Oh, I think Wellington have done it. They've only just done it. It'd be just over a bell ball to Wellington, back to Auckland, back to Cure in third. That was great racing there in Heat 1 of the Men's Club 4. Heat number 2, same progression. Top 2 through to the A final. 3, 4, 5 and 6 into repecharge. And we should be looking for lane number 2 is Avon 1. Lane 3 is St George's 1. Lane 4 is Star number 1. Lane 5, North Shore number 1. Lane 6, Waikato number 2. And lane 7, Omaru number 1. That's the lineup for Heat number 2 of the Men's Club 4. Race number 41 already on day 1 of the New Zealand Rowing Championships. Okay, let's see how these men are doing. I would suspect Avon 1 might be travelling well down in lane number 2. Jacob Lorcan, Will Sampson, Lawrence Birch, Charles Beale, coached by Dave Lindstrom and Sophie Strawn. Ooh, come out to lane 4, North Shore. North Shore travelling well. Thomas Klingon, James Brake, James Mitchell, Jaden Tabani Ivy, coached by Liam Avery. So North Shore holding on here. This is close. So it's North Shore over Avon in the red boat down there in lane number 2. So it's North Shore over Avon. It's only half a length. And then we go to Waikato number 2, back to St George's and out to Omaru. They're in that third 500, coming down to Flynn Cove. Geez, Avon's chasing hard. North Shore getting caught here by Avon. It's pretty close. North Shore still holding on, but it'll be well under a canvas, maybe a quarter of a canvas. Avon keeping that length, keeping that composure. North Shore have shortened up a little bit, and I think Avon are just waiting to strike. It's whether they want to get that win or whether they're happy to keep that top two into the final. But these two are clear water ahead now of Waikato number 2 and St. George's number 1. Inside the last 500 we go. And I reckon North Shore might have them, Avon might have them now. Avon might have the reverse effect here of just over a quarter of a canvas. North Shore are fighting, but the rating's quite short and sharp, whereas Avon a little bit longer through the water as they try and push through, and they've definitely gone into the lead. I think Avon have taken that lead off North Shore. Down we come past Rowing New Zealand, and it's going to be Avon in first place. Jacob, Will, Lawrence and Charles, coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strawn. Then we go back to North Shore, Thomas, James and Jaden, coached by Liam Avery. Just a little bit shorter through the water, a little bit higher on that rating. Boat just not running on through that last 250. So it's going to be Avon. Avon have pushed themselves clear now of North Shore, and they've probably gone out to 3/4 of a length now with that boat run as they come down towards maybe 140, 150 to go. So it's going to be Avon Rowing Club take out the win here in Heat 2 of the Men's Club 4, and then we go into the men's senior double sculls. So well done, nice move there, Avon, as they came through. Probably 400 to go. They kept it nice and long, really got out onto the feet, round to that pin, and just a really nice send into the finish. So good work from Avon there. They're going to hold on to that win, and North Shore will also go through to the A final. From these two crews, we go back to Waikato. We've got Oamaru, and down on the inside is lane number 3, that's St. George's, and then back to Star. Right, we change to the men's senior double sculls now. This is sponsored by SL Racing. So thank you, Simon and Hamish, for sponsoring the men's senior double sculls. They don't believe in second best when it comes to customer service. Their care continues well past purchase. At SL Racing, they work closely with you to design and build the perfect race boat solution. Men's senior double, Heat 1, Cure in lane 1, Aramaho Wanganui number 1 in lane 2, Tauranga Rowing Club number 1 and 3, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club number 2 and 4, Auckland number 2 and 5, Dunstan Arm number 1 and 6, Star Boating Club number 1 and 7, and Evergreen Boating Club number 1 in 8. This is men's senior double. Oh, we've got a good race on our hands here. This is going to be great. Let's see how this pans out. Holy moly. So it looks like Marley and Henry, Dunstan Arm number 1 in lane 6, looking good here. Marley King Smith and Henry Clapworthy, coached by Simon Smith. Then we've got Dunstan Arm 2, Matthew King and Hamish Yeatman from lane number 4, coached by Simon Smith as well. And then that might be the Auckland, is that Auckland? Or inside of them it's Tauranga, Luke Berquist and James Hollard, coached by Simon Aubrey. That's your 1, 2, 3. So it's definitely Dunstan Arm number 1. It's Marley King Smith and Henry Clapworthy. They'd only have about half a length. And then you've got this Tauranga crew. Tauranga just a fraction ahead of Dunstan Arm number 2. So Luke Berquist and James Hollard working hard to hold off Matthew King and Hamish Yeatman as they come down to the 500. Dunstan Arm number 1 holding the lead. So it's Marley and Henry going through. Oh, here comes Tauranga. Oh, it is still Dunstan Arm number 1, but Tauranga are pushing right up on Dunstan number 1. And then now Dunstan number 2 are sitting in 3rd place. So the big movers are Tauranga number 1, Luke Berquist and James Hollard. Dunstan number 1 just moving again now. They've just gone out to another quarter of a length just through that last 10-15 strokes. They saw that challenge from Tauranga and they're trying to hang on here. So good work from Henry and Marley as they hold off the challenge from Luke Berquist and James Hollard in lane number 3. So 2 to go through to the A final. Dunstan Arm number 2 sitting there in 3rd place, probably half a length off these two, so certainly not out of the picture and probably slightly unlucky to be missing out on the final if they're that close. But Dunstan Arm number 2 trying to work their way back through Tauranga. Through the 250 we go. It's Dunstan 1, Tauranga 1 and Dunstan 2 as they come down towards the finish. Let's see how this pans out. Who's going to take the win here? This is a great finish in the men's senior double heat number 1. Oh, it's still Dunstan just over Tauranga. Dunstan 1, Dunstan number 2 desperate to get through Tauranga and get into that final. They just caught a dirty stroke, number 2 on the stroke side. So that might just hinder their chances against Tauranga as we come down to the line, and it will be Dunstan number 1. They're going to hold on here. Marley Kingsmith and Henry Clapworthy will take the win. Oh, it's going to be right on the line, right on the line, right on the line. Woo! Oh my goodness, that was super tight on the line there. That was bell ball for bell ball on the swing. Might have been Tauranga, but we'll just wait to see how that comes through. Then we come back down on the inside. We've got Cure, Aramaho Wanganui, but on the outside, Star, Maxim and Ari Magasiva. Great racing there in heat number 1. We'll just wait for the official result of that to come through. Heat number 2 is on the screen now. We have Wairau number 1 in lane 1, Waikato Rowing Club number 2 in lane 2, Hamilton Rowing Club 1 and 3, Auckland Rowing Club 1 and 4, Nelson Rowing Club 1 and 5, Waikato Rowing Club 1 and 6, Tauranga number 2 and 7, and Canterbury 1 and 8. Let's just see if someone's scratched out of that. Oh, they have. Waikato number 2 are not there. Sorry. Did not realise that. So it might be Jack Clark and Justin Smythe, both out of the men's junior quad last year for New Zealand. One would expect them to be going quite well. So it's Jack and Justin, and then just outside of them is Jack McDonald and Ryan Gass. Right over on the outside there, that might be, is that Canterbury, James Martin and Angus Cool. Just looking for heat number 1. Here we go. So it's Dunstan Arm and Tauranga 1. Those are the two that have gone through. So we've got a race on our hands here. We've got 3 crews that are fighting to get into that A final directly. The leaders are currently Hamilton's Jack Clark and Justin Smythe, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. Half a length down on them is Auckland's Jack McDonald and Ryan Gass, coached by Peter Mills. And then hot on their tails right out on lane number 8 is the Canterbury boys, James Martin and Angus Cool, coached by Josh Schmidt. So down we come towards the 250, and it's only a quarter of a length now. Auckland clawing Hamilton back in. Hamilton still got the lead. Auckland sitting in 2nd. Canterbury now back in 3rd. And then right down to Wairau in 4th. Oh, Auckland taking it to Hamilton here. This is a great race from Ryan and Jack. This would be quite an achievement if they can push through these two New Zealand juniors, ex-juniors from last season. And Auckland are pushing hard. Tauranga trying to, Canterbury trying to climb up on the outside. Oh, let's watch this finish as they come to the line. Auckland are trying to hold on. They've gone through the boys from Hamilton. Hamilton trying to hold on as Canterbury. Why do I keep saying Tauranga? Canterbury try and close the gap. It's super close here as we come down to the line. Canterbury with some boat speed on the outside, but they are still in third place. So it's Auckland, Hamilton, Canterbury. Down to the line we come. Two will go through. Great race from the Auckland boys. Watching for second. Auckland through now. Whoa! Holy moly. Who got that? Second place. Well, yeah. I know who got fourth. It was Wairau because they were about to go through now. But jeepers creepers was that close. Auckland won it. That was a great finish from the Auckland lads. Dunstan threw in a time of 6:51 in heat 1. But boy, oh boy, was that close for second. Who went through with them? We've got the women's senior double coming up now, but I'm very keen to see the end of this. Oh man, that was a great finish. So just while we wait for that result, we'll go to heat number 1 of the women's senior double sculls. First 4 to go through to semi-final. We've got Hamilton number 1 in lane 1, Canterbury 1 in 2, Avon Rowing Club in 3, Wanganui Collegiate Rowing Club in 4, Aramaho Wanganui number 2 in 5, Dunstan Arm Rowing Club number 1 in 6, and Waikato number 2 in 7. Looks like Elsie Talbot and Freddie Todhunter out there in lane number 6. That's Dunstan Arm number 1 with the yellow bucket hats. Beautiful course there, right in the middle of the lanes. Still waiting for that official result of the previous heat in the men's senior double. What a cracker that was. Oh, it's come through. So Hamilton did get through. So it's Auckland and Hamilton that have gone through by 0.05. Boy, can count themselves lucky there. Okay, so Elsie and Freddie are out in front in Dunstan Arms boat, a length and a half clear of Waikato number 2, Simone Slipper and Anna Gallagher. Then we go back to Avon number 1, Tori Cox and Tyler Stewart. And then right down on the inside, Amy Robson and Rowan Giles from Hamilton. And then Aotearoa Wanganui, Messina Sua and Robin van Dyke. So it's Dunstan Arm, looking good here as they head down towards the 500. Flynn Cove in the background. We are looking for 4 to join them into the semi-final. So through the 500 they come. It's Dunstan number 1, Elsie and Freddie, coached by Simon Smith. Then we go out to Waikato number 2, that's Simone Slipper and Anna Gallagher, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. They'll be sitting in second. Then we come back down on the inside. We've got Avon number 1 and Hamilton number 1 and Aotearoa Wanganui number 2. So we're looking for 4 to go through the semi-final. 5th, 6th and 7th will go through to repechage. This is the women's senior double. And this event is sponsored by SL Racing as well. So thank you to Simon and Hamish for sponsoring the women's senior double. So nearly 2 lengths here to Freddie and Elsie as they come down with about 180 left to travel. Then we go to Waikato still in second. Third place looks like it might be Hamilton now. Hamilton have overtaken the Avon crew, so they've gone into third. And I would say Avon at this stage will stay in fourth as we come down to the line with Aramaho Wanganui sitting in fifth. So down comes Dunstan to the 100. They're going to go through now. Then we come out to Waikato number 2 in lane 7. They're through the 100 now. Then we come down to lane number 1, which is Hamilton, and then back to Avon in fourth. So great racing here in the women's senior double sculls, heat number 1. And Dunstan will take it out. They will be the winners of heat 1 in the women's senior double. Then we go back to Waikato, back into Hamilton, and over to Avon for fourth. All right, heat number 2, the women's senior double sculls are in they're through the 1K. We have, I'll just double check that no one has pulled out of that. We have lane number 2, Aramaho Wanganui number 1, Madeline Cox and Mila Graham. Lane 3, North Shore number 2, Sophie Strang and Cassidy Luff. Lane 4, Dunstan Arm number 2, Olivia Key and Stina Stephan. Lane 5, Avon number 2, Beth Dunbar and Eliza Roxburgh Judd. Lane 6 is Clifton number 1, Jessie Pulford and Madison Neal. In lane 7, Dunstan Arm number 3, Millie Scott and Bridget Sutton. So this is heat 2 of the women's senior double sculls. Are in the third 500, and we're looking for 4 to go through to the semi-final, 5th, 6th and 7th into repechage. So it looks like it's out in the middle of the course there. Might be Dunstan number 2, Olivia Key and Stina Stephan. They're travelling well. 2 over from them is Jessie and Madison from Clifton. Then outside of them is Millie and Bridget from Dunstan. And then probably into Beth and Eliza from Avon number 2. Or Madeline and Mila from Aramaho Wanganui. So there's the Dunstan number 2 crew, Olivia and Stina in lane at number 4. They've got a length and a half now over Clifton's Jessie and Madison as they come through the 500. So it's Dunstan Arm number 2, Clifton, and then Dunstan Arm number 3. And then it's a race between Aramaho Wanganui and Avon for that 4th spot. Rowing New Zealand in the background there as Olivia Key and Stina Stephan, coached by Simon Smith, come down towards the 250. They won't know that Elsie Talbot and Freddie Todhunter have also won heat number 1 for Dunstan Arm. So a good back-to-back race here in the women's senior double for Dunstan Arm Rowing Club. Through the 250, Dunstan, Clifton, and still waiting for, looks like it might be Aramaho Wanganui, Messina and, Madeline and Mila. Madeline and Mila, Messina raced in the previous race. So down they come. Dunstan still with Clearwater, a length and a quarter here over Clifton 1. So Dunstan number 2, Olivia Key and Stina Stephan over Jessie Pulford and Madison Neal from Clifton. That's your 1-2. Then we're looking for 3-4 into the semi-final as well. So Dunstan Arm number 3, Millie Scott and Bridget Sutton. They'll go through. Then it's going to be between Avon and Aramaho Wanganui number 1. So good work here, Olivia and Stina. They're going to cross first. Second will be Clifton by half a length. Then we go back to Dunstan Arm number 3. Who's going to get 4th spot? It's going to be close. Is it going to be Avon? Oh, I think Avon's done it. Avon did it. Then we got North Shore number 2 coming through, Sophie Strang and Cassidy Love. We go back to heat number 3 of the women's senior double scull. Racing right now. We have got North End in lane 2, travelling well. That's Maddie Cockburn and Harriet Thompson. Lane 3, Star Boating Club number 1, Kate Barham and Ava Johnston. Lane 4, Waikato number 1, Emily Gordon and Charlize Tupbury. Lane 5, North Shore number 1, Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles. Lane 6, Hauraki Plains number 1, Rebecca Adams, Olivia Adams. Lane 7, North Shore number 3, Emily Markle and Caitlin Nord. That is the women's senior double heat number 3. Down they come, and it looks like the Waikato ladies in 4, Emily Gordon and Charlize Tupbury, coached by Meg Glenn and Anna DeLong. They've got about 2.5, 3 lengths now over North End. North End just ahead of North Shore. So we're looking for 4 to go through. So it's going to be Waikato's Emily and Charlize. Then we've got North End's Maddie and Harriet down there in lane number 2. So Charlize and Emily are through now. We've got the lane 4 on their bow in the yellow boat. Waikato Rowing Club, that's their training base just in the background there with the green roof. That's North End out of Dunedin in second place. That's Maddie Cockburn and Harriet Thompson, coached by Dave Hannum. Then we go to North Shore Rowing Club, Sky Lang and Annabelle Knowles, coached by Ella Campbell and Maren Howarth. And maybe Hauraki Plains. They might be sitting in 4th, Rebecca and Olivia Adams. So Waikato down through the 250 now. They'd have at least 2 lengths over North End. North End have now pushed themselves to Clearwater over... No, they haven't. Just overlap there with North Shore. So 3/4 of a length, and then back to Clearwater to Hauraki Plains sitting in 4th. So that's heat 3 of the women's senior double. And we've got an 8 on the water next. This will be exciting. The women's club coxed 8. Looking forward to that. Through the 100 we go. It's Waikato. Back down to North End. Out to North Shore, out to Hauraki Plains. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we've got Star. And over the far side in lane 7, North Shore number 3, Emily and Caitlin. Oh, wow. Okay, women's club coxed 8. This event sponsored by Aon. Aon proudly local and proudly supporting rowing New Zealand, from schoolyards to stadiums, local towns to local lakes. Aon's long been associated with helping New Zealanders achieve their sporting potential, from Kerikeri to Invercargill. They're in over 70 communities around Aotearoa, New Zealand, and they're ready to assist you with your insurance needs. Heat number 1 of the Women's Club Coxed 8. 2 to go directly to a final. Lane number 2 is a Petone composite with Star Boating Club. Lane number 3 is Hawke's Bay Rowing Club number 1. Lane 4, Avon Rowing Club 1. Lane 5, Auckland Rowing Club 1. Lane 6, Dunstan Arm composite with Canterbury number 2. And lane 7 is Waikato number 1. Looks like Avon. So Sam, Grace, Julia, Emma, Claire, Katie, Saskia, Emily, Isabella Hope Murray, coached by Leon and Tim. So it's Avon with a length and a half here over Auckland. 2 to go to the A final. So I'd say it's Avon and Auckland at the moment. Then we would come back down to Hawke's Bay and then out to Waikato. So Avon coming down past rowing New Zealand now. Is that a tandem rig? Another tandem rig 8. Seen a few of those. So that is a bow side stroke tandem rig boat out of Avon, rowing beautifully there. And they are coxed by Isabella Hope Murray. Avon are looking very comfortable here as they come through the 250 in the Women's Club 8. Top 2 to A final. That is Avon in the red and white with a tandem rig boat. Back to the white skiff of Auckland with the red and black colours. They're sitting in second, but they're a good 2 lengths back now on Avon number 1. But Auckland looking good to go to the A final as well. Third place would be down to Hawke's Bay. Then we go out to Waikato, back into Dunstan Arm Composite with Canterbury, and back to Petone Composite with Star. Pretty comfortable win there for Avon as they come to the line. A couple more strokes to go for them. They'll take a good 2 lengths over Auckland Rowing Club, who will also go directly into the A final. Just got Hawke's Bay and Waikato coming to the line now. And then behind them is lane number 6. That's the Dunstan Composite with Canterbury and the Petone Composite with Star. Heat number 2 of the Women's Club 8 through the 1K. We have Cambridge number 1 out of St. Peter's in lane 2. Hamilton 21 in lane 3. Nelson Composite with Wairau in lane 4. Waikato number 2 in lane 5. And Dunstan Arm number 1 in 6. So 2 to go into the A final, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to recharge, and it's in the centre of the lanes. It would be Nelson and Waikato number 2. Nelson Composite with Wairau. And then right alongside them is Waikato number 2. Out to third would be Dunstan Arm number 1. So there's the Nelson Composite crew. Dunstan fighting hard with Waikato. Dunstan a lot closer than I thought they were there. They're sitting in front of Waikato. So it's Nelson. And Dunstan only about 2 seats back on them actually. So super close here for Dunstan and Nelson with Waikato firmly in third now. So 2 to go through to the A final, and it's looking pretty good here for Dunstan and Nelson Composite with Wairau. Oh, Dunstan pushing up. Nelson holding on at the moment. Good fight going on there as we come to the 500. It's Nelson, Dunstan, Waikato. That's your 1, 2, 3. Then we come back down the inside to Cambridge and then over to Hamilton. Nelson holding on at the moment. 2 to go into that A final. We can confirm from heat number 1 that it was won by Avon in time of 6:54, then 7:07 for Auckland. Nelson just trying to extend there. They've gone out to 2 to 3 seats as they come past Rowing New Zealand. So it's Nelson composite with Wairau. Back to Dunstan for second. Back to Waikato for third. Then we come down on the inside to Cambridge. And then we go to Hamilton in lane 3. That's the Women's Club Coxed 8, heat number 2. So well done to Nelson and Wairau, and then back to Dunstan, straight into that A final of the Women's Club Coxed 8. Right. Men's Intermediate 8. So we did have Waikato, Avon, Waikato, Wellington and Auckland. It looks like Waikato, Avon and Wellington have opted out of racing, so we've just got Avon and Auckland, which is a shame, I believe. Anyway. Is that Auckland and Waikato? Yeah, who's racing, sorry. So men's intermediate Coxed 8 prelim race. Looks like Auckland and Waikato are racing. And I would say it's Waikato in lane 4. So it's Auckland and then Waikato in 4. Auckland leading this home. The others have opted out and will race in the final when that comes. So that's the Auckland crew that you can see there. These boys out of St. Peter's, Sacred Heart out of Auckland, I beg your pardon, coached by Mike O'Brien and Terry Dolan. And there's the Waikato crew in lane 4, Waikato 11. Might be the boys out of St. John's. So these two, well done for showing up and racing here. We appreciate that. Great race there of the Auckland boys coming to the line in the men's intermediate Coxed 8 prelim race, prelim heat. And that will be Auckland that will take it out over Waikato number 11. Next up is the men's under 22 coxless pair-oar. There is 9 crews, so it's the 8 fastest will go to final. There is 9 crews racing. Lane number 1 is North Shore number 2, Simon Gertzema, Alex Logan. Lane 2, Waikato number 2 is Finn Hamill, Josh Vodanovich. Lane 3, Avon number 2, Henry Kirk, Ted Main. Lane 4, Avon number 1, Fred Vavasaur and Ollie Welch. Lane 5, North Shore number 1, Fletcher and Jack Harrison. Lane 6, Avon number 3, Luke Hickling and Matthew Glenn. Lane 7, Waikato 1, Callum Tutbury and Adam Wilson. Lane 8 is Q McIntosh. Lane 9 is Cure number 2, George Johnson and Lewis Meets. So we're looking for the eight fastest, sorry, for one to drop out of the final, for making that final. So no doubt about Fred and Ollie. Fred Vavasseur and Oliver Welch leading this first heat of, well, the only heat, of the men's under 22 pair. So it's Avon, Waikato number 2, Finn Hamill and Josh Vodanovich sitting in second. So it's a bow side stroked Avon crew, Fred and Ollie. Going well. Second, Waikato. Third, back to maybe Luke Hickling and Matthew Glenn. And then over to Will Rattray and Will McIntosh. George Johnson, Lewis Mates, and Callum Tutbury and Adam Wilson. Great rowing here from Fred and Ollie, coached by Logan Keys and Dave Lindstrom. Back inside to Finn Hamill and Josh Vodanovich, coached by Richard Tonks and Finn Hamill Co. Okay. Beautiful send on that boat, and the Avon boat at the finish there. Watching the way, how composed they are around the finish there. Beautiful swing into the back. You can see Fred sitting there in the white. I think that's Fred in the white cap. Ollie in front of him. Beautiful sweep rowing there from the Avon number 1 crew. And they've got clear water here over Finn Hamill and Josh Vodanovich in the green boat for Waikato in the background there. Down past Flynn Cove they come, where Waikato Rowing Club train. This is the men's under 22 pair. 8 fastest boats will go through to the final. So it's Avon with a clear water advantage here as they come through the 500 to go. Waikato come through now, so that's a length and 3/4. Go back about 3 lengths now to, might be Luke and Matthew from Avon number 3. Then we go over to Callum Tutbury and Adam Wilson. Just outside of them is Will Rattray and William McIntosh. Then George Johnson and Lewis Mates from Cure number 2. Back into Henry Kirk and Ted Main from Avon number 2. Back out at the front of the field. Boy, oh boy, these pairs are really split apart. As we see Fred and Ollie come through the 250 now. And they are comfortable leaders here in the under 22 pair. Nice and relaxed, as you would be sitting that far out in front. Able to dictate what happens with the crews approaching. And the only one even close to them is Waikato number 2 in lane 2, Finn Hamill, Joshua Vodanovich. But they are too far back to impact any rating change from Fred and Ollie as they come inside that last 100. In fact, Finn and Josh have taken that rating right down. They're happy just to protect that top 2, get themselves into the A final, and we're looking for the top 8 to go through. So it looks like the only crew that might miss out on that A final is the North Shore pair of Fletcher and Jack Harrison. So we move into the women's under 22 coxless pair or prelim race here. Waikato number 2 in lane 1, that's Erin Ticklepenny and Grania Walsh. Lane 2, Avon number 1, Jane Shellikins and Charlotte Dowry. Lane 3 is Avon number 2, Gemma Burrows, Phoebe Collier. Lane 4 is West End 31, Olivia Tattersfield and Lily Curnow. Lane 5, Waikato number 1, Madeline Parker and Isabel Eladias Watson. Lane 6, Waikato Composite with Auckland, Stevie Maybe and Alexandra Peoples. Lane 7, Avon number 4, Jessica Tavendale and Claudia Kinder. And lane 8 is Avon number 3, Mania Butler and Hannah Matahare. Right. Avon 1, Jane Shellikins and Charlotte Dowry going well. They are in lane 2, Avon number 1, and also Waikato number 1, Madeline Parker and Isabel Eliadis Watson. So it's Waikato 1, Jane and Charlotte, coached by Logan Keys and Tim Hopkins. They're looking pretty comfortable here as they come down to the 500. Super long, composed through that finish. Certainly not up too high on that rating as they come through. 32, Waikato in the green boat just in the front here on the camera. That's Waikato number 1. This is Madeline and Isabel, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. They're sitting in second. From them, you would go outside of Waikato number 1. And you've got the Waikato Composite of Stevie Maybe and Alexandra Peoples. They're going all right down there in lane 6. It's just a prelim race though, so racing for lanes for the final. There's only the one heat, so they call it a prelim race, a preliminary race. So it's Avon coming down to the 250, Waikato in second, and then the Waikato Composite with Auckland in third. Then from there we go down to West End, down to Waikato number 2, and then over to Avon 3 and 4. So good work from Avon number 1, Jane Shellikins and Charlotte Dowry coming down to the 100. They're about to go through now. Waikato coming through now. So they've got clear water, a length and a half. And then it's back about 3 lengths to the Waikato Composite of Stevie Maybe and Alexandra Peoples. So well done, Jane and Charlotte. They'll comfortably cross in first place here. Back to second place for Waikato number 1, Madeline and Isabel. And then back to Stevie and Alexandra for the Waikato Composite. Jeepers, no mucking around here. We've got a men's Prem coxless pair on the course now. Better not muck around here because these men are already all the way down the course. There's only 4 racing, so Avon 2 are not in there, and neither are Avon 3. Okay, so we should have an Auckland Composite of Ben Taylor and Dan Williamson, Auckland and Avon in lane 2. Then we have North Shore number 1, Ollie McLean and Matt McDonald. Boy, we've heard those names before. Then we've got a Blenheim Composite with Petone, Philip Wilson, Tom Murray, and then Waikato's Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich. Right, so these are the crews that have opted to race, and we know Ollie McLean and Matt McDonald out of the men's 4, that incredible 4 from the World Championships. And these men looking to be selected, I think they have been selected in the men's 4 to go to the Paris Olympics. So this is world-class rowing out in front of you now. Take a good look if you've got the opportunity. So leading them home is Ollie McLean and Matt McDonald in lane 4 for North Shore. Down on the inside in second place is the Auckland Composite, Ben Taylor and Dan Williamson. They're sitting in second behind Ollie and Phil, beg your pardon, Ollie and Matt. And then we come outside to the Blenheim composite of Phil Wilson, Tom Murray, and then outside of them to Campbell Crouch and Logan Ulrich, who are really having a go at Phil Wilson and Tom Murray. So 1 and 2 pretty set. This is Oliver McLean and Matt McDonald from North Shore, or the elite New Zealand team out of the men's 4. So world-class rowing right out in front of you here. Down they come towards the finish. So that is Ollie McLean and Matt McDonald from North Shore. Ollie in the bow seat, Matt in the stroke seat. Then we go to the Auckland composite, Ben Taylor and Dan Williamson. Daniel Williamson in the stroke seat representing Auckland. Ben for Avon in the bow. They are second. Then we go over to the Waikato combination, Campbell and Logan in lane 6. So we move to the women's Prem coxless pair oar. Men's Prem pair and the women's Prem pair, both sponsored by Aon. So thank you, Aon, for supporting these premier events. The women's premier pair is a prelim race. Lane number 2 is a Otago Uni composite with Wairau. So Kirsten Goodyear and Juliet Lacroix are in the Otago Uni composite crew. Ramaho Wanganui and Avon have opted not to race. Then we have Hauraki Plains composite, Ella Kossel and Stella Clayton Green in lane 5. Then we go to Waikato number 1 in lane 6, Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman. Oh, look at this. Great racing with these 3 crews. It's the one in the middle. It looks like it's Ella Kossel and Stella Clayton Green. Thanks, Andrew. So just noticing there that if they've removed, they're opting out, but if they're scratched, they're out of the event completely. So Avon have scratched out, Charlotte and Isabella, but Aromaho Wanganui will race in the final, Phoebe and Jackie, on a later day. So out in front of us here is the Hauraki Plains composite with Waikato. That is Ella Kossel and Stella Clayton Green. Down inside of them is Kirsten Goodyear and Juliet Lacroix for the Otago Uni composite crew. And then on the outside in lane 6 is Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman in third. Down towards the last 250 they head, and it is still this combination of Ella Kossel in the bow in the Waikato colours, Stella Clayton Green in the stroke seat for the Hauraki colours. They are leading through that 250 ahead of the Otago Uni Composite crew. We got Juliet Armlacroix in the stroke seat and Kirsten Goodyear for the Wairau colours in the bow seat, I think. Let me double check that. Yes. That's how they're looking as they come down towards the finish. And then in third place is the Waikato combination of Kate Haynes and Alana Sherman. So great racing down to the line. Well done. It will be Ella and Stella that will take this out, ahead of Kirsten and Juliet, and then back to Kate and Alana for third. We have a wee break now because the Open Para Single Scull team of Ron, Isabel and Anthony have opted out of racing. So we will now wait till 11:42 for the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls to race.
250, Dunstan, Clifton. Then we go back to Dun 3. Who's going to get 4th spot? It's going to be close. Is it going to be Avon? 100. It's Nelson, Dunstan, Waikato. That's your 1, 2, 3. So well done to Nelson and Wyrell, and then back to Dunstan, straight into that A final. Great race there for the Auckland boys coming to the line. And the men's intermediate coxed prelim race, prelim heat. And that will be Auckland, that one's stroke set.
Representing Auckland, Ben for Avon in the bow. They are second. Then we go over to the Waikato combination, Campbell and Logan in lane 6. 1. Lane 3, Hamilton number 1. Lane 4, Waikato Composite 11 with Hamilton. Lane 5 is Whangarei number 1. Lane 6, Aramaho Wanganui number 1. Lane 7, Clifton 1. And lane 8 is Hawke's Bay 1. We are looking for top 2 to go through to the A final. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. If there's 8 crews in there, will go to repechage from 3rd to 8th. This is the men's novice quad. This is race number 55, heat 1 of this event on the course at the moment. This event is sponsored by Laszlo Boats, so thank you Laszlo for sponsoring this event, the men's novice quad, for us. They're New Zealand's oldest and newest rowing skiff building company, more than 30 years of boat building experience. They understand that it's rowers who make the boats go fast, but having a fast boat can help create that fractional advantage that makes a difference between gold and silver. Right, let's have a look at these men as they race in heat number 1. Looks like the Aramaho Wanganui colours of yellow and orange out there in lane 6. That is Jordan, Keenan, Achilles, Christian and Lauren Davies. All right, back out on the course. Sorry for that delay there. The men's novice coxed quadruple sculls heat number 1, and this is a great performance from the young Aramaho Wanganui boys. Jordan, Keenan, Achilles, Christian and Lauren Davies is coxing them home. They'd have about 2 boat lengths now over Clifton number 1. Jack, Jasper, Oliver, Jack and Charlotte Wimser is the coxswain for Clifton. So 2 into the A final, no doubt about Aramaho Wanganui. These guys are travelling super well out there in lane number 6. So good work there from these boys. Then we go to Clifton, and then outside of Clifton is Hawke's Bay number 1. So that's your 1, 2, 3 in the men's novice cox quads. We have 2 heats of this before we go into a men's under 22 double. And then in about 15-20 minutes time, John will be on to bring you an hour and a half of commentating from midday. So good work from the Aramaho Wanganui boys. Through the 500 they go. Clifton sitting in second, so they look pretty firm to me for that second position. It's going to take one heck of a sprint from Hawke's Bay to come through and overhaul Clifton out there in lane number 7. So it is looking like Aramaho Wanganui and Clifton will go through directly into the A final of the men's novice coxed quad. So down towards the finish come Aramaho Wanganui, sculling very well for novices, and they will take quite a comfortable win here. Good sprint down on the inside now coming from, is that Hamilton or Mercer? Hamilton? Hamilton really trying to put themselves in contention, but Clifton are still hanging on here. Clifton still looking to go through. As we see Aramaho Wanganui come down to the line, they'll take first place. Second will go to the Clifton lads, and then third will be down on the inside to Hamilton in lane 3. So heat number 2, the men's novice coxed quadruple sculls are not quite at the 1K mark yet, and we are looking for Bay of Plenty Coast number 1 in lane 1. Lane number 2 is Petone number 1. Lane 3, Tauranga Boys College number 2. Lane 4, Avon 1. Lane 5, Oamaru number 1. Lane 6, Star Boating Club Composite 1 with Wellington. And lane 7, Tauranga Boys College number 1. This is the men's novice coxed quads heat number 2. We are looking for 2 to go directly into the A final, and then 3 through to 8 will go to repechage. All right, let's have a look, see how these guys are going. Lane 5 travelling really well. That's Oamaru, Louis, Jacob, Cooper, Ned, and Greer Dixon is the coxswain of this crew. So Oamaru travelling very well. And who's that down on the inside that I didn't see? Whoa, Bay of Plenty Coast. So good racing down on the inside from Charlie, Connor, Jacob, Logan and Aubrey Bircham, the coxswain, coached by Ted Phelps. These are the boys out of Bay of Plenty Coast. They are going super well down on the inside in lane number 1. So Bay Coast over Oamaru in lane 5. Then we go outside of them to Star Boating Club Composite with Wellington, Liam, Doyong, Amadio and Jasper. Isabella Sharp is the coxswain for the Star Boating Club Composite. So good work here from Bay of Plenty Coast as they head down to the 500. Just about to travel through now with open water over Oamaru in second. Second to third is nearly 2 lengths back to Star Wellington Composite. So it is Bay of Plenty Coast over Oamaru over Star Wellington Composite crew in lane 6. So good racing here as we come down towards the closing stages of heat number 2 in the men's novice cox quadruple sculls. It is still the Bay of Plenty Coast number 1 crew in lane 1, Charlie, Connor, Jacob, Logan and Aubrey Bircham. They are holding a length and a half over the Oamaru crew in lane 5, Louis, Jacob, Cooper, Ned and Greer Dixon. And then we go back to third place. It's the Star Boating Club composite crew with Wellington, which is Liam, De Jong, Amadio and Jasper, with Isabella Sharp as the coxswain. Well done. Nicely sculled there for Bay of Plenty Coast. It's a great effort. Well done, guys. Good job. Nationals win. That's always a good feeling. Right, men's under 22 double. This should be a prelim. God, I bet you we've got a whole lot pulled out of this as well. Yep. Okay, so Star's out, Waikato's out, Dunstan's out, and Waikato 1 is out. Removed, opted out. Okay, so we've only got Hamilton, Wairau, Wellington, and Cure. So I'll just finish this and hand over to John to bring that down to you. So effectively there's only 4 crews rowing this down. The other 4 have opted out and are waiting for the A final. So down on the inside it's the Hamilton number 1 crew of Alex Vanderveet and Justin Smythe. Alongside them is Ashley James Fitzgerald and Finn Ellison from Wairau. Then we go to the far side is Louis Murden and Flynn Mercer from Cure. And then inside of them is Josh Clark and Ty Renner from Wellington. So that's your 1, 2, 3, 4 in the men's under 22 double sculls prelim. And the other 4 crews have opted out to wait for the final. So I will hand over to John shortly when he's finished his yummy biscuit, and he will bring the next set of racing down to you. So it's just a row through really. These Hamilton guys just cruising down towards the finish. Ashley James Fitzgerald and Finn Ellison just working slightly harder but still pretty comfortable as they come down. And then on the outside we have Cure and Wellington, so all will go through to that A final. I'll hand over to John now and he can bring down the women's under 22 double sculls prelim for you.
So we're watching the women's under 22 double scull come down, and we can see the red boat on the outside in lane 7. Just looking to get my pages right. Just tucked in behind the crew in lane 2. So in lane 2, that's the Aramaho Wanganui #1 crew of Cox and Graham are leading this now. They've pushed out to a length. The crew on the outside is just cruising. It's a preliminary, so they've just let them go. They've dropped their rating down completely in the red boat. In lane 7, that's the Avon #1 combination of Stewart and Cox. And they've dropped the rating, and they're not really too fussed how to go, because this is just a preliminary. There are 4 boats in it. They're obviously conserving their energy for another race. Both Dunstan Arms and Waikato opted out, so it's just the 4 crews in this. Aramaho Wanganui, Hauraki, Star, and Avon on the outside. Avon look like they're only rating about 20 from my eyes. Still pushing it along is Aramaho, tidally in lane 2. The crew of Cox and Graham. Sitting in behind them in the middle of the field is the bright orange of Hauraki Plains. That's the crew of Adams and Adams. And tucked in behind them is the Star Boating Club in the blue and the white hoops, Johnston and Barnum. So this is a preliminary, and they all qualify for the final. 2 crews opted out, and they're coming down the track, and this will help determine what lanes they're in. But Avon content to sit on the outside, just paddling. Aramaho Wanganui come down to the line. They've got about 3 strokes to go. Avon on the outside, back into Hauraki Plains in the bright orange and the white boat, and a little bit further back to Star. So that was the women's under 22 double sculls preliminary final. And we're now up to the men's club single sculls. Men's club single sculls will be quite cutthroat. Only 1 goes through to the semi-final. Quite a big field. There's 6 heats of this. Coming down now, gone through the middle of the race course already. In the men's club single sculls, as we swing back up the lake, we have Morris, Waikato 11 and 1. Dagnort from Avon 4 and 2. Shooter from Mercer in 3, Marshall from Oamaru in 4, Sheehy from Wairau in 5, Barnett from Cure in 6, Bircham from Tauranga Boys College in 7, and Lloyd from West End on the outside. So with 700 metres to go, 1 sculler clearly out in the lead. In the dark blue, in lane 6. Make sure I get my numbers right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, it's lane 6. And that is Barnett from Cure, up from the South Island. They'll be leading over the yellow of Oamaru in lane 4, that is Marshall, as they come into the last 500 metres. First go through, this is a progression system. Because there's repecharges, there's no real seedings at Nationals, and depending on your placing is how you will be allocated into the repecharge round to then try and qualify for the semi-final. So it's first only through. The rest of them will want to hold their placings to try to avoid meeting others with the same placing in their repecharge. But clearly out in front is Barnett from Cure in lane 6. We can see him on the TV now as he comes inside the last 200 metres. So he's clearly dominated this race and he'll go directly straight through to the semi-final. Save some energy from having to race in the repecharge. Sculling quite fast and quick on the outside is the West End sculler out in lane 8, Talisman Lloyd. We then go down into the Oamaru sculler, Marshall. Following him we have Wairau. Then tucked in lane 3, we have the sculler from Mercer. So coming up to the line now, qualifying straight through to the semi-final, the rest of the repecharges. Cure go through first, West End will be second, Oamaru's clearly sitting in third. Bit of a battle between Mercer and Wairau now, lanes 3 and 5. As they come up to see who's going to get fourth. Pretty close, they're going through together, and possibly Mercer got there over Oamaru, but it's very close. We then go out to the yellow boat in lane 7, Tauranga Boys College, and back into the inside, Waikato 11. We now head back up for Heat 2. Heat 2, we've got Collins from Wairau in 1, Jordan from Wellington in 2, King from Auckland in 3, Preston from Mercer in 4, Taylor from Nelson in 5, McDermott from Canterbury in 6, Davison from Dunstan Arm in 7, and Giacogorius Cure in lane 8. So Cure won the first heat pretty comfortably. So the two prominent now. Okay, so I've got a slight lead to the inside lane. That's Wairau, and he hasn't got much, but he's got the lead over the outside lane, which is Cure, and I'd give him about a length as they went through 750 metres. So he's a length in the front, Cure in the outside lane chasing them hard, but it's lane 1, Collins from Wairau leading Gianna from Cure on the outside. Tucked in behind him in lane 7 is the greeny colours of Dunstan Arms, and we can see that now on the TV. So they've still got lane 1 leading, lane 8 coming second, 7 Dunstan Arms third. Then we shift in a bit from them into the dark blue sitting just outside of Mercer. That'll be Nelson. Nelson next, then Mercer. But it's still down this inside lane. Cure's still really trying to get to him. Still holding a good half a length or so on the inside lane in lane 1. Lane 8 trying hard down here on the outside lane. Only first qualify. It's lane 1 from lane 8. Lane 8's picking it up again. He wants to get there. There's not much in it. Lane 1's got it under control, but lane 8's having another go. He's lifted his rating up again to try and get to lane 1, the Wairau sculler. Wairau over Cure as they come down to 250 metre mark to go. We're getting a really powerful move now out in the outside lane. He's really sprinting. He's up now, they're neck and neck as they go to the line. Will the Wairau sculler respond and lift his rating? Can you see him really sprinting on the outside in lane 8? Because he's lifted again. Now Wairau starts to go. But he's taken half a length. He's taken half a length, the Cure sculler over Wairau. Wairau will have to need to lift it up with 150 metres to go. It's Cure on the outside that's timed his run perfectly. He goes through the 100. Wairau goes through the 100. Only first go. Cure's still got the boat momentum and holding his rating up, sitting up on top, still going out long. Wairau looks like he's just letting him go. He can't maintain him. So Cure's moved through and Cure's won this race and gone through. Wairau led a long way down the track. Wairau goes through in second. They'll go through to the repechage. Then we've got Dunstan Arms over Nelson. Dunstan Arms will cross half a length ahead of Nelson. We go back 3 lengths then to Mercer. Then the Auckland Sculler. Then we go back to Wellington. Then the White of Canterbury. We now head back up to Heat 3. Hall from Evergreen in 1. Cox from Clifton in 2. Kokoda from Kyoto University in 3. Sampson from Avon in 4. Pollock from Waikato in 5. Hollard from Tauranga in 6. Sharp from Mercer in 7. Haggie from Hamilton in lane 8. And they've got about 750 metres to go. It's the Clifton Sculler in lane 2, Liam Cox. He's in the lead. He's got this race well and truly under control in the light blue of Clifton. See him there in lane 2. He's opened up a good 3 or 4 lengths on the field. Tauranga are chasing in the middle there in the yellow. Tauranga out in lane 6, James Hollard. But it's Liam Cox. Liam Cox has clearly got this, performed very well at the North Island Champs. So it's Liam Cox over Hollard from Tauranga as we get a close-up view on the TV screen with 500 metres to go. Now anyone wanting to watch the live stream of this, it has been live streamed through the Rowing Hub YouTube channel. Live streamed through the Rowing Hub YouTube channel. But it's all Liam Cox. You can see now as the camera pans back, quite a distance back to second, which is James Hollard. He'll want to hold that position to ascertain his place in the next round in the repechages. Then there's a bit more of a battle as we go back in the field. Then we go in third place is Hamilton. That's Haggie on the outside. We then go right back down to the inside to Hall from Evergreen. Following in behind Hall is lane 3, which is the Japanese sculler. Then further out to Mercer. But it's all Liam Cox. He'd have 100 metres on the field, sculling nice and cleanly. As we come to 100 metres to go, there he goes through the red boys now. It's hard to fit him and the others in the picture on the TV screen because he's well in front. So he's a good 120 metres in front as he comes down to the line. Tauranga sitting in second. Out to Hamilton on the outside. Back down on the inside to Evergreen. So Cox goes across first. Hollard from Tauranga in the yellow and the green boat is sitting in second. We look right to the outside to the red and white checks of Hamilton in a white boat. we come right down to the inside to Sculler Hall from Evergreen Boating Club in white, in the white boat in lane 1. Then a bit of a battle between the Japanese sculler in lane 3 and sprinting down towards the outside is the Mercer sculler Sharp. So Evergreen go across now. And Mercer gets that next place. We now head down to Heat 4. And in Heat 4 we see the bright red in lane 3 of St George's. They're holding the lead at this stage over lane 1, the Avon sculler. So that's Cassidy from St George at the moment with about 700 metres to go, leading Beale from Avon. So the field is Beale from Avon in 1, Semelink from Mercer in 2, Cassidy in 3, Patterson from Ashburton in 4, Jarvis from North Shore in 5, Nakamura from Kyoto University School of Medicine in 6, and Smith from Cure on the outside lane. But it's Liam Cassidy from St George's. He's holding the first spot over Avon. Then we go out to the Japanese sculler in 3rd, Nakamura. Cassidy over Beale. Cassidy just holding his position. He's got a few lengths on the field. No need to tire yourself out too much in the heats. All you've got to do is qualify. So this is a good showing from Cassidy, coming back from an injury sustained just before the North Island Champs, which ruled him out of the North Island Champs. He's leading this heat, so he'll be pleased with this result. He can maintain it, but he looks like he's got his rating right down and just controlling the lead. Second is Avon, that's Beale. We then go out to the Japanese sculler and also moving quite nicely in lane 3. Lane 2, is Semelink from Mercer, who's moving up to challenge the Japanese sculler towards the outside. Japanese sculler goes through now into the 250. Semelink goes through now. So got about a length over him. But it's Cassidy out in the lead. Dropped his rating further down. Avon coming a bit quicker on the inside. Cassidy just doing what it takes to get to the post first. He's got a length and a half, 2 lengths. Avon trying hard. Cassidy just holding them off. And Cassidy crosses the line half a length ahead of Avon. We then go out to the green boat. And then back into Ashburton over Mercer. That was Heat 4. Remember, in these, the winner goes straight through to the semi-finals. All the rest have to go to the repechage to qualify for the semi-finals. We turn our attention further back up the track in lane 5. In lane 5 we have Kyoto University in lane 1. Ranganui from Hamilton 2 and 2, Sowerbeard from Petone in 3, Fleck from Canterbury in 4, Connolly White from Ashburton in 5, Larson from Avon in 6, Cooney from Aramaho in 7. So it's lane 5 in the lead in this. That's Ashburton, Connolly White, coached by Justin Wall. Leading the field, first go through. He's then being chased toward in the outside by Aramaho Wanganui. You can see the yellow and red colours and the white boat with the blue top. That's Aramaho Wanganui, but he's sitting 3 or 4 lengths back. So it looks like fairly comfortable for the Ashburton sculler of Tim Connolly White in the lead to qualify straight through to the semi. Others will be looking for placings. Sitting back into 3rd is Kogo from Kyoto University. Just in behind him, out one lane in lane 2 is Ranganui from Hamilton in the red and white. Sitting back in 5th is the Avon number 2 sculler Larson, and just in behind him is Sowerby from Petone in the bright yellow. So as we come down, the race still dominated in the middle of the field by lane 5. Connolly White from Ashburton. He's got 3 or 4 lengths over the field. Ashburton hold off. Aramaho on the outside, he's in 2nd. He's being chased down by lane 1, Kyoto University, who's still moving. Want to maintain your placings in the heat to make sure you don't have, hopefully, anyone too fast in the repechage so that you go through, especially in these big field events like singles and doubles. We go inside the last 100 metres and it's all Ashburton. Still 3 to 4 lengths in front. Going through now with 100 metres to go is the Aramaho Wanganui sculler, Kune in 2nd. Then down to Kyoto University in 3rd, right down on the inside in lane 1. Back next to Hamilton Ranganui, who's sitting in 4th, out to the Avon sculler, back to then to Petone. So Aramaho cross, Kyoto University cross now. Hamilton and 2 go across now. And towards the outside we have Avon, and following him in the white boat we have the Petone sculler in the bright yellow. We now head down for the final heat. Heat 6. Smart from West End in 1, Wadley from Cure in 2, February from Taupō in 3, Kirkland from Wairau in 4, Newton from Aramaho Whanganui in 5, Semelink from Mercer in 6, and Jack Henry from Waikato on the outside. And Jack Henry had a very good North Island champ, so we'd expect him to be prominent. So let's have a look. Yes, right on the outside in the Waikato colours. He looks to be leading this field comfortably. Opened up a few lengths on the field in the outside lane. Jack Henry from Waikato, coached by Martin Simaselli. Chasing him is in the middle of the field. In the yellow, that'll be the Aramaho Wanganui sculler, Jake Newton. So it's Henry over Newton as we start to come close to the 500 metre mark. Henry's gone through the 500. Aramaho goes through now. Tucked in behind him is Wairau. That's Kirkland, coached by Mark James. He's sitting in third. Then there's a bit of a lineup, a bit more of a closer race. But the first three are pretty clear cut at this stage. And it's all Jack Henry in the Waikato traffic light colours on the outside that's leading. As we come down to the 250 metre mark to go, start to see some of the tents in the background. Early days for crowds yet in this week of competition. So there goes Jack Henry through the 250 metre mark. He's got 3.5 lengths over Aramaho, who are being pressed by the Wairau Sculler. So Kearney's coming under pressure. Newton's coming under pressure from Kirkland. But Newton quite content just to push and stay in front. Holding his energy, Wairau having a bit of a go at him. Some of the others sprinting to get to their placings. Mercer holding in fourth. Inside of Mercer. That's Taupo colours. Should have looked through my binoculars. Taupo are holding fourth. Over just inside of them, which is Cure. But Jack Henry had a comfortable win. Aramaho's only paddling. He crosses the line in second. Wairau go across in third. February from Taupo, he'll go across in fourth now. Cure will be next in lane 2. That's Wadley. We then go out to Semelink from Mercer and Brett Smart from West End. So they were the 6 heats. Winners went through to the semi-final, and the next race coming down is the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. So in this Women's Club Coxless Sculls, the first 4 are going to go progress through to the semi-final, and it's the 2 inside lanes of Waikato and Auckland. We see Waikato having the edge over Auckland, Waikato in the yellow boat in the inside, and the white boat just outside of them in lane 2. They're sitting in second. We then go across into the middle of the field, and it's a green boat sitting in third, and that'll be Tauranga, so they're in the qualifying position. First 4 go through. Then we look further to the outside. Second from the outside. In the dark blue, that'll be Nelson. Sitting outside of them is Avon. Avon trying to get up to qualify. That's the real battle, is who's going to get the 4th place. Nelson at the moment holding out Avon. Avon trying hard. They've lifted their rating up with 500 to go. Waikato comfortably. They're just holding off Auckland, lanes 1 and 2. Tauranga moving in lane 3. Nelson are being chased by Avon on the outside. They want to stay in their first 4 positions. First 4 to the semi-final. 5th, 6th and 7th to the repechage. So the real race is making sure that Nelson, they want to shut the door on Avon, who are chasing them on the outside lane. Just outside of your screen, just towards the outset on the screen. First boat's the yellow boat, way down the inside, that's Waikato. The white boat in lane 2, that's Auckland. We then go to the green boat in the middle, and that is Tauranga. Further out from them in the what looks like a pink or a lilac boat is the Nelson crew. They're your first 4 as we come down 200 metres to go. Avon in their red boat still would need to get up onto Nelson, and they're still sitting 3/4 of a length down inside the last 100 metres. So it's all Waikato in front. They're staying long and strong over this Auckland crew. So Waikato in their yellow boat will come up to the cross the line, and one more stroke. They go across now. Auckland have held second. First 4 go through to the semi. Tauranga sitting in third in the green boat and the blue blades. Nelson still holding off Avon by half a length, and Nelson will be the 4th qualifier over Avon. We then go back down to Dunstan Arms, and sitting in behind them is Wellington. So we've got 6 boats in this heat 2. We've got Hawke's Bay in lane 2 with about 800 metres to go. Cambridge in 3, Hamilton in 4, Dunstan Arms in 5, Avon in 6, and Hamilton 2 on the outside in lane 7. The action's coming from the middle of the track. It's just outside of Dunstan, and that will be the Avon number 1 crew leading the Dunstan Arm number 1 crew. First 4 go through to the final. Sitting inside of Dunstan is Hamilton. They're sitting in 3rd spot. Then we go back to the 4th, which is probably lane 3, Cambridge 1. So Avon and Dunstan Arms out in the front. Hamilton just sitting in behind them. First 4 go through. Then we've got the Cambridge crew. They're in 4th. They've got a bit of a gap over to the crew inside of them, Cambridge, which is Hawke's Bay. So the first 4 that are qualifying have sorted themselves out. Still a bit of a battle on up in the front. Avon sitting there that half to 3/4 of a length over Dunstan, who are still chasing them. They've opened up 2 or 3 lengths onto Hamilton. This Avon crew of Judston, Rees, Rankin, Langridge, coached by Hopkins and Barrowcliff, holding off Faree, Pihinger, Nelson, Smith, coached by Simon Smith from Dunstan Arms. All 4 are going to qualify. It's just for your lane who you meet in your semi-final. Dunstan still pushing that Avon. Avon's still got a canvas. Inside 300 metres to go. Clear cut back into that 3rd crew, which is Hamilton, who are holding off the Cambridge crew. And they've got a couple of lengths off the crew down on the inside of them, which is Hawke's Bay. And then we go back out to Hamilton number 2 at the end. Dunstan have started to go past Avon now. They really want to win this heat. So Dunstan have sprinted up now. They've gone out to 2 seats. So they're almost half a length ahead now over Avon. Avon really haven't changed their rating. They were just content to let Dunstan go. Then we go back 4 or 5 lengths to Hamilton, back into Cambridge, and then they've comfortably got 2 or 3 lengths over the Hawke's Bay crew. So all 4 will qualify into the semi-final. Dunstan had a bit of a push and sprinted past Avon to go there and win it by almost a length. Avon will finish in 2nd. 3 or 4 lengths back to the Hamilton crew will be in 3rd. Just in behind them, we have the Nelson crew, 3 or 4 lengths back to Hawke's Bay, and then Hamilton 2. That was the Women's Club coxless quadruple sculls. And that is sponsored by Kebabalicious. All these races sponsored by Kebabalicious. I wouldn't mind a kebab at the moment. They're in 64 Victoria Street, Leamington, for great tasting kebabs and Turkish food. The race before that was sponsored by the Men's Club Single Sculls, was all sponsored by another one of our sponsors, Swift Racing. They make coastal boats as well as racing shells. We had them involved in the Brent Street Rowing Champs in Nelson. Also up in Auckland at Kohimarama Beach a while ago. So that's pretty interesting. In the coastal boats, which means you can row them in the waves, if there's a bit of a chop. Anyway, let me get back to the next heat of the Women's Club coxless quadruple sculls. Mercer in 2, Rotorua in 3, Ashburton in 4, Cambridge in 5, Dunstanarm in 6, and the Petone Composite out on the 7. This is heat 3. First 4 go through of the 6 crews out there. First 3 places are pretty clear cut. It's lane 4, Ashburton, they're in the lead. Then we go back to the crew in lane 2 and out to is the Dunstanarm crew. So it's Rotorua in lane 2, which is in your... No, sorry, it's not Rotorua. They're in 3. It's Mercer that's in 2. There is no lane 1. So Mercer is sitting in second. First 4 all go through. Then we go out to Dunstanarms. Then I think it's the Petone crew sitting next. The Petone Composite with Clifton. I think they're holding 4th. Over Rotorua and Cambridge. So as we come down to the line, it's all Ashburton, Wall, Armstrong, Gibson and Skilling. They're winning the Women's Club coxless sculls heat 3. First 4 progress to the semi-final. We then look back to the Mercer crew of Foote, Van Leeuwen, Pryor and Robertson. They'll qualify in second. Out to Dunstanarms of Ferguson, Bishop, Breen and Kingan. They'll also qualify in third. About 3 or 4 lengths back to the bright yellow of Petone towards the outside, the Petone Composite crew of Drummond, Pulford, McLean and Kung. And they're holding off the Cambridge crew of Burns, O'Leary, Hay and Kalkini. And then back to Rotorua. So that was the third and final heat. The first 4 in each went through to the semi-final and the next crews went into the repechage. Coming down now thick and fast is the men's premier double sculls. This is a preliminary race. So all 5 go through into the final. We've got Dunham and McIntosh in lane 2. In lane 3 we've got Parry and Manson who are in the lead. Lane 4 we've got Hindle, Daniels and Wilson. Wright and Reddy in 5 and Mason and Watson on the outside lane. But the action is in lane 3. Jordan Parry and Robbie Manson both represented New Zealand in the single sculls. They're leading this preliminary race. They're in lane 3. So they've opened up a couple of lengths. We then go towards the outside, and that's the Avon combination of Ben Mason and Flynn Watson. Mason recently was in the double with Robbie Manson representing New Zealand. They're coming up neck and neck. They go through the boys, but they've only got a canvas over the Hawke's Bay crew on the inside, which is Tom McIntosh, our number one single sculler at the moment, combining with Matthew Dunham. McIntosh originally from the Hawke's Bay Club, Dunham from Cambridge, but it's the two Waikato-Tauranga combination, Waikato-Manson, Tauranga-Parry. They're in the lead. Very close battle between second and third, but it's the Avon combination of Mason and Watson holding off Dunham and McIntosh, the Hawke's Bay Cambridge colours. Just outside of them we have the Petone and Wellington colours of Philip Wilson and Jamie Hindle Daniels, and tucked in just behind them is the Auckland Grammar Waikato composite of Jack Reddy and Jonty Wright. Nice sculling now as they swing down towards the 200. Still the Waikato-Tauranga combination of Manson and Parry. Manson stroking the boat, Parry sitting in behind him in the Tauranga colours. Real battle for second. Inside lane of McIntosh and Durham just going a little bit off course, and they've crossed from lane 2 to lane 3, going a bit diagonally all of a sudden. Still Avon holding them off. They've got a length. They'll take a length over. McIntosh and Dunham in third. Fourth is the Petone-Wellington combination, and that was Wilson and Hindle Daniels, and tucked in just behind them, Jonty Wright and Jack Reddy. So that was the men's Premier Double Sculls preliminary. They all progressed to the final. And we have the same situation in the women's Premier Double Sculls. Just going back up to the track at looking for them. Otago have opted out in lane 2. Not quite sure what's happening. My program and what's out there are a little bit different. So let me have a look through the binoculars. We've got crews in 2, 3, 4 and 5. We've got 4 crews out there. In 2 I can see the Waikato singlet. Also in 3, so that doesn't help me a lot. The crew on the outside in lane 4 are leading. Over the Avon, I can see the Avon singlet in 3, they're sitting in second. Then I can see the 2 Waikato singlets in the bow. Often these crews are named after the composite in the stroke seat. So looking from behind in the commentator, it's very hard to see the stroke person. But we can see clearly 2 lengths if we look at the screen on the TV. Lane 4 out in the lead by 2 lengths over lane 3. Lane 3 both wearing Avon singlets, so that's probably Catherine Glenn and Laura Glenn in lane 3, rowing in the Avon colours. I think it's Goodyear and Blake sitting just in behind them in lane 3, the Wairau composite. So I'm pretty sure it's the Canterbury composite in the lead. I can see the white singlet stroking it, the Hawke's Bay colours sitting in behind them, so that will be Spores and Twig. Lucy Spores from Canterbury, Emma Twig from Hawke's Bay. Then we go back to the Catherine and Laura Glenn from Avon in the second spot. Back into third is the Waikato Wairau combination of Goodyear and Blake, and sitting in behind them is the Waikato combination, which I presume will be Lush and Voss. So all 4 qualified in that. That was the women's premier double sculls. We now go back up to the men's intermediate double sculls, first 2 to the semi-final. We've got Nurran and Henderson from Twizel in 1, Thompson and Clark from Union in 2, Grauman and May and Everard from Hawke's Bay in 3, Pollock and Blind from Waikato in 4, Fulton and Balka from Waikato in 5, Ramsden and Canal from Cambridge 21 in 6, Moons and Lord from Hamilton in 7, and Song and Jameson from North Shore on the outside lane. And we've got about 700-800 metres to go. First 2 go through, and a clear leader in the Waikato number 1 crew of Pollock and Blind. In this intermediate double scull, they've opened up lengths on the field, so they look pretty assured to go through, and it's really to find out who's going to be second and who's joining them. Going very well down on the inside is the Twizel crew, Nurran and Henderson. Then we probably look out towards, you see the red and white checks of Hamilton. Now it's up on the TV screen, that's a bit easier for me. So yes, I am correct. They are the 3 crews in those positions. It's Waikato 1, Twizel 1, Hamilton number 2 at this stage, with only the first 2 going through. So Hamilton on towards the outside here. You see them in the white boat and the red and white checks. They're trying to catch up on Twizel down in lane 1, who are holding that second spot, and they've got a length over them at this stage as they go to 600 to go. So Twizel still holding that spot by a length over Hamilton towards the outside. That'll be where the battle is as the first 2 progress through to the semi-final. See them, they're coming up to the buoy line now. Twizel go through now, Hamilton go through now. So they're still sitting a length. Twizel got a length on Hamilton into the second qualifying spot in the semi-final. To the semi-final, Waikato, they're clearly in the lead, Pollock and Blind. So the battles between Narun and Henderson from Twizel holding second, and chasing hard is Moons and Lord from Hamilton on the outside in the red and white. So you can just see the 3 of them in your screen if you're watching this live. Waikato in the lead, Twizel in second, Hamilton on the outside trying to catch up in third. Then I think we have Union coming in fourth. We look right towards the outside. And that's the North Shore crew out there. Back then into Cambridge. So as we come down, nearing the 100 metres to go, still 4 or 5 lengths out in front. Twizel have pulled well away from Hamilton. They're clearly in second. So it's the green boat of Waikato. They're going to qualify and come through in first place. Waikato just cruised to the line. They've easily qualified. Twizel down here on the inside. They'll also go through in the men's intermediate double sculls. They've held out a couple of lengths now. Hamilton will come through in third. Then it looks like North Shore on the outside, over Union down in lane 2, and Cambridge just tucked in behind them. Further back about 3 or 4 lengths to Hawke's Bay and Waikato. Heat 2's underway and they've already gone through the halfway mark. We've got Clifton, Wellington 2, Cambridge 1, Tauranga Boys in 4, Star in 5, West End in 6, Twizel in 7, Waikato on the outside. And the clear leader in this is lane 3. Lane 3, Cambridge, Klein and Arbenhouse. They've got the clear lead in this second heat of the men's intermediate double sculls, where the first 2 progress through. That's the crew in lane 3, Cambridge Rowing Club in the lead. I think we go out to the dark green club towards the outside. That'll be the other Twizel crew. Other Twizel crew will be up there, and then you've got the 2 crews down on the inside and lane, the crew in lane 1 and 2, and that's Clifton and Wellington. So the battle's between Clifton, Wellington and Twizel, who's going to get second, but it's pretty clear cut who's in the lead. Drone footage is just getting up to them now. We see this Cambridge crew of Klein and Aberhouse well in the lead. We'll get a better idea as they go through the boys who's sitting in second. Lane 1's ahead of lane 2. Just not sure on the angle where the outside one is. So they're coming up to the boy line now. Lane 1 goes through. Lane 2 goes through. I can't quite see. The outside crews aren't on the screen. I think they're sitting just in behind them. And that looks the West End colours and the Twizel colours. They're sitting just in behind. So second place is actually the Clifton, Prendergast and Perry. They're holding second down on the inside. They're being chased by the Wellington number 2 crew of Neville and Cassidy. They're sitting in third. Then we go out to the Kerr brothers, Ravi and Rui, and West End number 2 and 6. And out to Twizel, McClellan and Narun on the lane 7 in the green. So there's no doubt about the winners. They're well ahead. Cambridge, Klein and Aberhouse. Clifton holding on to second, Wellington chasing them. We then go out to the white of West End and the green of Twizel. But it's all Cambridge, 150 metres to go, 3 to 4, maybe even a little bit more. Wellington's still going at Clifton, down here in lane 2. They know they've got to try and get up to second, but Clifton is still holding a length over them. Few cheers going out in the bank now for Clifton, but it's Cambridge. About 5 boys ahead, 50 metres ahead, they'll win the race. Cambridge holding out Wellington. Wellington's still trying. West End having a bit of a go on the outside. They've dropped Twizel. West End really sprinting now as well. Still Clifton. West End coming now at Wellington. Clifton holding on. It's real going to be a battle for third. Not quite sure. They went across together. Wellington and West End went across together in third and fourth. Out to Twizel. Good little battle there in the heat 2, but the first 2 went through. So it's the same progression in heat 3. We've got Canterbury in 1, Cambridge in 2, Whangarei in 3, Waikato in 4, Ashburton in 5, Bay of Plenty Coast in 6, Porirua in 7, Avon are out in 8. Well, this is a much closer race. Bay of Plenty Coast doing quite well out in 6. Then we've got lanes 2 and 4. Look like the Waikato colours, yes, in 4, and the Cambridge colours in 3. I'm not sure of the order, but they're your first 3 as we come into 700 metres to go. So they're the 3 battling it out, and sitting just in behind them's Whangarei. But it looks to me like it's Bay of Plenty Coast over Waikato and Cambridge. And now we've got the TV drones, and yes it is. It's Bay of Plenty Coast on the outside. Cambridge holding off down towards the inside. As we near the 500 metre mark, they've got probably half a length over the Waikato 11 crew in the middle. Bay of Plenty Coast, Helms and Crimmins, they're in the lead in the intermediate double. We then look at Cambridge, and they're being pressed. That's Campenhout and Kalkini. They're being pressed by Overdeast and Tony from Waikato 11. I think that's the St John's crew. They're your first 3 fighting out for 2 spots. Waikato coming through now. Waikato have really wound it up on these Cambridge crew. They're pressing them now. They might have just stuck their nose in front with 300 metres to go. Waikato and Cambridge battling for second. First 2 through to the semi-final. Sitting in just behind them is Whangarei. Oh, Cambridge come back again now. They're stroke for stroke. Cambridge and Waikato in second place. Bay of Plenty Coast on the outside. You can see the green-topped boat. They're in the lead. Real battle for second. They're both wound up. Cambridge seem to have found another gear on the inside right now. Can Waikato stay with them? Cambridge gone out to a foot. Cambridge lifting and running their boat. Waikato will have to go again if they want to try and peg them back. Second place up for grabs. There's only a couple of feet in it. About 3 strokes to go as they come down. Cambridge. Waikato go again. Here goes Waikato. Waikato. Oh, mistake right there at the end. That cost Cambridge. Waikato will get up to second. They'll just narrowly pick Cambridge. Cambridge will have to go through the repecharges to qualify. Good close race there. We then go to the outside, which is the crew of Black and Coughlin from Avon. They finish next. Then right down on the inside, Canterbury number 1, which is James and Innes. Then we go to the yellow boat in lane 5. That's Armstrong and Armstrong of Ashburton, followed in by Porirua. So there's 5 heats. Oh no, 5 and 6 got cancelled. So this is the final heat, heat 4. On the track now with about 800 metres to go. We've got O'Carroll and Buxton from Hamilton in 1. Allison and Hutton from Cambridge in 2. Millam and Bacchus from West End in 3. Reeve and Strachan from St George's in 4. Bay of Plenty Coast, Sattler and Scott in 5. Gunn and Pearce from Union in 6. Elliott and Klingon from North Shore in 7. Muir and Walters in 8. First two go through, and it's the St. George boys in the bright red. They're leading this in lane 4 from Maclean's College. They're in the lead with 500 metres to go. See them in lane 4. They're being pressed towards the outside. It's the dark blue colours in lane 7 of North Shore. Elliott and Klingon, Cameron Elliott, one of the masters racing at this regatta. Gets a bit harder as you get older to foot it with these young schoolboys, but it's the St. George combination, coached by Alan Vesta. They're in the lead. They've come down specially for this couple of races in the intermediate class. They're leading over North Shore. Remember, first two go through, but down on the inside of North Shore, challenging them, is the crew in lane 2, which is Cambridge number 2, Allison and Hutton. They're sitting in third. They're trying to get up on North Shore on the outside, but it's all St. George in the middle. St. George starting to come under a bit of pressure now also from these two crews fighting it out behind them. Still at St. George in the middle. North Shore on the outside and Cambridge coming down the inside. That's your first three, looking for 2 places through to the semi-final. Tucked in behind them is Bay of Plenty Coast number 2. That's Sattler and Scott. They're in 4th place. Still St. George. Get to see them through the red line. Oh, it's neck and neck now. North Shore have sprinted down the outside. St. George just cruising in there. They've got some other races today, obviously. So they'll just be happy to qualify. Trying to conserve energy is St. George in the middle. Actually, the two crews went across together. Cambridge will sit in third. Bay of Plenty Coast will come through in 4th. We then go right to the outside lane. That's Tauranga Boys College. Then we come back into the West End crew. Then we have Union. And then right down on the inside in the red and white, we have the Hamilton crew. That was the final heat of the men's intermediate double sculls. So a couple of heats were cancelled. Little bit of a break now. This has been quite interesting. The men's senior coxed 8. We've got 2 heats of the men's senior coxed 8. Well, the first 2 will progress to the final. We've got a number of schoolboy crews that have entered in their club combination. So in the first heat coming up, we will have Waikato, which looks like Hamilton Boys to me, North Shore 11, which looks like Westlake. We have the Avon crew, we have the North Shore crew, and West End 31 on the outside will be the Mount Albert Grammar crew. First 2 go through, and in the second heat we have Auckland Grammar down here, the West End 21 crew, which will be the St. Peter's College crew, the Cure crew up from Canterbury, and the Avon Composite crew, which is composite with Dunstan Arms. So some pretty interesting fast racing coming up soon in the men's senior coxed 8, and they're due to go in 4 minutes' time. So we're sitting up in the start now, waiting for this heat 1 of the men's senior 8. First 2 go through to the final. Got the camera in on the starting block. We've got Waikato in 2, North Shore Rowing Club 11 and 3, Avon in 4, North Shore Club in 5, West End 31, the Mount Albert Grammar crew on the outside. We can see 4 of them there on the screen, sitting in the starting blocks. Close up now of the Avon crew. They're in lane 4. That's Wilson, Main, Kirk, Johnson, Syme, Glenn, Woodgate, Johnson, coxed by Ashley Takon, coached by Dave Linson and Sophie Strawn. Nice aerial shot now. Obviously the drone's got up there. 3 red boats on the inside. Then we've got a couple of white boats towards the outside, the North Shore and the West End crews in white. They're getting ready now, final course checks. They're all sitting it, and they're off now. There's the first stroke underway and the second. They've got the 3 red boats on the inside, the white boats on the outside. They're into the first 5 strokes. This is great footage. Who's got the flyer? Pretty hard to see. No one's broken the line. Probably a canvas back to the North Shore crew at this early stage. So pushing out, it's lane 2 and 3. They might have a foot in the lead over Mount Albert on the outside in the West End colours. Only a canvas in it through these first strokes. 2 and 3 surging out, wanting the lead in their red boats. First 2 go through. Some of these crews will want an early dominance, and we've got the red boats. Sorry, it's lanes 3 and 4, North Shore 11 and Avon. Right, just had a bit of a trouble with the signal there. So, out in the early lead, North Shore 11, Westlake Boys, Young, Metango, Blivens, Lacey, Buckley, Haves, Wilshire and Langley got a flyer of a start with Weltman. With them was Wilson, Main, Kirk, Johnson, Syme, Glenn, Woodgate, Johnson from the Avon Rowing Club, and it's Avon going through. I think that's the 500 metre mark. Avon goes through now. Then just in beside them, it's neck and neck, 2 and 4 and 5 slightly behind them. That's North Shore, and the West End crew on the outside, sitting a foot down from the North Shore crew. 1 length behind them is the crew in lane 2, which is Waikato. So there we go. Avon, they've opened up 3/4 of a length lead through the first 700 metre mark now, and they're going out to assert their dominance in the men's senior 8 and qualify through. They want to be in the first 2, obviously, to qualify for the senior coxed 8. Going with them is the sitting 3/4 of a length back, and there's the move from North Shore. North Shore doing a move now. They're starting to peg back Waikato. They've pegged back a couple of seats. They took about half a length over Mount Albert Grammar on the outside. So North Shore did a move. Avon consolidating though, still holding 3/4 of a length over North Shore. We then sit back into Mount Albert Grammar, and slowly progressing on the other side is the Waikato crew in lane 1. Coming up now, they've got and taken the North Shore crew. So the crew moving, still Avon continue out in the lead. North Shore try and stay with them. The crew that's on the move now is in lane 2. The Waikato number 1 crew of Roberts, Lander, Worthington, Stain, Milne, Brownlee, McConnell and McIntosh, Darcy Boys, Cox, Caleb Shepherd. Still through the marker, it was still Avon by a length over North Shore, 3/4 of a length over Hamilton Boys. Back a couple of seats to Mount Albert Grammar, who are just slightly ahead of Westlake and North Shore. They're through the 1,000 metre mark. Avon in front. Avon have opened up. They're just about to go to Clearwater over North Shore. Waikato, they're on the inside. That's the Hamilton Boys crew. They've got 3 seats back on this North Shore Club 8, Senior Club 8. So Waikato continue to come through the inside lane, but Avon have pushed out. They've opened up Clearwater. They've got Clearwater now over North Shore. The crew that's coming is Hamilton boys from Waikato on the inside, Mount Albert Grammar going with them in the West End 31 on the outside. Tucked in just behind them is the North Shore 11 crew from Westlake. Great competitive race in the men's senior 8. Avon out in the lead. Clearwater, they've opened up. They've got they're about a quarter of a length of Clearwater over the North Shore crew. Waikato poised to strike. They're about half a length behind North Shore. Then we go back to the West End crew in the white on the outside. We're nearing 500 to go. Quickly they went through at Avon. There goes North Shore. Waikato go through now. Still half a length down with 500 metres to go. Sitting a length behind Waikato is the Mount Albert West End crew on the outside. 3 seats down on them is the Westlake boys North Shore crew. They're coming thick and fast with 300 metres to go. Here they come now right in front of the spectators. It's Avon. Avon in front with Clearwater. North Shore going. Waikato have lifted it up on the inside. They're still sitting 3/4 of a length behind North Shore. North Shore having a real sprint out there. They can see this Waikato crew coming. They want to hold on to second place to go through the club crew. Still, Avon clearly in the lead. North Shore, Waikato, back out to West End, back into North Shore again. Inside the last 350 metres, Avon continue this dominance of Heat 1. North Shore are there, Waikato to continue to come. Tandem rigged in the middle of that Waikato boat. So is North Shore on the other side. Inside, come down to the 100. North Shore go through. They've still got a stroke over Waikato. So it's Avon in the lead. Avon in the lead over North Shore as they come down to the finish line. And Avon will take the first place directly through. North Shore in lane 5. They'll get second. Almost a length over the Waikato crew. West End on the outside, 3/4 of a length back on them, and they had 2 lengths over North Shore. Very interesting race, and we'll quickly go back up because we can see Heat 2's coming down thick and fast, and they've already got to the 1,000 metres. 4 crews in this, first 2 go through. Auckland Grammar on the inside, St. Peter's from West End 21 in second. Cure Boating Club in 3, the Avon Composite in 4. Quick look at my binoculars. Looks like the Avon Composite in 4's in the lead over lane 3, over Cure. We then go back into the quite a battle between West End 21 and Auckland Grammar. That's the St. Peter's College and the Auckland Grammar crews. But on the outside, it's the Avon Composite crew over Cure. Camera's coming up now. I'll get a better idea how my binocular view went. But we can see on the outside, this Avon Composite crew, Hickling, Clatworthy, McIntosh, King, Beale, Vavasseur, Poulter, Shackleton, Murray's Coxing. They're in the lead. They've got good 3/4 of a length over the field, and it's very close. It looks like it's St. Peter's. St. Peter's in second, holding Auckland Grammar by a canvas. The West End crew holding them by a canvas. Cure sitting 3 or 4 seats back on behind them. These crews all pretty close together. We near the 500 metre mark, and it's the Avon Composite crew with Dunstan Arms. They're going down. Here we come up to the 500 metre mark now. They go through. Auckland Grammar and St. Peter's neck and neck. Auckland Grammar just did a move as they go through. Auckland Grammar by a foot over St. Peter's as they went through 500 metres. But there's only a canvas back to Cure, and Cure is starting to come at these other 2. Auckland Grammar lift up on the inside. St. Peter's try and go with them. Cure's attacking them on the other side. There's less than 2 seats between these 3 crews, all trying to fight it out as we come down to the line in the men's senior 8. First 2 go through. The Composites in the lead. Cure continue to come. Auckland Grammar down the inside. Cure's now taken St. Peter's. Auckland Grammar on the inside. Cure coming at them. Only a canvas in it. Then just back into St. Peter's in the West End colours. Auckland Grammar trying to hold off Cure. Half a canvas now. Cure continue to come at them. Auckland Grammar lift again. Still the composite lead the race on the outside. That's the Avon Ashburton crew. Auckland Grammar trying to hold off. Cure were coming at them. They've still got a canvas, Auckland Grammar. Only second goes through. Coming down to the line. There they go. They're through the 100. Cure go through the 100. West End go through the 100 now. It's the composite crew. They're holding the lead. They've got a comfortable 3/4 of a length in front. Auckland Grammar will get up for second. They're going to have 3 seats as they go across the line over Cure. And there's a slight overlap back to West End from St. Peter's. Great racing in the men's senior coxed 8. Next racing we come down is the 2 heats of the women's senior coxed 8. We've got 2 heats in the first heat. First 2 go through. In the women's senior coxed 8, we've got Auckland 1, Waikato 3, Avon Composite 2, Waikato 1, Dunstan Arms Composite, and they're nearing the halfway mark. And in the second heat, we'll see Avon, Waikato, North Shore and West End 31. So let's have a look as the drone gets up to them. And it looks like the Avon Composite crew in the middle of the field. They're going to go through now, and they've got a canvas over the crew outside of them, Waikato 1. So they're your first 2 crews as we come through the 1,000 metre mark. It's Avon leading Waikato by a canvas. Then we drop back, it's Clearwater. These 2 crews have pulled out Clearwater over the Dunstan Arm Composite. We then go back into Waikato 3 and back to sitting a further link behind them is Auckland 1. Still pushing out now, there's this Waikato crew. They've had a big move now. They're really pushing on this Avon Composite crew. A little bit hard to see on the angles, but they are in the lead now, Waikato over Avon. First 2 both go through, and Waikato try and move a seat at a time. Big, strong third 500 from this Waikato crew. They're out by 4 seats now. Waikato is Gordon, Henry, Parker, Ignot Johnson, Tickle Penry, White Parsons, McGrath, Pitchford, coxed by Bradley Kingma, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Willis. They've gone out half a length now over Ava Composite number 2. Martin, Gardner, Dunbar, Roxburgh, Judge, Klingenberg, Ryle, Tavendale, Wiley, coxed by Lily Kane, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliff. So these 2 crews have got Clearwater over the crew on the outside, which is the Dunstan Arms Composite crew, sitting back in third. First 2 qualify as they come up to 500 metres to go. But it's Waikato in their green boat over this red crew from Avon. Back then on the outside we have the Dunstan Arms Composite. Then we go back to the other Waikato crew, and down on the inside we have Auckland. Inside 300 metres to go, fairly clear cut who will be these first 2 that will qualify through to the women's senior coxed 8. It's Waikato shading the Avon crew. They've got almost clear water now as they lengthen out and go into 250 metres to go. Both crews moving quite efficiently. Waikato got quite a bite into the water and really grabbing that water and pushing hard. They've opened up almost a length. They're still hanging on. The bow ball of the Avon boat is still staying with the coxswain from Waikato, We then go back to the Dunstan Arm composite crew on the outside, and then we see the Waikato boat and the White Blade and the white boat down in lane 3. They're holding fourth, and then dropped off the pace by a couple of lengths is Auckland. As we come down inside the last 100 metres, it's still Waikato in their green boat, holding almost a length over Avon in the red boat. 2 or 3 strokes to go now. It'll be Waikato in the green boat. They've got 7 seats over Avon. We then go back. Both will qualify through to the semi-finals. We then go back a couple of lengths to the Dunstan Arms boat. Then back to the other Waikato crew, a length behind them, and 2 lengths back to Auckland. That was Heat 1. First 2 qualified. The Avon Composite and the Waikato crew to the semi. Heat 2 we've got coming down the track, and they've got about 700 metres to go. We've got Avon 1, Waikato 2, North Shore 1, and West End 31 will be the Mount Albert combination. With having a quick look at this race, it's lanes 2 and 4 have pulled ahead. It's the Waikato number 2. Sorry, 1, 2, 3. It's lanes 3 and 5. Avon on the inside. Then we're out to North Shore. So it's the Avon number 1 crew and the North Shore number 1 crew. They've pulled ahead of Waikato and further back to the West End 31 crew. So down here in lane 3, Avon in the red. They're leading the North Shore crew in the dark blue, back then to the Waikato colours and then the West End colours right on the outside. Nearing 250 metres to go. This race is a bit more clear cut. They're all spaced out with clear water between them. Quite interesting to see the times, if they're really racing it out. That first heat, Heat 1 was 1 and 7 minutes flat, 7.00.38, and the second crew, Dunstan Arms, was 7:02.82. After the race, I'll just see how this time compares for this Avon 8, but they're enjoying a good length in front. They've got clear water. Avon crew of Lil, Kinder, Butler, Mataheri, Collier, O'Sullivan, Bell, Burrows, Annabelle, Wynne-Williams, Coxing. They're leading over the North Shore crew in the dark blue of Farquhar, Welsh, Kearns, Vincent, Atlanta, Bruce, Hemi, Knowles and Lang. Jacob Avery coxing them. They're sitting in second. They've got clear water over the Waikato number 2 crew of Greenlay, Barrell, Pike, Peoples, Carter, Slipper, Fon, Walsh, Hanson coxing them. And then back to the West End Mount Albert crew on the outside lane. First 2 go through, and it's clear cut here who's going through. It's Avon and North Shore. Each boat separated with clear water. Tandem rig in the bow of this double tandem rig in the middle of the boat and the Avon crew. Tandem rigs is when 2 people sit together on the same side. So they're clearly going to go through. Not much pressure being put on them. North Shore are going to be in second. Both of these crews will progress into the final. Waikato will hold third. West End 31, Mount Albert Grammar will come in fourth. Right, we have a little bit of a break following this race. The next race, the women's novice coxed 8, is scheduled at 1:41. Time now 1:26. I'll just give you the times of that senior 8 as soon as it comes up. There it comes up now. 7:06.58. So first heat was a lot faster, was 7 minutes flat and 7:02. That first heat, much more highly competitive in the women's senior 8, but times mean nothing here because it's just getting into the final. Okay, so a little bit of a break now. Probably about 15 minutes before the next race starts. So just mentioning some of our sponsors. Concept 2 sponsored the men's Premier Double Sculls preliminary. 7 great makers of oars and ergs, Concept 2. 776 BC, one of the clothing providers of great rowing suits and t-shirts, etc. for this regatta. They were the sponsors of the women's Premier Double Scull. We had Onk's Cafe sponsoring the men's intermediate double sculls. Thanks very much. Both senior 8s were sponsored by Crew Room. They have clothing normally on display straight down below here in the tower. They sponsored the men's senior 8. Sponsor of that women's senior 8 that we just saw was the Jones Family Charitable Trust. Thank you very much to all our sponsors of these heats and finals that will be coming up later in the week. Next race, we'll have the women's novice coxed. 2 heats of this, first 2 to the final. Women's novice coxed, sponsored by Kerridge and Partners. Sponsors of this next event, Kerridge and Partners. Lining up in lane 2, we've got a Nelson Tauranga combination, Whangarei in 3, Cambridge in 4, Hawke's Bay Porirua in 5, Waikato will be in 6, and the Petone Aramaho combination will be in lane 7. First 2 progress to the A final. Women's novice coxed 8. So we can see them on the screen. Most crews sitting ready in the start. Crew second from the outside, just having to reline up. They're just backing in now. It's Star, they've just gone in. The rest of the crew's sitting there, just touching lightly. Just a light breeze, Graham, pretty perfect conditions. Light breeze from the inside lanes towards the outside lanes. Very light, not creating any waves or anything on the water. Just a light ripple as they sit in the start for the women's novice coxed 8. And they're underway. Yellow Boat of Porirua's in 2, Hamilton in 3. Oamaru's there in lane 4. Then we've got North Shore Star Boating Club in Cambridge on the outside. They've taken their first 3 strokes, and it looks like Oamaru got a flyer there, a canvas in front. Oamaru by a canvas. Then we go to the outside crew, Cambridge 2, sitting a canvas down on Cambridge. Is Cambridge. Oamaru gone out to a lead. Oamaru have taken 4 seats already. Oamaru pushing out in front. This crew of Jones Hogan, Lucy, Wainwright, Wright, Greehey, Strachan, Spittle, Burke, Henry Robson, Coxing, Ivan Doherty coaching. They've gone out by almost a length already as we hit the 250 metre mark. A flyer of a start from Oamaru. Next is towards the outside Cambridge, but it's inside in lane 3. That's the Hamilton crew. They're actually sitting in second over Porirua in the yellow boat, and Cambridge neck and neck with them. We just dropped slightly back to the crew inside Cambridge, which was Star, and the only crew dropping off at this stage 3/4 of a length down on the other crews is the North Shore crew. But there goes Oamaru. They've opened up clear water already, and we haven't even got to the 500 metre mark. First 2 will qualify for the A final. Great footage if you're watching this on TV. Oamaru gone out to a big lead. Oamaru in the yellow colours in their white boat as they hit the 500 metre mark. They go through now. Then we're back to Hamilton, who go through now. Then, neck and neck, we have Star and Porirua in 3rd spot. So the first 2 are getting pretty clear cut, and we've only gone 500 metres. This Oamaru crew looking very good. They've pulled out from the field. They've opened up 1 3/4 lengths over Hamilton. Hamilton in a turn has a length over Porirua, Star and Cambridge, who are all chasing them. We then go back a further length to the North Shore crew. Through 700 metres to go, and Oamaru continue to go out in the lead. So they've probably got 2 lengths on the field now. Every stroke they're pulling further and further in front in this women's novice coxed 8 heat, where the first 2 go through to the final. There's 2 heats, and this Oamaru crew looks very good as they continue to pull away, and we haven't even reached the halfway mark yet. So I've got them about 2.5 lengths as Oamaru continues to pull away from Hamilton. Hamilton sitting clear cut. They've got clear water back to the yellow boat. The yellow boat on the inside is the Porirua Club. They're in, although you can't see it if you're looking on the TV screens, and you probably can't see it if you're looking with the naked eye, but they've got a striped uniform Porirua. And they're doing very well in lane 1, holding that 3rd position narrowly over the crew second, second from the outside, which is Star Boating Club. But there we go through the halfway mark. Oamaru, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strokes. 7 strokes. So they're almost 6 to 7 lengths out in front of Hamilton. Hamilton sitting in second. They're in the white boat on the inside of your screen. They're in lane 3. This crew of Haggard, Fiona Haggie, Shearer, Shaw, Sherard Smith, Yao, Williams, Cutler coxing, Annabelle McRoby coaching. They're in a clear second, so they look also like they're going to qualify them. Chasing them are both the Porirua and Star crews. Porirua in lane 2, Star in lane 6. But it's Oamaru. They've cleared out from the field. In fact, the drone can't get another crew into the screenshot. They're so far in front. This is extremely impressive in the women's novice coxed 8. This crew up from the South Island, Oamaru, clearly leading heat 1. Further back behind them is the red and the white. You can see in lane 3 of the Hamilton combination. They've got second clearly sewn up, and then there's 2 or 3 crews fairly more closely together. The 2 that are really battling it out in that 3rd spot are Porirua in the yellow boat in lane 2 and Star, who have the blue and white vertical strokes out in 6. Coming down to 500 metres to go, 6 lengths out in front is Oamaru over Hamilton. They've opened up a huge margin for an 8. Fantastic novice rowing. They go through now inside the last 500 metres. Heat 1 of the women's novice coxed 8s. Oamaru, real beautiful rowing for novice women. 5 to 6 lengths at least in front of Hamilton, who in turn have clear water over the 3rd crew. Not sure what's coming up in heat 2, but this is an extremely impressive row from Oamaru from the South Island up here at Lake Karapiro, destroying the field in heat 1. Not only winning, but they are lengths and lengths in front of the field as they continue to power down to the line with about 300 metres to go. Over the Hamilton crew, Hamilton holding second. They'll also qualify through to the finals. The other crew, barring mishap that is, this stage, the other crews will have to fight it out to the repecharges. We can see quite a battle between the yellow boat of Porirua in the red and blue and white vertical stripes on the inside of the course, and Star in the blue and white horizontal stripes towards the outside, and their white boat and their white blades. Here they come down, 100 metres to go. They've got 150 metres over the second crew. This impressive crew from Oamaru rowing clearly. The boat's perfectly balanced. The oars are all going in. The girls are all swinging together. Some of them are looking round for the line now. This is an impressive win from Oamaru in lane 4 as they go across the line, winning heat 1 of the women's Another Sculls. Another good row coming from Hamilton here in the red and white checked singlets in their white boat in lane 3. They've cleared out on the opposition. Star have moved into third on the outside, just had a little bit of mishap, one seat there, but they're still doing. Porirua is sitting in fourth. Hamilton go across the line now in second. Star coming up to the line, they're holding off this Porirua crew. Cambridge 2 coming down the outside and a little bit further back to North Shore. Star go across the line now. Porirua coming up to the line, then Cambridge. Heat 2 are on the way down, and I'm going to pass over to Vicky now, who will call Heat 2 of the Women's Novice Coxed 8.
Many thanks to John. I appreciate your time, John, as well many of the spectators out there. So we're on race 81 in your program, and it's the Women's Novice Coxed 8. It's the second heat, and progression is first and second through to the A final, with third, fourth, fifth, and sixth through to the repechage. So everybody gets a second go. And we've got 6 boats on the water, 6 boats on my program. In lane 2, we have Nelson Composite, and that's made up from Nelson and Tauranga. In lane 3, we have got Whangarei. In lane 4, we have Cambridge. In lane 5, Hawke's Bay. In lane 6, Waikato 1. And in lane 7, a Petone Composite, which is Petone and Aramaho Wanganui. First and second through to the A final. They're coming up to the 1500 metre mark. The Waikato crew out in lane 6, coached by Georgia King and Ben Kersop, are leading the charge home. Hot on their tail is Cambridge. Cambridge number 1, you can just see their blue blades, and it's the traffic light lolly rowing suits of the Waikato. And then don't rule out Nelson Composite in lane 2. They're going to have to do some work here. We've got some clear leaders out here, and the race for first and second and bragging rights will be between Waikato and Cambridge. Their pace, as John commented, novice rowers, they're going pretty quickly, and some are just finding this pace a little too hot to handle today. It's pretty hot out there on the water. It's windy, and you know, novice rowers will not be used to the wind and just the pressure that this can put on the boat. But a big boat like an 8, it's not so difficult. So we're through the 1750 marker. Home is in sight. Cambridge and Waikato, neck and neck here. Are they neck and neck? I think Cambridge has got the march, just the angle that I'm looking at. I think they might have a couple of seats there. Yeah, and that, just the way I'm looking at it now, Cambridge has certainly got the momentum here. They're just quicker here. Whether or not the Waikatos thought, yeah, well, we're through to the final. If we stick with this position, we'll just rest a little bit. I don't know. But Cambridge are looking very convincing here. That there's fresh water between them and the Waikato crew. So they will be really pleased. And this is coached by Carl Manson and Alyssa George. And then the Waikato crew, Georgia King and Ben Kersop. And then we come down to the Nelson Composite, coached by Kylie Johnson and Jeff Johnson. Then we go over to the Petone Composite, coached by Fiona Burney and Kevin Stevenson. Then back to Whangarei, coached by Chris Williams and Isabella Hunter-Willits. And then we go over to the Hawke's Bay crew, coached by Heidi Oliver and Jerry Steenkammer. And that was very kindly sponsored by Kerridge and Partners, a firm I know very well. Kerridge and Partners understands that rowing is a sport that demands ambition, commitment, dedication, and teamwork. Like our nation's rowers, Kerridge and Partners take inspiration from the best in the world as they deliver their work in executive search, governance advisory, and leadership solutions. Thank you to Kerridge and Partners. Okie dokie. Now, on the water, we've got the women's intermediate coxed quadruple sculls. And that is race 82 in your program. And very kindly sponsored by Authentic Oars. And they are a mainstay in sponsorship of Karapiro Rowing. Lots of lovely goodies up there. They're on the bank today. And one of the things they sell are the replica miniature oars, custom painted in your school colours and design. Just like the real thing, only smaller. Go and have a yarn with Rob, just on the bank below podium, and have a look at many of the things he has on offer. So in lane 1, we've got Hamilton number 1, who are travelling well. First 4 through to the semi-final, the remainder 2 to the repechage. In lane 2, we've got Whangarei also travelling well. Petone just at the back in this particular race. In lane 4, we've got North Shore, just going to have to do some work. Rotorua travelling well in lane 5. Star Poting Club just a little bit back, as is Cambridge 21. So first 4 through to the A final. The Hamilton crew has Anya Banso, Mari Radmaker, Ella Cloak and Corbin Radford, Bria Duncan, and coached by Georgia Allen. And Whangarei is sitting in second or third. Georgia Candy, Lola Ellering, Elizabeth Gould, Grace Lazenby, Brooke McCasey is the cox, coached by Chris Williams and Stuart Widger. North Shore are having to do a bit more work here, and Cambridge 21 could be catching North Shore. They're going to have to get a wriggle on here. The Cambridge crew, the North Shore crew, Maya Sharp, Tasman McCasey, Elsa Stratford, Brianna George and Lily Richardson, coached by Barry Mabbott. But it's the Hamilton crew. The Hamilton crew is going to take this out, followed by Whangarei. And then over to Rotorua, who's got Ellie Mae McElroy, Cara Moody, Frances Hazeldine, Grace Hack, and Lauren Thompson, coached by Alistair Riddle and Evan Hack. And then it is the girls from North Shore will pull up in 4th. Then we go over to Cambridge, at St. Peter's. Then back to Star Boating Club and Petone, who will fight it out in the repechage tomorrow. And also on the water is the second heat in the women's intermediate coxed quadruple sculls, race 83 in your program, kindly sponsored by Authentic Oars. And as I say, it's the mini oars, which are absolutely beautiful. They're a replica, custom painted in your school colours and design, or your club colours. Make lovely presents, just the real thing, but only smaller. Lots of other items, towels, jewellery, etc. Please go and see him and have a chat with Steve. He's been a mainstay sponsor of KRI, not Steve, Rob, sorry, Rob. Well worth spending an idle half an hour there, or 15 minutes. So in lane 1, we've got Petone. In lane 2, we've got Hawke's Bay. In lane 2, Petone. Lane 3, Hawke's Bay. Lane 4, Star Boating Club, who are bringing the cruise home at the moment. Lane 5, Whangarei, just off the pace for this race. Hamilton, 21, out in lane 6. And Canterbury, in lane 7. So again, first 4 through to the A final. 6 boats, so 2 will go to the repechage. Who do I think is Star Boating Club from Wellington? Lola Story, Grace Rowan, Gracie Marshall McCaskey, Poppy Clark, and Marima Wallace, coached by Nathan Wallace. They're making a really good fist of this. And then we pop over to Hamilton. Nadia Turner, Eva McGurvan, Lily Johnson, Thea Mace, Isla Tony is the cox, coached by Tony Burns and Rachel Brown. Then we've got Canterbury in lane 7, Georgia Scott Linfield, Lauren Thompson, Jessica Head, Stella Cook, Libby Greaves is the cox, coached by Josh Smith. And then we are going to have to see who's going to be 4th, but it is Star Boating Club. Star Boating Club just about to come into the red buoy, so that's 100 metres to go. Star Boating Club, very commanding, they know what they're doing. Beautiful strokes here. Quite a decent rating. They'll be hurting. And then we've got Hamilton. And then over to Canterbury. And then back to Hawke's Bay. And Hawke's Bay, Danica Grant, Kira Dawkins, Keely Ramsey, Helena Carney, Molly Young is the cox, coached by Heidi Oliver and Benita Douglas. Then we go back to Whangarei and then back to Petone. So Petone and Whangarei will compete in the repechage. Race 84, well, they're coming thick and fast today. No mucking around here. We've got 6 boats on the water. And we've got a little armada, actually, on the far side of the lake. Avon, Waikato, and Te Awamutu are charging 4th in lane 5, 6, and 7. And then in lane 2, we've got a Cambridge composite, Belle Woods, Ashley Quirk, Bryony Fraser, Senga Hickson, and Troy Smith, coached by Philip Petch and Peter Fraser. Dunstan Arm in lane 3, Phoebe Harricks, Poppy Tuffin, Kate Spriggs, Bella Breen, and Lily Kane, coached by Simon Smith. In lane 4, Hamilton 22, Cinnamon Simpson, gosh, what a great name, Eve Singleton, Brenna Salmons, Olivia Church, and Lucia Lenormand is the cox, coached by Tony Burns and Rachel Brown. So, and then Avon, in my book, are leading the charge home. And this is Francesca Armstrong, Jessica Boyd, Emma Reese, Emma Gardner, and Ashley Tackon, coached by Marcella Tuffus and Jake Luthi. In the Waikato boat, hot on the heels of Avon, we've got Elise Smith, Frances Casey, Savannah Burke, Caitlin Bequest, Bradley Kingma is the cox, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. And then Tiawamutu, who are travelling well. We are going to have a ding-dong. I'm going to earn my pay on calling 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Tiawamutu, Casey Lee Baker, Tessa Chappell, Maria Moi Moi, Azarana Johnson, and Isla Joyce is coached by Ayla Mexted. So, coming down in the middle here, the colours of Avon. The colours of Avon bringing this race home. Then by the Waikato. And then we have, I think Tiawamutu is going to be out the picture. I think they're going to go to the repechage. But it's Avon, Waikato in 2nd. Cambridge Composite in 3rd, Dunstan Arn 4th, and then Tiawamutu 5th, and then back to Hamilton. Oh. On the water now, the men's club coxless quadruple sculls, race 85 in your programme. And again, we are very honoured to have Authentic Oars sponsor the men's club coxless quadruple sculls. In lane 2, we've got Tauranga Boys College number 1. In lane 3, Bay of Plenty Coast number 1. In lane 4, Aramaho Wanganui number 1. Lane 5, St George 11. In lane 6, Tauranga 1. And in lane 7, Kyoto Uni School Medicine Composite. So we welcome our Japanese athletes here, and it was lovely to see them compete at the end of January as well. So they're getting used to this water. So first 4 through to the semi, and then the next 3 or 2 will go to the repechage. So Bay of Plenty Coast, get your wriggle on here. Aramaho Wanganui bringing the charge home. St George's are in with a look in here, but they're going to have to work a little bit harder, and they've just heard me. They're working hard. Tauranga Boys just falling back off the pace in lane 1. And then Tauranga going well, and Kyoto just off the pace here too. But it's Aramoho Wanganui, Ellie Cooney, Jake Newton, Lawrence Harkin, and Nicky Maxim. They are bringing the boat home here, and they're quick. They're jolly quick. Then we go out to Tauranga, Pierre Conze, Matthew Ryder, Jack McClutchy, James Hollard, and coached by Simon Aubrey. Then back to Bay of Plenty Coast, Nathan Helms, Arthur Crimmins, Henry Gavin, and Luca Romaressa, coached by Ted Phelps. And then it is St George's, Nathan Strachan, Harrison Reeve, Logan Turrell, James Dimmock, coached by Alan Vester. And Tauranga Boys will go to the repechage along with Kyoto University School of Medicine, and that's a composite, both from the School of Medicine and Kyoto University 1. Race 86 on your programme. The men's club coxless quadruple sculls. It's the second heat. First 4 through to the semi-final. And the rest go to the repechage. And I've got a boat missing. Cambridge 21 has scratched. So, one will miss out. Oh, that's very sad. Okay, but actually what we're seeing here is Clifton is leading the charge home here in lane 4. You go back to lane 2, we've got Cure Boating Club in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Mercer Composite 2, that's Mercer and Auckland. As I say, in lane 4, Clifton bringing the boats home, and they're quick. I'd love to just look at the time when they finished, but they seem very smooth, quick, know what they're doing, sticking to their knitting. Then we go to Canterbury in lane 6, and out to Hamilton, who are sitting in second or third at the moment. I'll just get my eye in. I think they're second. But the Cure Boating Club, that looks like an advert for Cadbury's, is coming up fast in lane 2. But Hamilton going well in the outside lane. But Clifton have taken the honours. Then over to Hamilton. Cure. And then Mercer, and then Canterbury. Race 87, Heat 3 of the men's club coxless quadruple sculls. First 4 through to the A final, to the semi-final. And the last on this occasion will go to the repechage. We've only got 5 boats in this race. Again, kindly sponsored by Authentic Oars. Go and have a chat with Rob. Sorry, excuse me, that caught me a little bit unawares. So in lane 2, we've got Wairoa Composite number 1, and that's a composite between Wairoa and Nelson number 1. This is James Ripley, Jackson Taylor, Liam Collins, Liam Kirkland, coached by Say Surgeonor and Matt Straker. In lane 3, we've got Oamaru, number 1 crew, Patrick Spillane, Stuart Isbister, Lachlan Wright, Nye Jones Hogan, coached by Ivan Docherty. In lane 4, we have Mercer 1, Cohen Robinson, Max Simmelink, Cameron Preston, Jack Simmelink, coached by Brett Henry and Leanne Henry. In lane 5, Avon number 1, Sam Evans, Jacob Lorcombe, Will Sampson, Lawrence Birch, coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. In lane 6, we have Wellington number 1, Finn Pethers-Boak, Lachlan Rose, Matthew Hanford, Ty Renner, coached by Matthew Hall. So they're coming up to the 1500 metre mark. This is actually a tighter race than the other ones that we've seen. Wairoa, Oamaru, Mercer, Wellington, not much between them all at the moment, and Avon just sitting back there. They're going to have to work really hard to get into the semi-final and not go to the repechage. Saying that, Oamaru, I don't know whether they've had a whoopsie or what, but they just seem to have dropped back quite a bit there. There's Oamaru have definitely dropped back. So our leaders at the moment are Wairoa Composite in lane 2, Mercer in lane 4, and Wellington out in lane 6. Avon are coming up here. Has Oamaru blown their tank out earlier on? Well, we'll see. They're all coming through the 1750 mark now, and they're hurting, but they know home is in sight. The Wairoa Composite going really well in lane 1. as is Mercer in lane 4, and then out to Wellington in lane 6. Oamaru still got their nose out in front of Avon. And Wairoa building a bit of a heat of steam up, head of steam here. Really lovely sculling. Ultimate team sport, I just love it. So this is Wairoa Composite, they're going to take it out. Mercer going to be second. Oamaru picking up their pace. Oamaru is going to come third, and it would be better if you didn't look out the boat. And then we've got Wellington in fourth, and back to Avon, who will live to fight another day in the repechage. On the water now, race 88 in your program, and we'll have a few heats. 4 heats of the Women's Club Single Sculls. This is kindly sponsored by Goldsmith Gallery Jewelers. So for all your rowing needs, in terms of jewellery, visit Goldsmiths Gallery Designer Jewelers, www.goldsmithsgallery.co.nz, made in Hamilton. And me and many others can also tell you it is lovely designs and well made. We'll do other stuff too. Thank you, Goldsmith Gallery. Now, this is our future Emma Twiggs in this race, and the next one, and the next one. So, in our lineup, let's have a look in our lineup. Dunstan Arn has pulled out. That's a shame. So in lane 1, we've got Hamilton number 3 crew. This is Caitlin Eagleton, coached by Georgia Allen. In lane 2, we've got Waikato number 1, Charlize Tutbury, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. In lane 3, Tauranga 1, Caitlin Wayne, coached by Steve Finlayson and Troy Page. In lane 4, Mercer 1, Sasha Robinson, coached by Brett Henry and Leanne Henry. In lane 5, Avon 1, Grace Langridge, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barracliff. In lane 6, we've got Porirua 1, Leila Mackay, coached by Tim Parker. And in lane 8, Rotorua 2, Lucy Gaston, coached by Alistair Riddle. It's the first and second through to the semi-final, and the remainder go through to the repechage. So you can see the flags if you are, well, if you're watching online, you maybe not see the flags, but if you're watching on the bank, you'll see the flags. They are giving it laude, and that means it's blowy out there. And this is when you really feel it in these smaller boats. You get buffeted around a little bit more. So we're looking for a first and a second in this race. Lane 1, Hamilton, just maybe finding the heat in the kitchen too much on this one. Waikato travelling well in lane 2. Tauranga travelling well in lane 3. Mercer not too bad in lane 4, just slightly behind the leaders. Lane 5, Avon, Grace Langridge, she is also travelling well. Lane 6 is Porirua, they're back off the pace. And in lane 7, we have Rotorua 2, also finding this pace just a little hot to handle. So we've got 4 boats in lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5, all having a bit of a ding-dong. But it's Avon, it's Grace Langridge that's bringing it home. Tauranga's putting her under pressure, as is the Waikato crew of Charlie's Tutbury. I've been privileged to watch Charlie's race quite a lot, and she's going well. So Charlie's and Avon going neck and neck, but I think Charlie's actually got the edge here, has she? Well, we'll see it when it comes up a little bit closer to me. They've got about 150 meters to go. And really, they just want to get the first 2 here. Tauranga traveling well here as well. I think Mercer's backed off a little. So we've got 3 boats here racing for the finish. Who's going to be the top 2 that's going to go forward to the semi-final? Well, I do think it is Waikato. And then it's going to be, I think it's Avon at the moment. Avon over Tauranga. But it's Waikato take it out. And then Tauranga. And then Avon. Back to Mercer. Out to Rotorua. And back to Hamilton. So Goldsmiths Gallery Jewelleries, for all your rowing needs, go and have a look at Goldsmiths Gallery Design Jewellers, www.goldsmithsgallery.co.nz, made in Hamilton. And as I say, it is beautiful jewellery that stands the test of time. Now, we're very fortunate that we have some wonderful sponsors as well. That don't always get a mention, but we've got the Colgan Foundation, who have been amazing, and they have been a proud partner of Rowing New Zealand and were founded by Sean P. Colgan in 1995 to benefit athletic, scientific and education causes. So amazing. 776 BC or 776 BC is the official apparel partner of Rowing New Zealand. 776 BC exists to support athletes in the pursuit of performance. They work with the world's best athletes to create a range of specialized performance apparel that stands up to the toughest training programs, so you can go further on and off the water. And make sure you check out the 2024 New Zealand Rowing Championships collection at the 776 BC site, just out here on the hill, where the stock is still available. So in lane 1, we have Wairoa, Lexi Timson, coached by Kay Sturgeoner and Mac Straker. In lane 2, we've got Whakatane, number 1 crew, Poppy May Parks, coached by Chick Hammond. In lane 3, Mercer 2, Megan Van Leuven, coached by Brett Henry and Leanne Henry. In lane 4, Hamilton 1, Aria Armstrong, coached by Georgia Allen. In lane 5, Tauranga 2, Amy Everett, coached by Steve Finlayson and Troy Page. In lane 6, Clifton 1, Jesse Pulford, coached by Jason Williams and Greg Cox. In lane 7, West End 1, Jessica Taylor, coached by Nick Daw and Tanya Doniani. And in lane 8, Twizel 1, Sadie Mason, coached by Kelvin Maker and Sarah Henderson. First 2 through to the semi-final, and the rest go to the repechage. So Whakatane travelling well. Wairoa just a little bit off the pace. Whakatane going well. Lane 3, Mercer working hard. Hamilton working hard, but just off the pace. Then we have Tauranga 2 leading the charge home. This is Amy Everett. And then on her shoulder, we've got Clifton. And then back to West End and out over to Twizel. Now, it is Tauranga's Amy Everett bringing the boats home, but Whakatane travelling quickly and also Twizel going well. So are we going to see the same ding-dong between second and third, trying to nab that and secure rather than nab a second place in the semi-final? Well, Twizel's going well in that outside lane. Clifton's going for burn 2, as is Whakatane. Whakatane's got a little bit more momentum, I think, maybe over Twizel, maybe not, but it's certainly Tauranga's race here. Let's just see. Oh, no. I do actually think it is Whakatane. It's definitely going to be Whakatane that takes second. And then I think Clifton third, fourth Mercer. And then out to Twizel, back to Wairoa and Hamilton. So Aon are also proudly local and proudly supporting Rowing New Zealand. They've been a mainstay for a long time. From schoolyards to stadiums and from local towns to local lakes, Aon has long been associated with helping New Zealanders achieve their sporting potential. From Kerry to Invercargill, Aon are in over 70 communities around Aotearoa, New Zealand, and they are ready to assist you with your insurance needs. And because of Aon's generosity in supporting rowing, I insure my house and my contents through them, and they're great. They're competitive and really lovely people in Cambridge to deal with. So, race 90 in your programme. Women's Club single sculls, or even if I put my teeth in, the single sculls, heat 3, progression first and second through to the semi-finals, sponsored by Goldsmiths Gallery. Goodness, it's a spaced out field again. 8 boats on the water. Gosh, they're like little dots on the horizon. First and second through to the A final. Hauraki Plains, Olivia Adams, coached by Jeremy Cryer. Just, out the back here. Hawke's Bay, Angala Carney, coached by Matt Lawson and Matt Troutvetter. Going well, but I think they might have to, well, they are working hard. Everybody's working hard. I think they're sitting in third at the moment. Oamaru, number 1, Emma Spittle, coached by Ivan Doherty. She's in lane 3 and leading the pack home. Then we go down to Whangarei 2, Isabella Hunter-Willets, coached by Mayor Harold, I think in the repechage. Then we've got Rotorua. Now Rotorua are gunning for a second place here. Tegan Negus, coached by Alistair Riddle. Then we go back to Waikato 2, Kate Stewart, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. North End, number 1, Maddie Cockburn, coached by Dave Hannon. And out in lane 8, Cure Boating Club, Alexandra Bidwell, coached by Alex Kennedy. But it's Oamaru, Emma Spittle leading the charge home. And we've got Hawke's Bay and Rotorua going for a bit of ding-dong, but I think it is Hawke's Bay and Galakani that has got the march, over Rotorua's Tegan Negus. But the honours will go to Emma Spittle, coached by Ivan Doherty. She'll take this race out, followed by Hawke's-Bay and Gallicani, coached by Matt Lawson and Mike Troutvetter. And then over to Rotorua, Tegan Negus, coached by Alistair Riddle, will bring in it at third. First and second through to the semi-final. The rest through to the repechage, which I think Wednesdays are repechage day. Race 91 in your programme. It's the women's club single sculls. It's the final heat. Progression first and second through to the semi-final. Still sponsored by Goldsmiths Gallery. For all your rowing jewellery needs, visit Goldsmiths Gallery, designer jewellers, www.goldsmithsgallery.co.nz. Okay, on the water here, ooh, goodness me, we have Atlanta Bruce, coached by Ella Campbell and Maren Howarth, in lane 1 from North Shore, and she's an impressive figure out here. And then I'd pop right across to lane 8 to Whangarei, Alice Henderson Biss, coached by Chris Williams. Those are the two that are leading the pack home here, but Atlanta Bruce is in lane 1, so she'll be a lot further up that track than I think she is. Then we've got in lane 2, Bay of Plenty Coast, Jemima Glahome, coached by Ted Phelps. In lane 3, Avon 2, Sam Rankin, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliffe. Lane 4, Cambridge number 1, Tegan O'Dwyer, coached by Carl Manson. In lane 5, Mercer 3, Ashley Pryor, coached by Brett Henry and Leanne Henry. In lane 6, Hamilton 2, Raitara David, coached by Georgia Allen. In lane 7, Ashburton 1, Sophie Gibson, coached by Justin Wall. And in lane 8, Alice Henderson Biss, coached by Chris Williams from Whangarei. And it's these two women in lane 1 and lane 8 are owning the waterway here at Lake Karapiro. It's Atlanta Bruce out in lane 1, representing North Shore, and Alice Henderson Biss. Actually, it's not. Sorry, I've just seen the colours. This is... It is Ashburton. Beg your pardon. Sorry to the parents of Whangarei's Alice. It's Ashburton. It's Sophie Gibson, coached by Justin Wall. And it's Ashburton and North Shore that are going for a ding-dong here. But it's Atlanta Bruce bringing this boat home and just looking around, sees that she's nearly home and hosed. You are now, you'll hear the buzzer. And then we go across to Sophie Gibson. Apologies, Sophie, I had you in another lane. Coached by Justin Wall, is a very good second here. And then we have Cambridge, Tegan O'Dwyer. Tegan will have to live to fight another day in the repechage, but I hope we see her in the final. Tough progression, but at least they get a repechage. Now, on the water now, it is on the water now is the men's senior coxless pair oars, race 92, heat 1. So the progression is first and second through to the A final, and the rest go to the repechage. Mobicom, another stalwart in supporting Carapiro Rowing, and they're a proud sponsor of Carapiro Rowing. They offer sales and service of communication solutions, including two-way radio, GPS tracking, and satellite lone worker. To find out more, head to Mobicom, that's 2 M's, mobicom.co.nz, or give them a call on 0800 947 426. Stay safe and stay connected. So Mobicom are very kindly sponsoring the men's senior coxless pair oars. And there's 2 heats. Sorry, I thought there would be more heats than that, but there's 2. And they're also doing the women. So, who have we got here in the zoo on the water? In lane 1, Josh Syme and Fred Vavasseur from Avon, number 4 crew, travelling not too badly in lane 1. Coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. In lane 2, Waikato 2, going well. Zach Brownlee and Dylan McConnell, coached by Caleb Shepherd. In lane 3, also travelling well, Avon 1, Sam Woodgate, Matthew Glenn, coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. In lane 4, we've got Nelson 1, Rico Fraser and Sam Johnston, coached by Tim Babbage and Phil Knight. In lane 5, Avon 2, Charlie Poulter and Fergus Johnson, coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. In lane 6, Cure Boating Club number 2 crew, Lewis Mates, George Johnson, coached by Alex Kennedy. In lane 7, Star Boating Club number 1 crew, Sam Hickey and Maxim Eriksson, coached by Brooke Walker and Ella Pudney. And out in lane 8, we have Dunstan Arm 1, Matthew King and Jed McIntosh, coached by Simon Smith. First 2 through to the A final, and we have a ding-dong here. We have a real race between Waikato, Avon, and goodness me, just check the colours before I get that wrong, and Cure Boating Club. So we've got a ding-dong here. So if this is Cure Boating Club number 2 crew, wonder what their number 1 crew are going to do. But we have a real race. Waikato digging in deep here. Who's going to be fastest coming up to this finish line? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Avon, Waikato, and goodness me, Cure stop rowing. Bugger. Sorry. I don't think they would have got there, but I think they probably heard a buzzer and thought it was them. So they won't make that mistake again. That is sad, but I don't actually think they would have got there. Let me just check that. So the race is not, the times are not posted on Rowit until the last boat has crossed the line, and that has just happened with Star Boating Club. And they will all live to fight another day in the repechage. And let's hope Carapiro is, well, maybe just drop some of the wind. So Avon took that race out in a time of 7:11:45, Waikato 7:11:85, and Cure 7:13:30. Well, if they hadn't stopped rowing, it would have been, the margin would have been much less. That gave them a lot of hope for tomorrow. So race 93, it is the second heat of the men's senior coxless pair oars, progression first and second through to the A final. In lane 1, we have Waikato, 3 crew, Ethan Stain and William Milne, coached by Caleb Shepherd. In lane 2, North Shore, number 3 crew, Jack Harrison and Cruz Erdman, coached by Liam Avery. And Liam Avery has got 2 Liam Averys there in the paperwork. In lane 3, let's see what Cure Boating Club number 1 crew can do. Will Rattray and William McIntosh, coached by Alex Kennedy. In lane 4, Avon 3, Henry Kirk and Ted Main, coached by David Lindstrom and Sophie Strachan. In lane 5, Auckland 1, Jack MacDonald and Callan Ogilvie, coached by Peter Mills. In lane 6, North Shore number 1, Tag Farak and Callum Booth, coached by Lewis Morrill. And in lane 7, Waikato 1, Alex Pollock and Adam Wilson. And in lane 8, Cure Boating Club number 3 crew, Flynn Dijkstra and Lucas MacDonald, coached by Alex Kennedy. So who is doing really well here? Why, Waikato number 3, despite them being in lane 1, I think they're just a little bit off the pace. As a North Shore. Then we get to Cure Boating Club number 1 crew, who I think are sitting in 3rd at the moment. Avon number 3 crew sitting in 1st, but it's a very close call with Jack MacDonald and Callan Ogilvie, coached by Peter Mills from Auckland. In fact, I think Callan and Jack have just, well, there's a bit of a seesaw going on here. Then we go over to North Shore, back to Waikato, and then back to Cure Boating Club. But the ding-dong here, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it is fast and furious. North Shore really picking up the pace here. Are they going to catch Auckland, Callan and Jack? And Avon's going to take it out. Avon's taking it, and Auckland is second. Never mind North Shore, Cure, sorry, you will come back to fight another day. Congratulations to the winning crews, and everyone else goes to the repechage. On the water now. Race 94 in your programme. It's the women's senior coxless pair oars. It's Heat 1, very kindly sponsored by Mobicom, a proud sponsor of Carapiro Rowing. They offer sales and service of communication solutions, including two-way radio, GPS tracking and satellite lone worker. To find out more, head to mobicom.co.nz. Stay safe and stay connected. So on the water, we've got 7 boats and 7 boats in my program. First and second through to the A final on this one. So I hope I said that the men's senior coxless pair oars were first and second through to the A final and the rest to repechage. And I didn't sit with the progression from the previous races. So this is the women's senior coxless pair oars, first and second through to the A final and the rest go through to a repechage. Lane 1, Avon 4, Hannah Wiley, Jessica Tavendale, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliffe. In lane 2, Waikato number 2, Sophia Greenhull and Grania Walsh, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. In lane 3, Waikato 5, Hannah Tomlin and Isabel Melville, coached by WKD. In lane 4, Avon 3, Katie Bell and Arlie O'Sullivan, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliffe. And lane 5, Wanganui Collegiate 1, Millicent Murphy and Franca Mora, coached by Tyler Scott. In lane 6, North Shore 1, Megan Farquhar and Fenella Hemi, coached by Ella Campbell and Maren Howarth. In lane 7, Waikato 4, Brooke Carter and Ella Henry, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills, first and second through to the A final, and the rest live to fight another day in the repechage tomorrow. So travelling well in lane 1, we've got Avon 4, but I think they're possibly out of the running here. Waikato 2, Waikato 5, I think it's too far for them. Again, Avon, Katie Bell and Arlia O'Sullivan, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leon Barrowcliffe, travelling well and are they've got the lead in this first heat. Then we go back to Wanganui Collegiate. And then back to the North Shore is travelling extremely well here. They're sitting in second place at the moment, and Waikato 4 is out the back. So it is Avon travelling really well. They are going to take pole position here. That's them. Qualified for the A final in lane 4, Avon 3, and then out to North Shore 1. Qualified for the A final. Then we're back to Waikato 5. Then Avon 4. Then Wanganui Collegiate. Waikato, and then we have another Waikato crew on the water. Thank you to Mobicom. On the water now, race 95, women's senior coxless pair oars. This is the second heat, progression, first and second through to the A final. I don't think it's as clear cut as the last one. In lane 1, Waikato number 1, Jenna Lee Margraf and Tessa White Parsons, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. In lane 2, Avon travelling well. Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leo Barrowcliffe. They're going really well. They're bringing the march home here. And on their shoulder is Cure Boating Club. Abby Jenkins McCaw and Lauren Sim, coached by Alex Kennedy. So it'd be Waikato 1 and Cure Boating Club that I would be watching for the second place at the moment. Then we go to Waikato 3 in lane 4, Frances Casey, Alexandra Peoples, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. In lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Millie Scott and Stina Stefan, coached by Simon Smith. Avon 2. I can't see Avon 2. Avon 2 was scratched, that's why I can't see it. And then out in lane 6, West End 31, Olivia Tattersfield and Lily Kernow. But it is the crew from Avon, Gemma and Phoebe. They've owned it from start to finish. And Waikato crew coming up fast in the inside lane, who are going to overtake Cure Boating Club. But it is Avon. Avon will go straight to the A final now, followed by the Waikato crew of Jenna Lee and Tessa. They're through to the A final now. Cure, a great race, but they will have to go back and have another go in the repechage, as will Dunstan Arm, the other Waikato crew, and West End. Okay, on the water now. It is race 96 in your program. It's the men's novice coxed 4. Kindly sponsored by Laszlo Boats. And Laszlo Boats is New Zealand's oldest and newest rowing skiff building company, with more than 30 years of boat building industry experience. They understand that it's rowers who make boats go fast, but having a fast boat can help create that fractional advantage that can make the difference between gold and silver. Whether you row competitively, for fun, or both, and whether your rowing habit is fresh or salt water, Laszlo Boats is keen to work with you, your school, your club, and your rowing facilities in order to understand your goals and to build the boats that surpass your needs and requirements. Thank you to Laszlo. So, in the men's novice cox 4, first and second through to the A final, and the rest go through to the repechage. So, in lane 1, we have Waikato 2, and they are travelling very, very quickly. Avon in lane 2 are off the pace. Then in lane 3, I've lost North Shore. So we go over to lane 4, and in lane 4 we have Aramaho Wanganui. And in lane 5, we have Petone. And in lane 6, we have Auckland 2. And out in lane 7, we have Waikato number 1 crew. So at the moment, it's the bookends. It is lane 1, Waikato number 2 crew, and lane 7, Waikato number 1 crew. And it's first and second through to the A final. And somebody is giving them absolute loudie out there, going, go Waikato. Well, it would be first and second if they keep rowing the way they're going. And this is men's novice coxed 4. So we're not going to get all the names out, but we'll get Jaden Calland, Hudson Rilston, Nicholas Bourne, and Cooper McLean. Darcy Boys is the cox, coached by Robin Clark. They are the Waikato crew in lane 1, Waikato number 2 crew, which is possibly going to beat Waikato number 1 crew, Runping Bai, Mareko Ratu, Even Hugh, and Jaden Ward. Halo Low Parasenia is the cox, coached by Scott Brownlee. And they have Waikato number 2 crew has beaten Waikato number 1 crew. But you're both through to the A final. Congratulations. And the rest live to fight another day. We've got Aramo, Ho, Wanganui just coming up to the final boys now. Then we go over to Auckland number 2 crew. And back to Petone and Avon. And we've got a men's prem, coxless quadruple sculls, and a women's premier, coxless quadruple sculls, coming up after the final heat for the men's novice coxed 4. Just a reminder that this is kindly sponsored by Laszlo, and they are New Zealand's oldest and newest rowing skiff building company with more than 30 years of boat building industry experience. They understand that it's rowers who make boats go fast, but having a fast boat can help that fractional advantage that can make the difference between gold and silver. Whether you row competitively, for fun, or both, and whether your rowing habitat is fresh or salt water, Laszlo Boats is keen to work with you, your school, your club, and your rowing facilities in order to understand your goals and to build the boats that surpass your needs and requirements. So we've got 7 boats on the water in the men's novice cox 4, first and second through to the A final, and the rest go to fight it out another day in the repechage. In lane 1, Mercer number 1 crew, Quinn Hookway, Joshua Payne, Liam Murphy, Noah Murphy, and Patrick Nota is the cox, coached by Jim Matchett. In lane 2, Hawke's Bay number 1, Riley Russell, Ruben Pope, Kobe Hulton, Joss Massingham, and Zach Fitness is the cox, coached by Ross Webb and Craig Ballantyne Woolley. In lane 3, Tauranga Boys College number 1, Jacob Gilbert, Nico McComb, Will Kale, Matthew Bartlett, and Mackay Fuller is the cox, coached by Sarah Coatsworth and Craig Bocock. In lane 4, we have Whangarei number 1, Hugh Manson, Devon Armstrong, Fergus Manson, Ty Pullen, and Guy Manson is the cox, coached by Chris Williams and Jeremy Armstrong. In lane 5, Auckland 1, Kieran Barrington, Kupu John Amo, Tom Leeshout and William Smith. Ryan Slater is the cox, coached by Mike O'Brien and Terry Dolan. In lane 6, Hawke's Bay number 2 crew, Jack Williams, William West, Ashton Clark, Carlin Johnson, and Finn Ballantyne Woolley, coached by Ross Webb and Craig Ballantyne Woolley. And out in lane 7, Oamaru number 1 crew, Louis Belt, Jacob Rohrbach, and Ned Newlands Carter and Cowper Lynch. Peyton Dixon is the cox, coached by Ivan Docherty. First and second through to the A final. They're through, the majority are through the 1500 metre mark. Who is doing really well here? Well, Oamaru out in lane 7, Whangarei in lane 4, and Mercer in lane 1. Because I'm never very sure what's going on in lane 1. They always take me by surprise. But I think it's Clifton and Oamaru going for a ding-dong. But then, just as we go through, I'll get a fright and I'll see that Mercer, Patrick Nota, is bringing his crews through here. I think they are going to have to work a bit harder. But Oamaru out in the far lane, You know, it's difficult to row out there when you can't really see anyone, but that's the coxswain's job, is to really look around, tell his crew what they've got to do. And it's interesting, we've got 2 coxswains in the bow and 1 facing stroke seat. I wonder what difference it makes. I don't know. I'd have to ask somebody above my pay grade. Have I got that wrong? Maybe I've actually got it wrong. Maybe they're all in the bow. They're all in the bow. Sorry. Anyway, I think Oamaru and Whangarei are going to take the honours over Mercer. Is it Whangarei? It is going to be Whangarei. Whangarei, Oamaru, and then Mercer. Hawke's Bay, Auckland, Hawke's Bay number 2 crew, and then back to Tauranga Boys. So we are very fortunate to have the men's Premier Coxless quadruple sculls. Rowing New Zealand, I believe, are looking to take a quad to the last chance regatta.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results, and we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Beyond that. Anyway, in lane 3 we've got Avon number 1 crew. Okay, so this is interesting. We've got 3 boats on the water. No, we don't. Who's scratched? Avon has scratched. So this is a prelim. So in lane 4, we've got Waikato 1. This is Oscar Ruston, Joshua Vodonik. I always do this. Sorry, Joshua. Vodanovich. And Evan Williams and Finn Hamill. And in lane 5, we've got Dunstan Arm, Angus Kenny, Marley King-Smith, Jack Pearson, Henry Clapworthy, coached by Simon Smith. So these 2 will go through to the A final. So it's bragging rights, really. And at the moment, Dunstan Arm has got the march on Waikato. Dunstan Arm, I love watching this. I love watching the quad. They're just coming up past Flynn Cove on the camera, and the Waikato crew sitting way behind the Dunstan Arm crew at the moment. Coming up to Rowing New Zealand now on your camera. And maybe the Waikato crew are just perfecting their technique for the final. Maybe this is an opportunity, one of the first times they rowed together, I don't know. But they don't seem to be exerting a lot of energy there, whereas Dunstan Arm are out there giving it absolute loudly. And just putting more water between them, looking very distinct in their colours. And they know what they're doing. It is a joy to watch them. Dunstan Arm take it out, and the Waikato crew, I think there's some foxing going on there. And the Waikato bring up the rear. And we've got a breather. And have a slug of water. And then we go to the women's preliminary, women's premier, coxless quadruple sculls. Oh, and that's been scratched actually. So we've got a wee break till 3:22.
Milford, invested in you. At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan Conservative, Balanced, and Active Growth Funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver Fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you. At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced, and active growth funds have all been the #1 performer fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
placings once they're a little bit further through their race. So this event is sponsored by Rob Bristow Rowing Images. Thanks to Rob for sponsoring all of the women's novice coxed quadruple sculls. So he is a long supporter of KRI and is pleased to continue for another season as an event sponsor of the regattas. He's been photographing New Zealand rowing for over 25 years now. The images of New Zealand and overseas regattas since 2001 can be found on his website www.rowingphotos.nz. So heat 1 of the women's novice coxed quadruple sculls. Lane 1 is Hawke's Bay number 1, Lane 2 Hamilton number 2, Lane 3 Star Boating Club number 2, Lane 4 Cambridge number 1, Lane 5 Porirua number 1, Lane 6 Whangarei number 1, Lane 7 Whangarei number 3, and Lane 8 Clifton number 2. And as they approach the first 500 metre buoy, we can see Clifton here in Lane 8 in the light blue are currently in the lead. They've just crossed through the first 500 metres. Their closest competition coming from Lane 6, that is Whangarei number 1. So that is your 1-2 at the moment. Clifton in Lane 8, Whangarei in Lane 6, and in third place currently is Cambridge number 1 in Lane 4. So for this event, it is the first 4 crews through to the semi-final. The rest of the field go through to the repechage. So 1, 2, 3, 4 go straight through. Currently that is sitting at Clifton in Lane 8, Cambridge in Lane 6, Whangarei in Lane 6, Cambridge in Lane 4, and it looks like maybe Star in Lane 3. So they're just in between the 500 metre mark and the 1,000 metre buoy. So we will update you once they are a little bit closer. So as they approach the 1,000 metre buoy, it is still Clifton out in the lead. Clifton with about half a boat length of clear water over Whangarei number 1 in Lane 6. Clifton just passing through that 1,000 metre mark now, coxed by Jack Hurley. So following behind them, Whangarei number 1 coxed by Millie Anna Powell in Lane 6. Whangarei coming in second, and over in third place from Lane 4, Cambridge number 1 coxed by Maddie Peacock. Behind them is, I think it's Hamilton number 2 in Lane 2. So that's your 1, 2, 3 at the 4 at the moment. Clifton number 2, Whangarei 1, Cambridge 1, and Hamilton 2. It is the first 4 through to the semi-final in the women's novice coxed quadruple sculls. The rest aren't out yet, though. The rest will have another chance at making it through when repechages start. But it is Clifton now just looking to extend that lead. You can see a little bit of a headwind out there, and these novice rowers in their first year of rowing doing a great job to stay well in time and move all together. So with about 7:50 to go, it is still Clifton number 2 in the lead, Kate Pease, Tabitha George, Orla Honeyfield and Hannah Honeyfield. I'm guessing there's a little bit of a relation there. Coxed by Jack Hurley and coached by Gus Bergen and Jodie Haskell. They've been out in the lead for most of this race. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've looked at the wrong angle. It is actually Whangarei number 3 that is out in front. My mistake. It is the boat in lane 7. So apologies to Whangarei. It is Imogen Parker, Cameron Collinson, Chloe Palmer, Ruby Stonex and Layla Ware. So that is the blue boat of Whangarei in lane 7. So as they come through the final 1500 metre mark, Clifton is still out there in the lead. Whangarei is still there in lane 6. In lane 4, Cambridge, and in lane 2, Hamilton. So it is 2, 4, 6, 8 currently in the top 4 of Heat 1 of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. And with about 300 metres to go, the order has still not changed. So some dominating sculling here. We've seen some great sculling from Clifton over this season. And nothing has changed for their novice women as they approach the 1750 metre mark. Whangarei number 1 in lane 6. Still holding on to that second place ahead of Cambridge in lane 4, who are ahead of Cambridge in lane 2. So Clifton crossing into the last 250 metres now. Some Clifton supporters starting to gather down there and cheer with this great display of sculling out there. All going well, it will still be Clifton to take out the first heat of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. The light blue of Clifton ahead of the light blue of Whangarei. Whangarei will look to cross over in second place, also claim a spot in that semi-final. And Cambridge down in lane 4, that looks to be the crew from Cambridge High School, coached by Carl Manson and Alyssa George. But it will be Clifton Rowing Club out in lane 8. Hopefully coaches Gus Bergen and Jodie Haskell happy with this performance. They finish with a couple of boat lengths of clear water over Whangarei. Some big cheers coming down here from the spectators, and they just casually row away from the finish line. Whangarei cross the finish line now in second place. They will be joining Clifton in the semi-final, and Cambridge in lane 4 have about 10 strokes to go before they also join those other two crews in the semi-final. Hamilton in lane 2, Hamilton number 2, that's coached by Annabelle McRobbie. They will be the 4th crew through to the semi-final later on this week, and the rest of the field will be going through the repechage round to try and make that other semi-final. So that is Whangarei in lane 7, Star Boating Club in lane 3, Hawke's Bay in lane 1, and Porirua in lane 5. So we have heat 2 of the women's novice coxed quadruple sculls coming down now. They're approaching the 1500 metre mark. In lane 1 we have Whangarei number 2, lane 2 Star Boating Club number 1, lane 3 Clifton number 1, lane 4 Aramaho Wanganui number 1, lane 5 Hamilton number 1, lane 6 North Shore number 1, and in lane 7 Cambridge number 2. So hopefully I get the crews right in this heat. It is Clifton though, again in lane 3. Clifton ahead of Aramaho Wanganui in lane 4 in those top 2 spots. So we just saw some great racing from Clifton in the previous heat, who won and will make their way into the semi-final. And it looks like their teammates may join them as they cross into the last 500 metres. Clifton are through now and they just have clear water over Aramaho Wanganui, who just cross into that last 500 metres now. Those are your top 2 at the moment. Currently sitting in 3rd place though, it does look to be like the crew from North Shore out in lane 6. So the crew from North Shore currently sitting in 3rd place with a little bit of pressure from their inside, which is Hamilton Rowing Club in the red and white quarters. Those are your top 4 at the moment. Clifton, though, looking to extend their lead over Aramaho Wanganui with about 300 metres to go. They just have clear water over the crew and they are definitely through to the semi-finals if they hold this position. But Aramaho Wanganui are not letting them go, giving some big pushes there. But Clifton also responding back. They've just managed to get a little bit more of a lead as they enter the last 250. Clifton are through now, and Aramaho Wanganui still in 2nd place, but have dropped back a little bit as Clifton push away in the closing stages of the 2nd heat of the women's novice coxed quadruple sculls. Hamilton still sitting just behind North Shore. Those are your top 4 at the moment, looking to make that semi. The rest of the field looking like they will go to the repechage. But some more great novice sculling here from Clifton Rowing Club. Clifton down here in lane 3. That is coxed by Charlotte Wimsett and again coached by Gus Bergen and Jodie Haskell, so they must be doing something right down there as they cross into the last 100 metres to go. Aramaho Wanganui still sitting in 2nd place. Some great sculling there also coming out of Aramaho Wanganui, but it will be Clifton here to take out heat 2 of the women's novice coxed quadruple sculls. They've managed to push away from Aramaho Wanganui in the last 250 just to really solidify their place here. And they will cross over first and join their teammates in the semi-final later this week. Well done to Aramaho Wanganui as well. They will also be part of that semi-final, and it looks like it is between North Shore and Hamilton for 3rd and 4th place, but both of these crews will also join them in the semi-final. It is the top 4 crews through to the semi with the rest through to the repechage. With North Shore with 1 stroke to go, they've just crossed over. And Hamilton crossing now. Those are your top 4 for heat 2 of the women's novice quads. Unfortunately, Whangarei, Star Boating Club and Cambridge will have to go through the repechage stages to try and make this final. We now join the third and final heat of the women's novice cox quadruple sculls. In lane 1, North Shore number 2, lane 2, Nelson number 1, lane 3, Waikato number 1, lane 4, Avon number 1, lane 5, Te Awamutu number 1, lane 6, Clifton number 3, lane 7, Hamilton 21, and lane 8, Petone number 1. But looking down to lane 3, it is the local crew, the Waikato crew, who are right out in the lead there as we see them row past their club rooms just in the background of the live stream. So Waikato Rowing Club with miles of clear water against the rest of the field. Some great sculling here, coached by Angela Burke. Hopefully Angela Burke's happy with this performance. But Waikato Rowing Club currently in the lead, I would say, with about 5 or 6 boat lengths over their closest competition, which is Avon Rowing Club in lane 4. Avon here, coxed by Annabelle Wynne-Williams, who was the coxswain of the under-19 Women's 8 in 2023 and 2022, so a very experienced coxswain here from Rangiruru Girls' School in Christchurch. Also won a few medals there over the last couple of years. But it is Waikato, coxed by George McIntosh. George is leading the charge in Heat 3 of the women's novice cox quadruple sculls. As we see Rowing New Zealand start to pop up in the background, these girls looking nice and relaxed. They are through to the semi-final, all going well in the last 300 metres, but they've dropped their rating right down and they look very nice and relaxed here. They can see the rest of the field behind them, and they have 300 metres to go, and we don't know if anyone will catch them, but at this stage it doesn't look like it. Just behind Avon, though, who is currently sitting in second, we have the crew from Nelson in lane 2. Nelson currently in third place with a little bit of pressure from the outside lane. So Petone, you see the highlighter yellow there out in lane 8, and Hamilton on Petone's inside, as well as the crew from Te Awamutu in lane 5. Those are your 3 crews going for those last 2 semi-final spots. But Waikato still just cruising in with about 200 metres to go. Avon looking to close the gap, but they can also see the rest of the field and they know that they're through to the semi-final already. Nelson in lane 2 currently in that third place position, just approaching the last 1750. Nelson just going through that 1750 mark now, but who will join them? So it is Waikato in first place. They have about 100 metres to go. They cross in through the last 100 now. Avon just behind them, Nelson behind Avon, and currently sitting in fourth place, it looks to be the crew from Wellington, that is Petone, out in the highlighter yellow in lane 8, currently looking to get that last place into the semi-final. But well done to Waikato Rowing Club down here in lane 3, a dominating performance from them as they cruise over the line in what looks like a training road, nearly hitting a bird, but it just manages to get away. Well done, Waikato. And behind them, the crew from Avon Rowing Club in lane 4. They will join them in the semi-final later on this week. So Avon Rowing Club just finished as well. And we have Nelson in lane 2. Nelson will take that third spot in this heat and join the other crews in the semi-final. But the fourth spot, with 100 metres to go, looks like it's going to Petone from Wellington. Petone Rowing Club on the outside in the yellow boat and the yellow row suits look to take that last spot in the semi-final, with the rest of the crews needing to go through the repechage to make the other semi-final. So some tight racing there from those outside crews, but Petone will take that spot, and Te Awamutu look to be just ahead of Hamilton and will take 5th over Hamilton Rowing Club in lane 7. We now have Heat 1 of the Women's Intermediate Single Sculls. This event is sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket Leamington. And in lane 1, we have Waikato number 5. Although it does look like they're not in the race, so we'll start at lane 2. Rotorua number 2 in lane 2. Lane 3, Whakatane number 1. Lane 4, Avon Rowing Club number 3. Lane 5, Petone number 1. Lane 6, West End number 1. Lane 7, Whangarei number 4. And in lane 8, Waikato number 2. But it is a crew in lane 3 from Whakatane. It looks to be like Ayla Rowe out there, currently in the lead in this, the first heat of the Women's Intermediate Single Sculls. The progression for this event is first 2 through to the semi-final. So there's Ayla Rowe, but there is also a single sculler on the outside from West End. Looks to be Milan Taina Kore from West End up in Auckland. I think Milan may actually be just in front of Ayla from Whakatane. And as I readjust my angle, it is the single sculler in lane 6 from West End Rowing Club, Milan Taina Kore, currently in the lead with a bit of clear water over the Whakatane sculler, Ayla Rowe. Ayla under a little bit of pressure though from Avon's Katie Mitchell in lane 4. Remember, it is just the first 2 to the semi-final, so they will want to be in that top 2 position, but currently it is Milan Taina Kore from West End Rowing Club in lane 6, looking to take that first spot in the semi-final, and she's just dropped her rating. She looks nice and relaxed out there, as you can see the rest of the field behind her. Ayla from Whakatane in lane 3, still racing and holding on to that second position ahead of Avon's Katie Mitchell. And Milan crosses into the last 100 metres with some nice long strokes out there. Just finishing this race off nice and strong. And Ayla in lane 3 looking to do the same. These will be your first 2 semi-finalists later on in the week. So well done to Milan from West End out there in lane 6. Milan crosses over now to take that first spot in the semi-final. Looking a little bit tired there. Ayla Rowe from Whakatane in lane 3 also crosses over, and Katie Mitchell will have to wait for the repechage to see if she will make the semi-final later in the week. We then go back to the rest of the field. Petone in lane 5, that is Ava Kilmeister, currently ahead of the rest of the pack. Rotorua in lane 2, that is Grace Hack. She is coming up and trying to stay in front of Whangarei's Leia Stowe out in lane 7. And we see Martha DeLong out in lane 8 as well, close to that pack 2. Martha DeLong, coached by daughter Anna DeLong. And well done. So Petone crossed the line now. Rotorua still racing against Whangarei out there, and I think it will be Rotorua over Whangarei. Very close though, racing right the way to the end. And we are not mucking around. We have the next heat of the Women's Intermediate Single Sculls with about 300 metres to go. Lane 1 is West End number 2. Lane 2, Petone number 2. Lane 3, Whangarei number 1. Lane 4, Waikato number 4. Lane 5, Rotorua number 4. Lane 6, Avon number 4. Lane 7, Whakatane number 2. And Lane 8, Porirua number 1. We do see the Avon single sculler though, that is Sam Rankin in lane 6, crossing into the last 250 metres now, ahead of the rest of the pack. A little bit of pressure from lane 1, that is Isabel Lloyd from West End Rowing Club, as well as the sculler in lane 3 from Whangarei, but it is Avon's Sam Rankin currently looking to join the semi-final automatically later on this week. Sam Rankin with clear water over the rest of the field, but who will get that second automatic spot? Oh no, there's been a little bit of a mishap out there, and it looks like Whangarei Alice Henderson-Biss will take that second spot from that single sculler. So it is the Avon single. She's through to the last 100 metres. Whangarei currently sitting in second place. And we see the umpire boat rushing over to help. But well done to Sam Rankin from Avon Rowing Club. Sam managing to hold off the challenge from lane 1 and lane 3 and make her way into the semi-final of the women's intermediate single sculls. Well done to Sam. Hopefully coaches Tim Hopkins and Leon Barracliff are happy with that performance. And a little bit of luck for Whangarei's Alice Henderson-Biss. There was a little bit of a challenge there between lane 1 and lane 3, but Whangarei just managed to make it through and qualify for that semi-final. Rotorua now racing against Porirua out in lane 8, but Rotorua will cross in third place. That is ahead of Layla Mackay. And just behind them we have the Whakatane single sculler as well as the crew from Waikato and Petone. Heat 3 of the women's intermediate single sculls coming down very quickly. We see the umpires doing a great job there, just trying to help out the lane 1 single sculler there. But heat 3 in lane 1, we have Hawke's Bay number 1, lane 2, Whangarei number 3, lane 3, Waikato number 1, lane 4, Canterbury number 1, lane 5, Avon number 1, lane 6, Rotorua number 3, lane 7, Waitemata number 1, and lane 8, Hamilton number 1. We see, though, lane 4, Stella Cook from Canterbury, coached by Josh Smith, out in the lead with quite a bit of clear water. So we just see the medical boat just trying to move that single out of the way and let that race continue on as it is. But some great sculling here from the Canterbury sculler in lane 4. So Stella here has clear water over Waitemata's Rose Hinton in lane 7. Those are your top two at the moment. Avon Rowing Club in the middle, Emma Gardner in lane 5. Currently sitting in third place. But it will be Stella Cook from Canterbury as she has about 105 metres to go. Stella Cook will join Avon and Petone, Whangarei from the previous heat, as well as West End and Whakatane from heat 1 in the semi-final later in the week. So Stella has about 50 metres ahead of her closest competition, which is Waitemata's Rose Hinton. Waitemata also looking for that qualification spot into the semi-final later on this week. Well done, Stella from Canterbury. She's just finished her race. We then look to Waitemata to claim that second semi-final position. And Rose Hinton looks to do it with a little bit of ease there out in lane 7. Avon's Emma Gardner will have to go through the repechage round to try and make that semi-final, as well as Hamilton's Mairi Rademacher in lane 8. So the rest of the field going through to the repechage, but that is one of the semi-finals nearly full. We have another heat of women's intermediate single sculls before we hit the men's intermediate single sculls. So once again, this event sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket in Leamington. So they are your local friendly supermarket and closest supermarket to the lake, just a 5-minute drive away. They're open daily from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. and they welcome pre-orders that can be ready for collection or delivery on your arrival in town. They cater for all your rowing needs. Heat 4 of the women's intermediate single sculls on the track now with about 500 metres to go in lane 1, Whangarei number 2, lane 2, Waikato number 3, lane 3, West End number 3, lane 4, Rotorua number 1, lane 5, Cambridge number 1, lane 6, Whakatane number 3, and in lane 7, Avon number 2. But it's quite close between the first 3 crews. We look to the middle and we see the Rotorua single sculler in lane 4. Frances Hazeldine currently sitting in the lead, but a challenge from Singer Hickson on her outside from Cambridge. Currently sitting in that top 2 position, but Singer only has about a canvas in front of the sculler from Waikato. That is Edie Crouchley in lane 2. So remember, it is just the first 2 crews automatically to the semi-final. And it is quite close between these top 3 with about 250 metres to go. It is still currently Frances Hazeldine from Rotorua in the lead, but she is not out of the woods yet. Cambridge only half a boat length back, and a big push there from Waikato's Edie Crouchley, who is looking to claim second place from Cambridge. She's only about less than half a canvas behind as we cross into the 1750 mark. That is 250 metres to go. Cambridge doing a big push now as well, trying to get up on first place. Waikato not letting go though. Waikato down in lane 2. That is Edie Crouchley still trying to claim that second place position and get into the semi-final automatically. Rotorua's Frances Hazeldine still in the lead though, still holding on to that first place. Cambridge coming back though. Frances bringing her rating up for Rotorua. Cambridge in lane 5, Singer Hickson, she's trying to stay into that second place, trying to stay ahead of Edie Crouchley from Waikato to hold on to that automatic qualification. There is 100 metres to go, and there's only less than half a boat length in it. Frances bringing her rating up again. She's putting the power down. Lane 4 from Rotorua, Frances Hazeldine looking to hold on to first place. Cambridge just managing to hold off Waikato, and with about 10 strokes to go, all going well, it looks like Frances Hazeldine will hold on to that first place. She will qualify for that semi-final. And in lane 5 from Singer Hickson from Cambridge, she will hold on to second place and make her way also to that semi-final. Some great pressure there though from Edie Crouchley from Waikato, very close behind in third place. Edie will make her way through to the repechage round though. And we have the rest of the pack finishing as well. Whangarei's Henewai Baltus crossing over the line very soon. And in lane 3 from West End, Tarani Amosi, she finishes against ahead of lane 6 from Whakatane, Debbie Rowe. So we finish with the women's intermediate single sculls and get straight into the first heat of the men's intermediate single sculls. In lane 2, Avon number 2, lane 3, Cambridge number 3, lane 4, Wido number 1, lane 5, Hawke's Bay number 4, lane 6, the Kyoto Uni School of Medicine, and lane 7, Cambridge number 4. But looking to the middle here, lane 4, it is the sculler from Wido, comfortably in the lead of Cambridge, in front of Cambridge number 3, out here in lane 3. So again, this is a slightly different progression system than the women's, and this is just the first boat through to the semi-final. So the sculler here from Wido, that is Kaya Shii Wikio, looks like he will be the first semi-finalist in the men's intermediate single sculls. Just behind him, though, Cambridge's Josh Hutton will need to go through the repechage to make his way into the semi, but at some great rowing here from Kaya from Wido. He crosses the line now about 50 metres ahead of Cambridge's Josh Hutton. Both of these single scullers, though, with over 250 metres lead against the rest of the pack. We then go out to Cambridge's Yitong Wang in lane 7, as well as Aston Everard from Hawke's Bay, and Cameron Diagnote from Avon. It looks like the Kyoto single sculler is not in this race anymore. So we look out to lane 7 now, and it will be the Cambridge single sculler Yitong Wang in third place, finishing with clear water over lane 5 from Hawke's Bay, Aston Everard. So this is the first of a few heats of the men's intermediate single sculls. So we have 6 heats of these singles before we hit the men's senior sculls. So a lot of single sculling to come. We look down, heat 2 is just approaching the 1500 metre mark, and in lane 2 we have Cambridge Rowing Club number 2, lane 3 Hawke's Bay number 2, lane 4 Starboating Club number 2, lane 5 Twizel number 1, lane 6 Avon number 1, and in lane 7 Wellington number 1. And staying out with lane 7, it does look to be like it is Guy Curry Stanton from Wellington out in the lead in heat 2 of the men's intermediate single sculls. Guy has about 3 boat lengths of clear water over his next competition, looking to be like the single sculler from Twizel Rowing Club, Ralph Henderson, in lane 5. But Guy Curry Stanton looking nice and relaxed with about 300 metres to go in the second heat of the men's intermediate single sculls, and hoping to row his way into the semi-final later this week and not go through an extra round of racing. Ralph Henderson, though, from Twizel Rowing Club, he's currently sitting in second place, and his next competition comes from Star Boating Club in lane 4. So it is Wellington, Twizel, and then Star. Just behind them, Hawke's Bay number 2. And with 100 metres to go, Guy Curry Stanton from Wellington has really dropped his rating, looking like he's out for a training row. as he tries to cruise his way into the semi-final of the men's intermediate single scull. Ralph Henderson from Twizel, though, still sitting in second place, giving it a good nudge, trying to catch Guy, but I think he may run out of water as Guy has about 3 strokes to go. 2 with the length that he's currently putting in the water, and that will be Guy Curry-Stanton in lane 7 through to the semi-final. Ralph Henderson will have to go through the repechage alongside Luke from Star Boating Club and Jack Williams from the Hawke's Bay. Heat 3 of the men's intermediate single sculls currently on the track, just over the halfway mark. In lane 2 we have Whangarei number 1, lane 3 Clifton number 2, lane 4 Waikato 11, lane 5 Hawke's Bay number 1, lane 6 Waikato number 2, and in lane 7 Dunstan Arm number 1. It is currently, though, the crew in lane 4, Ryland Tony, Waikato 11, coached by Kylie Corboy and Bradley Kingma. Ryland currently with a clear water lead over the rest of the field. Once again, it is just the first crew through to the semi-final. So Ryland with a little bit of pressure from Liam Pyle from Dunstan Arm out in lane 7. Liam there, you may be able to spot the yellow bucket hat, but currently the lead is still sitting with Ryland from Waikato. With about 700 metres to go, we see the wind's just picking up a little bit as well, so it's making it a little bit trickier for these single scullers out there. But Rylan, on his home stretch of water, we see his rowing club that he represents in the background of the live stream shot there. Just approaching the 1500 metre buoy, so there is 500 to go for him. He'll be hoping to automatically qualify for that semi-final later in the week and not go through the repechage like the rest of the field will have to. So Rylan Tony, lane 4, Waikato 11, currently in the lead. Dunstan Arms, Liam Pyle crosses over the 1500 metre mark. He's currently sitting in second place with clear water over the rest of the field. Whangarei's Casey Podesta in lane 2, looking like he's sitting in third place at the moment. And he's got some competition from Clifton's Noah Prendergast on his outside. But all of those crews will need to go through the repechage to make it through to the semi-final, as it is only the first one from each heat that will make it through automatically. So currently that sits with Rylan Tony from Waikato 11, as he has about 300 metres to go, or 250 nearly. And Rylan looking to just put a stamp on it, turns around, checks the buoy. He's got 250 metres to go. You can see Liam from Dunstan Arm on his outside, and he'll be hoping to maintain that lead over the last 250 metres. Liam's a few strokes away from the last 250, and he is through now. So Rylan, we see here again, he's just dropped his rating a little bit and is looking nice and relaxed. Got some great length through the water there, as he knows he's in the closing stages of his race and is qualified for that semi-final. So he comes into the last 100 metres through the buoys now, nice and relaxed, really dropped that rating and saving his legs for later in the week. Some great sculling here from Rylan, turns around and looks for the finish line. You're nearly there. Liam Pyle holding on to second place out there in lane 7. Liam will need to go through the repechage to try and get into that semi-final. And Whangarei's Casey Podesta, he's through to the last 100 metres now. He will also be there in the repechage, but well done to Rylan from Waikato Rowing Club for taking out Heat 3 of the men's intermediate single sculls. Dunstan Arms, Liam Pyle has just finished ahead of Casey Podesta from Whangarei, and behind Casey is Noah
Battery level
Prendergast
is
from
low.
Clifton Rowing Club.
Aircraft will return
Following
to
on
the home
behind them,
point
we
in
have
10
the
seconds.
sculler from Waikato.
Turn to home.
We just have a little bit of a delay as we wait for Heat 4 of the men's intermediate single sculls to start. They're currently still sitting in the start blocks, so we'll update you once they've started. So we are now underway with Heat 4 of the men's intermediate single sculls. Lane 2, we have Clifton number 1, Lane 3, Tauranga Boys College number 1, Lane 4, St George's 11, Lane 5, Ashburton number 2, Lane 6, Clifton number 3, and Lane 7, Hamilton number 2. So as they approach the first 500 metre marker, it looks to be the crews in lane 3 and 4 currently battling it out for first place. That is Nathan Strawn in lane 4 from St George's and Julius Lunenborg from Tauranga Boys College in lane 3. So it is only one crew automatically through to the semi-final of the men's intermediate single sculls, and there's already a battle with over half of the race to go. So lanes 3 and 4 side by side, St George's and Tauranga Boys College. Currently lane 3 though, Julius from Tauranga Boys with the nose in front of St George's single sculler Nathan Strawn. Those are your top two at the moment. He's only got about half a canvas though. Half a canvas in front of lane 4. So Tauranga Boys, Julius Lunenborg. Currently looking to push away from St George's Nathan Strawn to get that automatic qualification spot into the semi-final later this week. They won't want to go through the extra round of racing with the repechage, so they will leave it all out there on the course. But Julius from Tauranga Boys College still holding on to that lead as they approach the halfway mark in this Heat 4 of the men's intermediate single sculls. This event sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket Leamington, which is the closest supermarket to the lake, just a 5-minute drive away. Open daily from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. They also take pre-orders that can be ready for collection or delivery on your arrival into town. So approaching the 1,000 metre mark, it is still Julius Lunenborg from Tauranga Boys College in the lead, but Nathan Strawn not taking the foot off the gas in lane 4 from St George's, still putting him under a lot of pressure, trying to get up into that first place position and get that qualification spot into the semi-final. These two boats with clear water over the rest of the field. Lanes 3, lanes 4, Tauranga Boys and St George's. We then go across to the crews on the outside to look for third place. Hamilton number 2, Blake Buxton out in lane 7. And Clifton number 3, Sean Passmore in lane 6. Going for that third place position. But it is Julius Lunenborg. He's managed to extend away from St George's Nathan Strawn in the middle 500 here. So he's got about a boat length away. He's just about to get clear water. Nathan Strawn still managing to hold on though, but a big push through this middle third 500 from Julius Lunenborg from Tauranga Boys College. So Nathan Strawn, lane 4, St George's, not letting Julius get too far away, but Julius has managed to push his lead up a little bit to about half a boat length of clear water as he comes into the last 500 metres of Heat 4 of the men's intermediate single sculls. So Julius has about 2 strokes to go. He's through to the last 500 metres now. And Nathan following through now. Both of these crews with clear water on the rest of the pack still. As we see the great drone footage that we have, turning back to look at the rest of the field. Still looks to be like lane 7's Blake Buxton from Hamilton in 3rd place, followed by Sean Passmore from Clifton in lane 6 in 4th. We also have the Clifton single sculler Hamish Perry in lane 2 up there, but Julius Lunenborg has managed to maintain his 1st place position with about 300 metres to go, but Nathan Strawn isn't letting him go just yet. Nathan Strawn still just within reaching distance of Julius from Tauranga Boys as they come up to the 1750 metre mark. So Julius is through now. He's got 250 metres to go and he looks to push away even further from St. George's Nathan Strawn. Julius giving it a big push now. We can see that rating come up. Nathan still holding on to 2nd place. But Julius has brought his rating up again. He's trying to push away from the line. Nathan we see responding now as well. Nathan brings his rating up. But it might be too late as Julius seems to still have the lead. Still has a little bit of clear water as they come into the last 100 metres. Julius is through that buoy now. Nathan comes through now. Tauranga Boys College and St. George's. It's been the 2 of them the whole way down the track. Nathan managing to make up some ground. He's about half a boat length behind, but will he run out of water? He's giving it a huge push in the last 50 metres here. Can Julius hold on to that 1st place? Nathan really flying here for the finish. Julius looks across, but I think he's got him. It will be Julius from Tauranga Boys College through to that semi-final. A great last push there from St. George's Nathan Strawn. But well done to Julius from Tauranga Boys College. So it is still Blake Buxton from Hamilton out in lane 7. And in lane 2, we have Hamish Perry from Clifton to take 3rd and 4th place. But they will need to go through the repechage round to try and make the semi-final again. We have now Heat 5, the penultimate heat of the men's intermediate single sculls. In lane 2, West End Rowing Club. Lane 3 is empty. Lane 4, Ashburton number 1. Lane 5, Hamilton number 1. Lane 6, North Shore number 2. And lane 7, Waitemata number 1. But it is the red and white checks of Hamilton Rowing Club in lane 5. That is Alex van der Vecht, coached by Blair Curry and James Ingham. Alex with a very comfortable lead as he comes into the last 250 metres. His closest competition comes from West End in lane 2, that is Harrison Backus, coached by Nick Dorr and George Lawn. But it will be Alex from Hamilton in lane 5, who has taken a commanding lead in Heat 5 and will join the other single scullers in the semi-final later on this week. So he's got about 100 metres to go and about 30 metres of clear water in front of his closest competition. He enters the last 100 metres now and looks to solidify his place. He's just brought his rating up and is really racing through to the end here. So he's really putting his foot down and signing his name on this heat of the men's intermediate single sculls. Well done to Alex from Hamilton Rowing Club. You will join the other first place getters in the previous heats for the semi-final later in the week. Harrison Backus and the rest of the field will have to go through the repechage round to qualify for the semi-final of the men's intermediate single sculls. Harrison Backus just crossing over the line. Now he crosses over in front of Caleb Armstrong from Ashburton. And following on behind them from Waitemata, William Zeng. We are racing our way through these heats, though. We are now on heat 6 of the men's intermediate single sculls. Coming into the last 300 metres, lane 2, we have Hawke's Bay number 3, lane 3, Waikato Rowing Club number 1, lane 4, North Shore number 1, lane 5 looks to be empty, and lane 6, Waikato number 3. But it is the single sculler in lane 3, Caleb Blind from Waikato, currently in the lead, looking very relaxed with 300 metres to go. This is the last heat of the men's intermediate single sculls before we hit the men's senior single sculls. And Caleb Blind very comfortably in front of the rest of the pack in heat 6. Got some big supporters down here on the boat ramp. I'm sure they'll give a big cheer to Caleb Blind as he comes into his last 250 metres. Just behind Caleb, the single sculler from North Shore, that is Cameron Elliott, currently sitting in second place. And behind him, Alex Pollock from Waikato Rowing Club. So Caleb Blind just relaxing down again as he finishes heat 6 of the men's intermediate single sculls, and all going well in the last 120 metres. He will progress through to the semi-final while the rest of the field go through the repechages. So he is through that last orange buoy now, meaning he has 100 metres to go. The North Shore single sculler also looking quite relaxed there. Perhaps he knows he will have to go through the repechage round. But well done to Caleb Blind. With about 5 strokes to go, he will take out heat 6 of the men's intermediate single sculls and will be the last automatic semi-finalist for the men's intermediate single. We have a lot more single sculling though with heat 1 of the men's senior single sculls with about 500 metres to go in lane 1. Aramaho Wanganui number 1, lane 2, Auckland number 2, lane 3, West End number 1, lane 4, Nelson number 1, lane 5, Evergreen Boat Club number 2, lane 6, Cure Boating Club number 1, and lane 7, Dunstan Arm number 3. But we look to the middle there, it looks to be the blue row suit of Nelson Rowing Club in lane 4. That is Ollie Stevens, currently sitting in the lead of the men's senior single sculls. It is the first 2 crews through to the semi-final of this event. So Ollie Stevens looking to make that semi-final. Currently in second place though, we have Wilf Allison from Aramaho Wanganui in a little bit of a battle with Alex Fletcher from Cure Boating Club out in lane 6. So Ollie Stephen looking nice and relaxed there. He can see the rest of the field behind him and he knows he's through to the semi-final. He crosses through the 1750 metre mark and has 250 metres to go. But is it Cure Boating Club or Aramaho Wanganui? At the moment it is Alex Fletcher from Cure Boating Club out in lane 6. Aramaho Wanganui though, he's just gone through into his last 250 though, looking to try and make that automatic semi-final qualification spot. But Ollie Stevens, as we can see here, looking nice and relaxed as he will take out heat 1 of the men's senior single sculls. Alex Fletcher from Cure Boating Club in lane 6 though, he's brought his rating up and he's pushing. Aramaho Wanganui's Wilf Allison in lane 1, also giving it a big push. Ollie Stevens through to the last 100 metres, but is it Cure or is it Aramaho Wanganui? It is Alex Fletcher from Cure. I think he's got his nose in front of Wilf Allison from Aramaho, but it is very tight here in the closing stages of the first heat of the men's senior single sculls. Ollie Stevens still looking nice and comfortable with some great length through the water here. Ollie Stevens will take out first place, and I think it will be Alex Fletcher over Wilf Allison from Aramaho Wanganui, but a great final stage of the race. We see them heaving away in their boats there, but it will be Alex Fletcher from Cure Boating Club, who is just taking a bit of a dip after a very hot race, but he has finished the race, so he will qualify for that semi-final. We then go back to Jack McDonald from Auckland Rowing Club in lane 2. He will finish ahead of Evergreen Boating Club in lane 5, as well as the single sculler from Dunstan Arm in lane 7. So heat 2 of the men's senior single sculls, following very closely behind. Lane 2 is Waikato Rowing Club number 1, lane 3 Canterbury Rowing Club number 1, lane 4 Waido number 1, lane 5 Hamilton number 1, lane 6 Dunstan Arm number 2, and lane 7 Tauranga number 2. But it is Riley Wills from Waikato, coached by Martin Simonselli in lane 2, currently in the lead in heat 2 of the men's senior single. Riley under some pressure though from the outside scullers from Dunstan Arm. It looks to be like Marley Kingsmith in lane 6. Marley Kingsmith, of course, 3-seat of the under-19 men's quad in Paris last year. So Marley Kingsmith giving Riley a good run for his money, and it looks like Marley may have taken over the lead from Riley here in the closing stages of heat 2 of the men's senior single. It is the first 2 through to the semi-final though, so Marley and Riley will both go through if they finish in these positions still. Justin Smythe from Hamilton though was a teammate of Marley's last year. Justin Smythe stroked the under-19 men's quad, also in Paris. looks like he will have to go through the repechage round to qualify for the final here. But Riley Wills and Marley King-Smith, so lane 2, lane 6, Waikato Rowing Club versus Dunstan Arm. Riley and Marley still racing for that top position though. Will it be Marley or will it be Riley? At the moment it is Marley, and it will be Marley King-Smith from Dunstan Arm to finish a canvas ahead of Riley Wills from Waikato Rowing Club. Both of these single scullers straight through to the semi-final. Justin Smythe in lane 5, he will cross in 3rd place and make his way through to the repechage. Followed by Tristan Gregory Hunt from Waido. And behind them, Canterbury's Sam Cleland and Tauranga's Luke Berquist. These crews will all go through to the repechage later on this week. And we have 500 metres to go of Heat 3 of the men's senior single sculls. Lane 2 has West End Rowing Club. Lane 3, North Shore Rowing Club. Lane 4, Hamilton number 2. Lane 5, Auckland number 3. Lane 6, Evergreen Boat Club number 1. And Lane 7, Ashburton number 2. But if we look towards lane 4, that is Jack Clark from Hamilton Rowing Club, also a member of the Under-19 men's quad last year at the Under-19 World Champs held in Paris. Jack Clark was the bowman of the quad and was teammates with the 2 scullers we just saw in the heat before. Jack currently leads this race and will be looking to make that semi-final alongside the single sculler in lane 6 from Evergreen Boat Club. So that is Christopher Stitch, coached by Nick Dorr and George Lawn. They are currently your number 1 and number 2 in Heat 3 of the men's senior single. Just behind Christopher, though, in lane 6 is Tim Connolly White from Ashburton in lane 7, currently sitting in 3rd place. We then look to Jack Harrison from North Shore in lane 3, and then go back to Talisman Lloyd from West End in lane 2. But with less than 250 metres to go, it is still Jack Clark from Hamilton Rowing Club in the lead of Heat 3 of the men's senior single sculls. This is the penultimate heat. There is one more to go before we hit the women's senior single sculls. So Jack Clark, again, we've seen this in previous heats, just dropping the rating and looking nice and relaxed in the closing stages. He knows he's qualified for that semi-final and is potentially saving his legs for later in the week. And he has 100 metres to go as he crosses that last orange buoy. Jack very comfortably ahead of his closest competition, that is Christopher Stitch from Evergreen Boating Club, out in lane 6. So it'll be Jack and Christopher through to that semi-final later on. Following on behind Christopher, we have Ashburton's Tim Connolly White in 3rd place, followed by North Shore's Jack Harrison and West End's Talisman Lloyd. But well done to Jack Clark from Hamilton. He rose away quite easily from the finish line there. And Christopher Sitch is also through to that semi-final later this week. The rest of the crews will go through the repechage round of racing. And we'll be joined by some more people coming from the next heat. And we have the last heat of the men's senior single sculls, Heat 4, race 117 with about 500 metres to go. In lane 2, we have Waido number 2, lane 3, Auckland number 1, lane 4, Cure Boating Club number 2, lane 5, Tauranga number 3, lane 6, Dunstan Arm number 1, and lane 7, Waikato number 2. We look out to lane 6, though. Angus Kenny from Dunstan Arm looking to be out in the lead here, but a bit of pressure from Auckland's Ryan Gass in lane 3. So Angus with the lead over Ryan, but Ryan still trying to hold on to that second place ahead of Wido's Edwin George in lane 2. Again, it is the first 2 crews through to the semi-final, and this the last heat of the men's senior single sculls. Angus Kenny, though, with just a bit of clear water ahead of Auckland's Ryan Gass, coached by Peter Mills in lane 3, as they approach the 1750 metre mark. So we see the yellow bucket hat of Angus Kenny. He's coached by Simon Smith. Out there in lane 6, he's crossed over into the 1750. He has 250 metres to go. Ryan Gass has crossed through as well. And Angus Kenny just looks to lengthen out a little bit and try to extend that lead over Ryan. Ryan has clear water, though, over Wido's Edwin George in lane 2. And it looks like this will be your last 2 automatic qualifiers for the semi-final later this week. So Angus Kenny, we see here, he's approaching the last 100 metres. Some great length here from the single sculler from the south. He's through to the last 100 metres now. Ryan Gass joins him now, and the Wido single sculler, he is through now just ahead of the sculler from Waikato, Sebastian Fulton in lane 7. They will go through to the repechage round, though, and it will be Dunstan Arms, Angus Kenny in lane 6. We just see him drop his rating down here as he knows he's qualified. And Angus finishes now. Ryan Gass finishing in second place. He is also through to that semi-final. And Wido and Waikato will have to wait for the repechage to try and qualify. I'll now pass you over to John Cook, who will start you off with the women's senior single sculls.
So we come down now, heat 1 of the women's senior single sculls. 4 progress through the semi-final. So there's 7 in the race, so the first 4 will get through, and it's Tuffin from Star in the lead down in lane 1. We then look out, and the one that's really dropped off the pace at this stage, unlikely to be in the first 4, is the sculler in lane 3 from Waikato, Gallagher. But the rest still in the hunt. It's the first 4 through. We've got Star in the lead. Then we go out to North End in lane 6, Harriet Thompson. We can see her there in a yellow boat. You can see that on your screen. She's lying in second. We go further out from her and we see Tori Cox from Avon sitting in third in the red, right on the outside in the red boat. And then it's rather interesting because we've got the sculler in lane 2 from Cure, and across from her in, I think it's lane 5, is the Rotorua sculler, just being tracked by the Aramaho sculler. So the battle's really on for the 4th place First is pretty clear cut, Star Boating Club, Mackenzie Tuffin down here in the inside lane. Second, we go across to the red boat, right on the right towards the outside. The yellow boat. And the yellow boat's north end. Then we've got the red boat of Avon right on the outside. And then we've got the two white boats. And the two white boats that are tussling it out is Rotorua in the red and green in the middle of the track. And down on the inside in lane 2, the sculler from Cure. Cure's Abby Jenkins McCaw and Rotorua's Tegan Negus. Just sitting in behind them's Robin Van Dyke from Aramaho Wanganui. Coming down with 100 metres to go, it's still All Star, who's just cruising on the inside in lane 1 in her yellow boat and the blue and white hoops. She'll go across the line first. First 4 qualify, so the interest is in that 4th place. North End's going to go across second in lane 6. That's Harriet Thompson. She's clearly through. Avon holding third on the outside. Bit of a movement now from the Cure on the inside who had a sprint, and she's got up by a third of a length. Cure on the inside over Rotorua, back to Aramaho Wanganui and then back to Waikato. That was heat 1 of the women's senior single sculls. First 4 to the next round. Next round we have Cure in lane, Sim from Cure in 2, Strang from North Shore in 3, Shafe from West End in 4, Dunbar from Avon 2 and 5, Ashby from Waikato 2 and Talbot from Dunstan's Arms on the outside. So in lane 4 we have West End, Holly Shafe, winner of the senior single sculls at the North Island Champs, and she's leading with 500 metres to go, Holly is. She's opened up and got clear water on the rest of the field. Holly Shafe clearly in the lead. But first 4 go through and they seem to have sorted themselves out. Prominent, we've got right towards the outside Dunstan Arms. Then we go back into lane 2, which is North Shore. Sitting outside of just inside of North Shore we've got Cure, and then we've got North Shore. So they're the first 4, and they're being chased by the yellow boat out in lane 6, which is in Waikato colours, which is Madeline Ashby, but she's sitting back in 5th at this stage and quite a way behind the first 4, who look like they're all going to progress through to the semi-final. Holly Shafe, 2 or 3 lengths in the lead from West End, former Mount Albert Grammar. Still helps coach Mount Albert Grammar. She's clearly out in front. Nice calm conditions, only a slight breeze. Sort of a slight sort of side tail at the moment. Wind's been changing around a little bit today. So it's Holly Shafe, Dunstan's Arms, Elsie Talbot's in second. We then go back into third. That's Lauren Sim from Cure. Following here is Sophie Strang from North Shore for that final spot through to the semi-finals. Then there's quite a gap back to the Waikato sculler Madeline Ashby. And Beth Dunbar from Avon rounds up the field. This is the Heat 2, the women's senior single sculls. Sponsored by Milford. Previous races was all sponsored by Waipawa District Council. This one's sponsored by Milford. If I look further back up the track, Heat 3's coming down. This is the final heat. First 4 go through. We've got Robson from Hamilton in 2. Ignot Johnson from Waikato in 3. Spittle from Oamaru in 4. Luff from North Shore in 5. Adams from Hauraki Plains in 6. And on the outside, Madison Neal from Clifton. Madison Neal's quite prominent, but the leader's actually a bit further on the inside. It's the Waikato colours, it's Ignot Johnson in lane 3 that's in the lead. Then I think we go back to possibly Clifton, or in lane 2, Amy Robertson from Hamilton. Just in behind her is the yellow sculler from Oamaru. But it's Ignot Johnson out in the lead from Waikato. Second place right on the inside, so on the far part of your screen in lane 2 is Amy Robson from Hamilton. Third place is into the middle of the track. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it might be Clifton. Maybe Clifton aren't. Clifton are in second. Amy Robinson, Hamilton, Oamaru, they're your first 4. Back in behind Oamaru, but a few lengths off the pace to be in the first 4. Is North Shore. But we can see, well out in front, doing it fairly comfortably, Ignot Johnson, coached by Anna DeLong and Steve Wills. Over Amy Robson. Oh, actually over Clifton. We're looking at Clifton on the screen on the outside. So the leader's way ahead of these 3 boats. So it's Clifton in second, Amy Robson in third. Then to the Oamaru sculler, who's Emma Spittle in 4th. They're going to be your first 4 qualifying the senior single. Then we go back to North Shore and Hauraki Plains. So that'll be the way. They've got about 100 metres to go. And then we've got the men's club coxless pairs coming down the track next. So going across the line, in second place now is the Clifton sculler. Hamilton will be third, Oamaru 4th, and there you qualify. Just switching back up because we're inside the last 500 metres in the coxless pairs for men. First 4 through to the semi-final. And in the lead is lane 1, St George's. That's Finley Dickens and Daniel Taylor. And they're in the lead over the boat in the middle of the course, which I'm pretty sure is Cure. And that's Charlie McIntosh and Ethan Bailu. They're sitting in second. First 4 go through. Then we're back into third, which is lane 3, which is the North Shore number 2 combination of Brake and Tabani Ivory. And then 4th is pretty close. We've got St George on the outside and Hamilton inside of them. The St George 1 crew of Cassidy and Chow. Hamilton, Dougherty and O'Brien, the boys previously from Hauraki Plains, staying with them. First 4 go through. So Cure have moved into the lead, Cure in the lead, St George sitting in second, North Shore in third, St George in the outside in 4th. First 4 go through, so you just need to get enough to be in the first 4. Coming down to the line now, Hamilton still trying to press up on St George's, but it's Cure who are leading. Over St George, over North Shore, over the other St George crew. Back then to Hamilton. Inside the last 50 metres. First 4 go through. We're going to have Cure going through first in lane 4. St George down on the inside in lane 1. They go through second. North Shore go third. Other St. George combination comfortably goes through in fourth. Then we go back to Hamilton, Waikato and Avon. Coming down now is the second heat of the men's club coxless pair. 4 go through. McClutchy and Ryder from Tauranga in 1. McConnell and Brownlee from Waikato in 2. Cryer and Eadie from Auckland in 3. Hanford and Renner from Wellington in 4. Drake and Millam from West End in 5. North Shore, Jarvis and Clark. And on the outside lane from St. George's, Ison and Cook. Waikato pair of McConnell and Brownlee from Hamilton boys. They've been doing a lot of good racing up in the senior pair through the season, and they'll be leading this in lane 2 over the Auckland pair, who were prominent at the North Island champs. They'll be sitting in 3rd. We then look to the middle of the course. It'll be the Wellington crew and the St. George's crews will be sitting in 3rd and 4th. St. George right on the outside in the bright red. Wellington in the maroon in the middle of the track with the white hoop. Possibly then back to down to the inside. So they're coming up now, and it is Waikato. Waikato in the lead over Auckland. Then a few lengths back to the St. George crew we can see on the outside. They're heading off Wellington. First 4 qualify. So I think most of these crews will just maintain their positions to the line. So Waikato, they've slipped a little bit out of their lane. They're not going quite straight there. They're into the boys with the Bellside Skull. So they'll just straighten up and come back into their lane now, into the middle of the lane, which they're now doing. So it's Waikato, they're comfortable over Auckland. Pretty sure Auckland won the North Island Club champs. So I'd think these would be one of the favourites for the club title, these pair from Hamilton Boys High School. They've been winning quite a lot this season. McConnell and Brownlee, coached by Caleb Shepherd. Just in behind them, the Auckland pair of Cryer and Eadie, coached by Peter Mills. Then we look to the Glendowie College schoolboys on the outside lane, Frank Ison and Zane Cook, coached by me. And then we go back to Wellington. They'll be the 4th qualifiers, Hanford and Renner, coached by Matthew Hall. They're comfortable, sitting 2 or 3 lengths in 4th, ahead of the North Shore number 3 crew and the Tauranga number 1 crew. First 4 go through to the semi-finals. It saves them having an extra race. Auckland go through. St. George go through in 3rd. Wellington will claim that final spot to go straight through to the semi-finals. Then North Shore, they'll get there to the line just over Tauranga. That was heat 2 of the men's club coxless pair. Then we go to the 3rd heat. We've got Foley and Moon from Waikato in 1, and I expect them to be fairly strong. They're out of their Waikato 8 that won at the North Island champs. Song and Jameson from North Shore in 2. Brown and Muns from West End in 3. Wildest Chan and Peak from Star in 4. Bone and Newton from Wellington. They're in lane 5. Corkery and Barnett from Cure in 6. And Tomlinson and Rhodes in 7. Tomlinson Rhodes on the outside. I think they were 3rd at the North Island champs. Very windy conditions that day, strong tailwind. Wellington doing well in the middle of this race. So as we come through, it's Wellington, North Shore. Wellington, North Shore. Back into lane 3, which is West End. Then there's a bit of a battle. We've got Waikato on the inside. And Cure. Got to get used to the Cure colours up here from the South Island. Cure and the Lilac. I think Cure are now starting to hold. They're holding fourth over Waikato. First 4 go through. Wellington and North Shore. Bone and Newton from Wellington leading North Shore on the outside, Tomlinson and Rhodes. We then go back to the West End pair, then Cure. Cure holding off Waikato, Waikato down in lane 1. A little bit hard to see on the angles here. Waikato are challenging Cure. Be quite a good race, I think, for this 4th spot. Waikato on the inside in the yellow boat. Cure in the white boat on the outside. See as they go through the 100-metre mark. Cure go through now. Waikato still a stroke behind them. Waikato trying hard down the inside to get up to Cure. No doubt about the winners. Wellington go across first. North Shore go across second. West End will be third. Cure will be fourth. Waikato will have to go through the repechage. Then we go back to Star and the other North Shore crew. Just having a look at those times in the first heat, Cure 1 in 7:56. Second heat, a little bit faster, that Waikato crew, 7:50. And the third heat, 7:53 from the Wellington crew. So now we turn our attention, that race, the men's club coxless pair was sponsored by Rocket Spark. This women's club coxless pair, 2 heats, sponsored by Waipa District Council, and it's going to be the first 2 through, and they're into the last 500, and leading at the moment in lane 1's Auckland over lane 2 Waikato. Then right to the outside we see the yellow fluorescent colours and the yellow boat of Petone. They're your first 3. 2 go through to the A final. So it's looking like the 2 down on the inside. Auckland leading Waikato in this club coxless 4. The Auckland crew of Taylor Malcolmson, Ruby Huckenbrook, Harriet Barrow, Holly McDonald, coached by Peter Mills, leading Lucy Pike, Isabel Murray, Zoe Fawn and Madison Wright. From Waikato, coached by Anna DeLong and Meg Glenn. They'll be the first 2 to qualify. Then we go back to the Petone in lane 7 in the bright yellow. Then we look to the middle of the field in lane 4. In lane 4 is Dunstan Arms. They're holding fourth over the crew just outside of them in the black, which is Hawke's Bay. And then we go back to the 2 other crews, which are Cambridge and Wellington. But down near the front, it's still The coxless 4 from Auckland. In this women's club coxless 4, they're holding off Waikato at this stage. First two both go through to the final. Working quite hard still, both crews as we come down, nearing the 100 metres to go, and there's not much in it. There's only a canvas in it, and Waikato are trying hard to peg back Auckland now. Inside the last 100, Auckland have a canvas. Waikato in their green boat are coming at them. Auckland trying to hold on, got to hold a straight course, coming a little bit this way, straightening up again in lane 1. They're still holding a couple of feet over Waikato with about 2 strokes to go. Come down to the line. Auckland will get it by a canvas over Waikato. We then go out to third, which is Petone. They were about 1.5 lengths behind them. Then just cruising them fourth, we have Dunstan Arms. Following Dunstan Arms, who are going across the line any minute, is Hawke's Bay, and then back to the Wellington and Cambridge crews. So the first two progress, Auckland and Waikato. Heat 2's underway. We've got Avon on the inside, then Wairau, Nelson in 3, Hawke's Bay in 4, Ashburton in 5, Rotorua in 6, North Shore in 7. And once again, it's down the inside in lane 1. That'll be the Avon crew leading at this stage, nearing the 600 metres to go. Probably second also, lane 2, Wairau. So I've got it as Avon over Wairau once again, lanes 1 and 2. The Avon crew of Martin Gardner, Klinkenberg, Ryle, coached by Tim Hopkins and Leo Browcliffe. They're leading over Wairau. Hazel Glover, Jessica Bennett, Lexi Timpson, Emma Flanagan, coached by Kay Surgener and Joe Bennion. They're the two, and they've got clear water over the rest of the field. Then we go out to Nelson, then Ashburton, and right on the outside's North Shore. They're all fairly close together. Tucked in behind them in the middle of the track is the Hawke's Bay crew, and sitting further back on them is Rotorua. But it's lane 1 Avon leading lane 2 Wairau. Avon in the red, Wairau in the green and the white boat, Avon in the red and a red boat. Then there's a good little battle in the middle of the field. They won't qualify, they just want to make sure they get the right draw in the repecharges. And the battle there is between Nelson and outside of them Ashburton. So pretty much a South Island first 4 here. Avon, Wairau, Nelson and Ashburton. First heat won by the North Island crews, Auckland and Waikato. Avon still powering up to the line. They've got a length or so clear over the Wairau girls, women. Then back to a good little battle between Nelson and Ashburton. Into the last 100 metres, rowing nice and clean now. Avon all swinging together. They're going to take it by 2 lengths over Wairau. Times don't really matter that much. They'll qualify through to the next round. The rest will go to the repecharge, and it's Ashburton ahead of Nelson. So Ashburton cross, Nelson cross. Then we look towards the outside. In lane 7 is North Shore. Then we go back to Hawke's Bay and back a bit further, Rotorua. That was the 2 heats of the women's coxless 4. We got 3 more races to go, and they're the 3 heats of the men's novice sculls. And that'll be it for the day. We're looking at a 5:15 finish. all going to plan around then. So we're into our last 3 races. So if we look back up in the track, heat 1's underway, men's novice double sculls. They've gone through about 800 metres. First 2 are going to progress in this race. We've got North Shore in lane 1, Martinez and Wild. Brown and Soper from Tauranga Boys College in 2. Russell and Massingham from Hawke's Bay in 3. Brower and Morgan from Hamilton in 4. Murphy and Murphy from Mercer in 5. Anderson and Tuffin from Star in 6. Porirua, Spark and Swanapo in 7. And on the outside from Whangarei, we've got Caldwell and Mandino. Up near the 1,000 metre mark, and it's the inside lane. That's the one in the lead. It's the North Shore crew of Martinez and Wild, coached by Chris Brake. Now we're just picking them up with the drone. They've got a comfortable lead. Second behind them is lane 3. That's the Hawke's Bay crew of Russell and Massingham. 2 boats go through, and they've cleared out in the field, these 2. So barring any accidents, and it is novices, and we did see 2 or 3 people come to mishaps in the intermediate single, so anything's possible. But if they keep going the way they're going, they look like your 2 qualifiers. So that's lanes 1 North Shore and 3 Hawke's Bay. Then we go out to Star. We can see their blue boat. They're sitting in 3rd. Anderson and Tuffin, coached by Peter Craig. They're doing quite a bit of work now. They're trying to pick back up into 2nd. They've opened up a length or so on the crew on the outside. Bit hard to see with the angles. Lane 1's gone. They've gone through into the last 500. Lane 3 goes through now. There's Star going through now, so they're still quite a way behind. There's still a couple of lengths behind off this 2nd crew. Then we tuck back into Mercer. We go right to the outside, and that's a Porirua crew. And then back into lane 2, which is Tauranga Boys. But it's still North Shore and Hawke's Bay. They're the first 2, and that'll quite go straight through to the semi-finals. The rest will come to the repechage. You can see them coming now up to the 250 metre buoy. Swinging nicely North Shore. They've got this race very easy out in front. No need to put up a time, but they're having a bit of a go for it. This stage, all you need to do is make sure you cross the line. Hawke's Bay sitting back in 2nd, Star in 3rd, Mercer in 4th, shading Porirua right on the outside. Then we go quite a bit further back into lane 2, which is Tauranga Boys. And out the back of this at the moment is the Hamilton number 3 crew and Whangarei on the outside. So North Shore in the navy blue, in their white boat, in lane 1. Got about 3 strokes to go to the finish now. North Shore in the boat called North Shore wins. Hawke's Bay are going to come through for second. In the Athens, third is the blue boat. Craig Construction. Peter Craig was pleased to see his boys do well. Then there was quite a tight battle. Porirua edged ahead and stayed ahead of the Mercer crew. Back into Tauranga boys and back into Hamilton and Whangarei having a bit of a race. That was heat 1, first 2 to the semi. We go back up, heat 2's coming down the track. And again, it's a battle between lanes 1 and 2. Lane 1 Oamaru, lane 2 Clifton. It's Lynch and Newlands Carter from Oamaru, coached by Ivan Doherty, leading the Clifton crew of Jasper Sullivan, Usher and Oliver Kolhahasi, coached by Gus Bergen and Jody Haskell. They're your first 2 crews as they near the 350, and they've pulled out from the rest of the field. They're quite a way in front. So I'm pretty sure it's Oamaru. Clifton just drifted into the boys there. They're rowing with their bowside sculls in the buoy line, so they're just having to straight up. Oamaru coming straight down the middle. There goes Clifton straightening up now. But they're holding the lead, Clifton. They've got a little bit over Oamaru. It's still fairly close. The boats are overlapping. Clifton, now that they've straightened up, getting some good work in. They're a length ahead over Oamaru. Both boats will qualify in this second heat of the novice double sculls. Novice double sculls sponsored by Croker Oars New Zealand Limited. These heats. So it's Clifton and Oamaru, 250 metres to go. Well, they've probably got about 5 or 6 lengths on the rest of the field. Both of them will go through to the semi. They could just row quietly and come down to the finish line, but no, they're making a bit of a race of it. Clifton wandering a little bit out to that buoy line again, just having a little bit more trouble with their course than Oamaru. But they're certainly digging in some big ones there, the Clifton boys. They want to stay in front over this Oamaru crew. Clifton in the light blue, Oamaru in the yellow. Bit of a shaky one from Clifton there, but they're still in front. Oamaru probably rowing a little bit cleaner and ticking it over. Clifton a bit more powerful and longer. Still holding by a length, getting some real good run. And Clifton will cross in lane 2. Oamaru comes second. We then go right to the outside to Aramaho Wanganui. Then we go back to North Shore, then Cambridge. Then we have Waikato 11. And then we go back quite a way to Tauranga Boys College. That was heat 2. Final race for the... No, maybe it isn't the final race of the day. Ah, I've got another page. Just when I thought I was going to be finished. Right, so we've still got another 4 races to go. There's 4 heats of the novice double. Then we got the preliminary of the men's coxed 8 and the preliminary of the women's coxed 8. So this heat 3, novice double sculls, doing very well. Down on the inside is Clifton. They're in lane 1. And they'll be leading the field. Clifton number 2, Hurley and Fuller. Oh, Hawke's Bay just stopped in the middle. They were prominent. Something's gone wrong there. They've come to a complete standstill, Hawke's Bay. Oh, the sculls come completely out. So Hawke's Bay, who were in a prominent position, have stopped, trying to sort things out. Mind you, at this stage, all they need to do is try and get across the line. But we go back down and it's all lane one. It's lane one, which is Clifton. Then we go right towards the outside, and it's the green colours of Bay of Plenty Coast out in lane 6. That's McCormick and Etherington. They're line in second. They're the first two, and chasing them is Whangarei in the blue boat, but they're a few lengths behind, and I don't think they'll get caught up unless there's a mishap. Right, Hawke's Bay are just down to the stroke seat sculling. Something went amiss and the scull came out in the bow seat. So they're just going to paddle down to the line. But really going with gusto down on the inside, powering it in is Clifton. They're keeping up a good clip here in lane 1. They're going to win this well and truly. Bay of Plenty Coast sitting out the outside. Whangarei trying to come at them. But they're still a few lengths behind. Then we go back to the Waikato boat in lane 3 of Ratu and Bai, coached by Scott Brownlee. They're shading the Cambridge #1 crew of Sampson and Cobus, coached by Carl Manson. But it's all lane 1 as they come up to the line. That's the boys from Clifton. Three lengths behind them, coming up to the line now, we have Bay of Plenty Coast. Couple of lengths behind them, we have Whangarei. They've got 5 lengths ahead of Waikato, who are going a little bit off course. I assume this is Hamilton boys novices. So Cambridge has gone ahead of them. And then there's another huge gap back. And then we look at Hamilton on the outside. Inside of them we've got Avon. And then something that went wrong with the Hawke's Bay, just paddling it down to cross the finish line. So in the next race, as we go back to Heat 4, first 2 progress. Manson and Pullum from Whangarei on the inside, they're fairly prominent. We go out to the yellow crew of Aramaho Wanganui, and they're lying in second. Others in the field are Hamilton in 2, Oamaru in 3, Mercer in 4, Wellington in 6, Hawke's Bay in 7, Avon in 8. Aramaho, Pakia and Brewer, with Clifton down, Whangarei, down on the inside. That's Manson and Pullen. They're your first two go through. Quite a gap back to the 3rd place. We've seen this a lot in these heats. Random draw, but they've certainly put some couple of good ones in each heat. Then we go back into 3rd, we've got Grenning and Howard Shee from Hamilton. We then look out to the Wellington crew of Survey and Then we'd go back into lane 3, which is Oamaru, Belt and Rawback. Sitting way outside of them, right on the outside, will be Avon in the red. We go further back to the Hawke's Bay 3 crew of Pope and Holton. And then finally the Mercer crew of Taylor and Payne. So we come down now inside the last 100, and it's Aramaho Wanganui over Whangarei. Both these crews 5 or 6 lengths out on the rest of the field. They'll both qualify through to the next round. Sitting in the starting blocks is the men's Premier 8. Whangarei Cross. Men's Premier 8 away, their combination crews. Waikato 2 scratched, Avon 3 scratched, so it's just Avon 2 and Waikato 1. Avon 2, Sam Wilson, Fred Vavasseur, Oliver Welch, Cody Johnson, Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Sam Woodgate, Fergus Johnson, coxed by Annabelle Wynne Williams. In the Waikato 1 crew, that's Adam Wilson, Ben Olifers, Evan Williams, Sean Kirkham, Oscar Rushton, Callum Tutbury, Joshua Vodanovich and Finn Hamill. Oliver Duncan's coxing. So just the 2 crews, Avon and Waikato. Gone through the 500, 600 metre mark now. 2 men's 8s crews. Both moving at a high clip in this men's Premier Coxed 8 preliminary. Avon and Waikato. Avon in 3, Waikato in 4. I think it's the yellow boat of Waikato shading Avon at this early stage as they go through the 750 metre mark. Now that's a bit better now the drone comes up rather than me trying to look through the binoculars. And yes, Avon, 2 lengths. Waikato, 2 lengths over Avon as they near the 1,000 metres and pulling away. In fact, Avon have just dropped the rating right down. They're not really racing at all. They're just going on a training row. Waikato still keep clipping it along, and they're just going to move further and further in front of Avon, who are just paddling down the course. So on your screen now, preliminary for the men's Coxed 8, only 2 boats. Now even Waikato have slowed down. So they're paddling, they've got 3 or 4 lengths over Avon. And they're only paddling because it's just a preliminary. And they'll paddle down the course, but like a training row. So Waikato in lead over the Avon, both leisurely coming down the course. Waikato rating 22. And Avon rowing 20 as they go for a training row down the course here in the preliminary heat of the men's Premier 8. Only 2 boats in it. So they're just only going to race it on finals day. They're just having a paddle. So let's look back up and see what's happening in the women's Premier 8. Once again, we've got a crew from Avon and a crew from Waikato, and they're in lanes 4 and 5. So Waikato are leading the men's one. Waikato go across the line now over Avon. And then we look back up at the women's Premier 8, and there's also Avon and Waikato, but this time it's a bit round the other way. Avon are leading Waikato in the last race of the day. Avon, Shalkins, O'Sullivan, Butler, Bell, Mataheri, Darry, Burrows, Collier, Hope Murray, Coxing. They're leading over the Waikato crew of Gordon, White Parsons, Egnott Johnson, Wootton, Parker, Alidas Watson, Lush, Pitchford, and Ella Hansen Coxing. And Avon, they're coming down at 23. Waikato rating 22 as they both paddle down the course in this preliminary heat, saving themselves for the final, just going for a training row down the course. Both crews swinging nicely together. Just focusing in on the tandem rig of Avon, 7 and 6, 5 and 4, and 3 and 2, all tandemed. Then we look back to the conventional rig of Waikato, which is stroke bow, stroke bow, stroke bow, stroke bow throughout the boat. And their green boat. Both crews rating about 22. So at normal race pace, they should be somewhere up between 36 and 40, but they're coming down the course at 22. So you don't have to race these preliminary heats. You can either opt out or just cruise down to the line as a training row. And this is the final event of the day. So these 8s are sponsored by Grassroots Trust. Grassroots Trust are dedicated to providing local funding to local community. They share the passion and enthusiasm for sport and a proud partner of Rowing New Zealand and a sponsor of KRI. That is Grassroots Trust, and they are the sponsors of the Men's Premier Coxed 8 and the Women's Premier Coxed 8. So Avon go through 100 metres to go, just maintaining their training rating. You can see they've triple tandemed, which means they're rowing in pairs down the boat. Bow side stroke, 2 stroke sides, 2 bow sides, 2 stroke sides, and the other bow seat again. They go across the line now. Then the conventional rig boat from Waikato. And they cross the line, and that concludes racing from today. We'll see you tomorrow in the morning. Start with the final heats in the morning. We've got a preliminary of the Cox 4. We've got some heats of the Women's Club Double. We've got some senior quads early on. I think racing's due to start at 8 o'clock in the morning. We'll see you tomorrow. Nice drone shot there of the boat park. All the different coloured boats lying on their racks. Trailers all parked round under the sides. You see them under the trees, but the boats are all on racks. Thank you very much from New Zealand Rowing.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, private wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.